William Clayton Diary, 1840 to 1842, Holograph, HBLL. Diary of William Clayton, September 3rd, 1840. Since July 23rd, we have been engaged in making preparations for America. On Tuesday, the 18th of August, we had our sale. I was writer. We had some difficulty in getting all our money in, and especially some due from the railway company damages we had after to go, and did not get it until a few days before we started. The time had been appointed for us to be in Liverpool on the 27th of August, but the time was prolonged until September 4th on account of some of the saints not being ready. It happened while it was so, for we had hardly time to settle up our business by the 4th of September. During this time, I preached occasionally on the Sabbath. The first 3 or 4 days after I came home I spent in writing Brother Kimball's history, which was lengthy. I have got a pair of boots which cost 27/6. On this day we have been very busy packing up, and have taken 1 load of boxes to the railway. The brethren have collected 7 towards carrying me to Birmingham. The parting scene was affecting Elder Riley very much. He gave me 2 out of 6. Elder Brigham Young has been over from Manchester. On Monday we went to Longton and returned same night. He returned to Manchester on Tuesday. I have spent one afternoon at Sister Morgan's in company with Brother William Hardman. He made me a present of a handsome knife. Several have been baptized while I have been here, and the work is in a prosperous state. The preaching will be held in future at Elder Martin's. John Melling was married to Mary Martin about 2 weeks ago. Some person on Saturday evening last threw 2 notes into Brother Whitehead's shop, one for himself and the other for me. They both contain the same matter, namely a request that we would preach from Ecclesiastes, chapter 10, verse 1, signed, "A Lover of Mormons." I went over to Manchester and walked all the way, and in the morning went to Liverpool. I returned home in the p.m. having learned that the ship which Brother Moon sailed in arrived in New York about the 18th of July. On Wednesday the 19th, I received a letter from Brother John Moon giving an account of their voyage. They were 41 days on the water, including 3 days quarantine. They had 3 storms and considerable sickness, but all arrived safe and in good spirits. I have endeavored to sell Brother John Moon's bass viol, but without success. T. Pickering promised to buy it for the new church in Farrington, but when I went to agree with him, he declined taking it. I then went to William Bahale, but he would not have anything to do with it. I was obliged to leave it with Brother John Melling for sale. I have received 2 letters from Brother Kimball of London and 1 from Sarah Crooks. September 4th, 1840, we arose early this a.m. and packed up our beds, etc., and took the remainder of our goods to Preston. All the company then came together to our house about 1 o'clock, from whence we started to the Farrington railway station. Here an extra carriage had been left for us, and we loaded ourselves a little after 2 and waited the arrival of the train. We were 26 in number, including children. The train soon came up, and our carriage being attached, we started off in the presence of about a dozen saints. We had a pleasant ride to Liverpool about 5 o'clock. When we got here I made a bargain with a carter to take our boxes, etc., to Princess Dock for January 12th. When we got to the dock, another man professing to be the owner of the cart came and demanded 1/6 PR box. We had a hard contest. He threatened to fetch a policeman, etc. He then wanted 2/6. I told him that for his bad behavior I would not give him anything more than the bargain. He refused to take it for some time, but at last he took it and went away in a rage. Several of the brethren who came had to pay extremely on account of hiring men and not making a bargain before they engaged them. I was aware of such things and therefore acted as stated above. We found Elder Turley and Young soon. All the company was confused and busy arranging their boxes. We slept in the ship this night, or lay awake. September 5th, 1840, this a.m. I bought a pair of trousers, having tore my others. I engaged the cart to fetch our other luggages, and during the day we got them in some measure arranged. My mother-in-law, seeing the toil and trouble there was in these things, began to weep and wished me to go with them. She made her request known the Brother Young and Taylor, who consented for me to go. I immediately started for railway to Manchester, where I arrived about 7:30. When I got to Hardman's I found Sarah and Rebecca just making preparations to leave that night. I saw there was something rather unpleasant between them, and it almost broke my heart. Almost as soon as I arrived here I was taken sick on account of being so long without meat and overexerting myself. I vomited much and felt very ill. I could eat nothing. I slept at Hardman's that night. September 6th, 1840 this a.m. I was very sick and kept my bed till noon. Several of the saints came to see me. Went to Perkins in the p.m., was obliged to go to bed again, and remained in bed until 10 o'clock. Many of the saints came to see me. Brother Grundy gave me 2 out of 6. Sister Birch gave me some plums and 1/dash. Some of them wept much at parting. Sarah Crooks has got some linen and cut it today for shirts. Arthur Smith has been today and bought cloth for my trousers and cut my clothes out. September 7th, 1840 breakfast at Perkins. Sister Jane Hardman sent me a watch guard and 4-penny box to remember her by. Brother Thomas Miller gave me a new hat. Left Perkins about 11 for railway. Was obliged to get a cab in St. Anne's Square. Was a few minutes too late at the office. Went to Mr. Thompson's where I took dinner. She gave me a glass of wine. Took first carriage at 2. Arrived at Liverpool a little after 3 o'clock. When I arrived at the ship I found Elder Richards. He seemed to object to my going. This gave me some trouble. I was yet very poorly. At night preparations was made for sailing on the morrow. Ship North America Captain Lobar. September 8th, 1840 this a.m. about 8 o'clock we was hauled out of dock, and a steamer being attached we was tugged into the sea in the presence of many spectators. The company cheerful. Elders Young, Richards, and Taylor went with us and returned by the steamer. About this time many began to be sick, myself amongst the number. 2 brothers was obliged to be put back on account of being overnumber. We was 201 men, women, and children. One of those put back was Brother Heap from Preston. I had no knowledge of having to go yet until Saturday afternoon, and I did not send any letters being so sick. Brother William Hardman promised to write for me, and my brother David was at Liverpool. Soon after the steamer returned the mate came down and ordered all boxes fast as they expected a good rocking that night. It was even so. The wind blew hard, the vessel rocked, and many were sick all night. This was a new scene. Such sickness, vomiting, groaning, and bad smells. I never witnessed before, and added to this the closeness of the berths almost suffocated us for want of air. September 9th, 1840 this a.m. Elder Turley ordered all the company on deck to wash as the weather was a little more calm. We had a pleasant view of the north of Ireland as we sailed on that side. In the afternoon the wind increased and blew a gale until Saturday morning. I was in bed nearly all this time and very sick, and so was many of the company. Elder Turley was sick a little. Brothers William and Robert and Nehemiah Greenhalgh, Sister Mary Moon and James Crompton was not sick. These were very kind in waiting upon those sick. During all this gale the whole of the company, or nearly so, was very ill, and many confined to their beds. We were drifted back to the north and was 4 hours in one place and could not move. I have been told that we were in 2 whirlpools near to a rock, and the captain expecting us to be dashed against it. We was in great danger, but the Lord delivered us. On the Friday night a little girl belonging to a family in the second cabin was frightened by the storm and lost her reason. The company was composed, but we were ignorant of our danger. Some of the rigging was blown away. See September 21st. September 12th, 1840 the storm is somewhat abated, and the company begin to brighten up a little. Myself remains very feeble. September 13th, 1840 the captain requested Elder Turley to preach this p.m. He read John, chapter 1, and preached about 3/4 of an hour. This night the child which was frightened died, or rather in the morning. September 14th, 1840 at the request of the captain, Elder Turley read the burial service, and the body of the child was committed to the deep. The weather continues favorable. September 15th, 1840 we have had another storm, and many has been sick. September 18th, 1840 Friday, some of the company continue very sick, especially 3 of the children. Some have doubt concerning their recovery. Brother and Sister Holmes of Herefordshire have given up their one to die. Elder Turley's mind is much grieved in consequence of these things. At night he called the saints together in order to ascertain their feelings concerning the recovery of those sick. The sequel showed that there was some unbelief in our midst. He spake considerable on the subject and asked the brethren to state their feelings. One immediately said he believed Holmes' child would not recover. I said I did not believe it was the will of God we should lose one soul. Elder Turley said to the same effect. The saints then began to be more cheerful, and the power of darkness was in some degree banished. We prayed with the children and desired all to hold them by faith. But after all our exertions, Brother Holmes' child died same night. This was a grief to our minds, but it was so. September 19th, 1840 Saturday. Early this a.m. the mate came and ordered the child to be sewed up, which was soon done, and it was immediately thrown overboard without any ceremony. After the place was cleaned out, gas was burned to sweeten the ship and prevent disease. A head wind. September 20th, 1840 Sunday. We were not requested to preach today, but Elder Turley called the saints together in the p.m., and we broke bread to the company. Many seem much pleased with our meeting. September 21st, 1840 Monday. Good sail. At night Elder Turley spoke considerable on cleanliness and afterwards went round the berths to see if all the company undressed. Some was found with their clothes on, and some had never pulled their clothes off since they came on deck, but had done their dirt in their clothes. Others had dirt in the corner of their berth. This made the most awful smell, when discovered, almost too much to bear. Elder Turley undressed and washed them and ordered the place cleaned out. Some of the company are filthy indeed. Errata. See September 9th. On Thursday night during the gale, when the sailors had close reefed all the sails except about 4, and were endeavoring to reef these, there came a gust of wind, and took away 3 of the sails, one on mainsail. On Friday night we lost another sail and some of the blocks. September 22nd, 1840 Tuesday. This a.m. we had a calm. About 11 o'clock I heard the chief mate cry out, "All hands on deck," and buckets with water. It appears that some of the sisters was sitting near their berths watching what they considered to be the reflections through a glass light until sparks of fire began to drop. They then cried out, "The ship is on fire." The mate heard and sang out as above. This caused considerable alarm and bustle for some time. The sailors was speedily at work and water was poured on for some time. It was soon discovered that there was not much danger. The fire originated in the galley or cooking house. The wood underneath the stove had caught fire by some means and burned through the deck. After the fire was put out, the captain ordered the stove removed and the place examined. It was cleaned out and repaired and some improvements made. Some of the saints smelled fire last night and told the mate, but he could not discover anything wrong. We look upon this circumstance as another attempt of the adversary to destroy us, but the Lord kindly preserved us. Some of us had wished in the morning that the wind would blow, but it was well we had a calm, or the consequence might have been awful. As soon as the bustle subsided, the wind began to blow, and we were again on our way home. The Lord has been kind to us, for which we feel thankful, but not as much as we might. Same night also we had the painful task of casting overboard Mormon, son of Paul and Jane Harris of Herefordshire, crossed out, branch. He was one of the 3 which has been sick for some days. He was thought to be dead some time before he was, and preparation was made to bury him. He died about 8 o'clock. Sister Jane Harris was very sick at the same time. There are several others also very sick. We attend to prayer every evening as well as our awkward circumstances will permit. September 23rd, 1840 Wednesday. This a.m. the captain called upon all the heads of families to give account of the number of packages each one owned. He appeared vexed on account of some having so many boxes. Our family was one. We have reason to think that he is seeking some occasion against us from several expressions which dropped from his lips this a.m. We have had a little trouble on account of the peevish, selfish actions of some of the second cabin passengers. We have some difficulty in keeping things quiet amongst us. Many things are lost and nobody finds them. Some are not saints who profess to be. But considering our situation, all things have passed off pretty well through the blessing of God. September 26th, 1840 Saturday. Today being our turn to attend the sick, I took it in hand. But the smoke made me very ill. My head and limbs ached much. Sister Naylor and I have had a few words concerning our boxes. They have trespassed on our privileges a little. They are but one family and have 2 boxes out. We are 2 families and have but one. I desired them to move about 4 inches, but they would not. She railed a little at me and used some hard words. September 27th, 1840 Sunday. Fair wind. One of the cabin passengers read prayers out of the church prayer book. They requested us to preach, but Elder Turley was not willing, and I did not feel at all fit for it, and so it was neglected. We had no meeting. Some sick dash. September 28th, 1840 Monday. We have had a headwind, but a good day sail. Myself very sick. The infant child belonging to brother and sister Corbridge of Tomley, Thornley, died this p.m. and was cast overboard. At night brother Turley spake concerning some of the company, having said he had a shilling a head for all the saints and other such things. He shewed his bills and accounts to satisfy them and offend them for their hardness of heart and unbelief. September 29th, 1840 Tuesday. This a.m. we have a perfect calm. The captain and some of the cabin passengers have been swimming and afterwards took a short voyage in a small boat. The weather is extremely hot today, almost too much for us to bear. Brother Samuel Bateman caught a young shark during the calm near a yard long. The infant child belonging to brother and sister Green of Manchester died this evening and was buried in the deep. We have spent this p.m. in arranging for payment of potatoes. The whole cost is about £20, which amounts to 3/1 per head or adult persons. Elder Turley has from time to time spoken much concerning the sisters keeping themselves from the sailors. Sister Mary and Holmes from Herefordshire has made great freedom with them, which has been a grief to us. This night Elizabeth Wilson, Elizabeth Lambert, and Eliza Prince, all from Manchester, and Sister Crampton from Bolton, was making very free with one of the mates and 2 of the cabin passengers. Brother Cope says they were drinking wine with them. Elder Turley sent Sister Poole to request them to come away, but they returned very indifferent answers and said they could take care of themselves. October 1st, 1840 Thursday. The wind began to blow dash. During the day we crossed the fishing banks. We saw about 20 fishing boats anchored on the banks while we were crossing the banks. We had a squall. The main topsail was torn from top to bottom and the vessel rolled much. Many were sick last night. The captain and cabin passengers spent the night in dancing to the violin. October 2nd, 1840 Friday. The wind good this a.m. sailing about 9 to 10 miles an hour. We discover that the crew are mad with us, and we judge it is because we are unwilling that the sisters should be so familiar with the mates and sailors. There has been some unpleasant feelings manifested from those who were in company with the mate and cabin passengers the other night. Philip, the captain's brother-in-law, is proved to be an enemy to us and tells tales to the mates. He seems very kind to our face, but is to spy us. My little Margaret is very sick. October 3rd, 1840 Saturday. This a.m. the mate says some of our company has been stealing water the last night. We don't believe they have. We have reasons to believe they have not, as we had a watch appointed to see that the sailors did not come down as they have done before in the dead of night. They saw no one but must have seen them if anyone had been at the water. We look upon it as another instance of Philip's madness and seeking to injure us. About this time Elizabeth Wilson was passing the sailors' cabin and one of the sailors asked her to go down and have breakfast. She would not. He then asked if she would have a piece of meat. She said she had no objections and accordingly took it. It appears the steward saw her and went and told the captain, who immediately came down and demanded it from her. He also asked who gave it her. She said she did not know. On account of this the sailors are to have £1 a day less each, and they are mad and swear vengeance on the steward when they get to land. This afternoon Joseph Jackson entered into an argument with some of the second cabin passengers upon religious subjects. The captain and some of the cabin passengers was listening. The captain went to the side of the ship and called Jackson to him to ask if he had said that he would go and take the water by force. He acknowledged to saying that he believed it right to take it as many were suffering for want of water, and also that he believed those children's death was partly caused on account of being short of water. The captain ordered him down and told him if he heard him say anything like it again, he would bind him down in chains and feed him on bread and water. Jackson answered the captain again that we were suffering for want of water. I rebuked him and got him to hold his peace. He said he would defend himself. The captain said he might preach his religion as much as he liked, but say nothing more like that. He also said he would like to kill about a dozen of us. This myself heard. The captain afterwards came to Elder Turley and asked if he understood the laws of mutiny. Elder Turley answered yes, and the laws concerning water too. The captain said, You must know we lost 6 barrels of water during the storm soon after we left Liverpool. It seems the captain thought brother was ignorant concerning the laws, but when he saw to the contrary he softened down and changed color. He said he would bind Jackson if he heard him use the same expressions. Yes, says Brother Turley, and I will help you. It is more and more evident that Satan wants to destroy us or throw us into confusion. After dark the chief mate came to Elder Turley and said, "Some of your damn crew has upset the water tub." It was found to be some of the Scotch people in the second cabin. October 4th, 1840 Sunday. This aim we have a good wind. Are sailing from 9 to 11 miles an hour. We have also our full allowance of water again. We have only had 1/2 quarts since September 20th. We had no meetings today, only as usual at night. My mother-in-law is very poorly, also Elizabeth Ravenscroft. October 5th, 1840 Monday. We are not sailing much today. I feel myself very poorly. Mother-in-law and my wife yet very sick. Elder Turley and some of the cabin passengers along with the captain have had a long argument this night concerning the ministration of the angel to Joseph. They treat it with disdain, especially the captain. October 6th, 1840 Tuesday. This day Elder Turley went to prove to the cabin passengers the rationality of prophecy and administration of angels. They will not admit of reasonable evidence. They found themselves confounded. At night Elizabeth and William Poole spoke in tongues. He prophesied of the death of his child. October 7th, 1840 Wednesday. Early this a.m. William Poole's child died and was committed to the deep. Some at Penwortham had said it would die before it got over the waters, and Betsy had been troubled on this account. I wish they would not do so, for Satan takes advantage of such things to discourage the minds of the saints when surrounded by trouble and difficulty. This a.m. the chief mate saw Cape Cod on the American coast. The line was heaved and found 55 fathom. They tacked ship about 8 o'clock to near south and then found 44 fathom. We were a few hours becalmed. About 12 o'clock we was much pleased to hear the mate speak to a ship's captain. The Condor of Halifax bore down to us and they spake to each other. She was from Jamaica 24 days homeward bound. My mother-in-law yet very poorly. October 8th, 1840 Thursday. Last evening being my turn for prayer I felt to ask the Lord for a fair wind, and I rejoice to see He has answered my prayers. The wind is very favorable near 10 miles an hour. This is the third instance of the Lord answering my prayer for fair wind and a calm. October 9th, 1840 Friday. Fair day's sail. The crew are very busily engaged cleaning the ship and making preparations for landing. At night the anchor chains was fastened to the anchor. October 10th, 1840 Saturday. About 8 a.m. land was discovered by the sailors from the firemast, and in about 2 hours we had a pleasant view of Long Island. About 11:30 we spoke the Tuscany. New York, 56 days from Gibraltar. About 5 o'clock the pilot came on board. We saw the lighthouses on the island. October 11th, 1840 Sunday. This morning early we cast anchor, and a little after 4 o'clock I went on deck and found that we were between 2 islands. We had a pleasant view of the sailors' hospital and a many beautiful white houses and fine trees. 'Twas indeed a pleasant sight. The doctor came on board about 8 o'clock, and about the same time the child belonging to Brother Perry from Herefordshire died. All the rest passed the doctor without difficulty. The doctor ordered him to be sent ashore, which was done in a small boat. Here I may say that we struck a sandbar last night, and had it not been calm we might have gone to pieces. This was off Sandy Hook. After the boat returned the ship was turned land. In a short time we was on our way for New York. Considering the wetness of the morning, we had a very pleasant sight of the Fowls and Islands. After about an hour's sail we arrived in New York exactly at 12:15. It was truly delightful to see the multitude of shipping in the harbor. There is no docks here but a very good harbor. The buildings look elegant. When our vessel came to harbor she pressed against a small schooner and stove in her bulwarks and broke some rigging. After the ship was made fast Elder Turley and me and Joseph Jackson left the ship and set our feet on land exactly at 10 minutes past 12 o'clock. This was another treat to us to set our feet on terra firma, although the streets was dirty in consequence of rain. In taking a slight glance, I must confess, I was delighted to see the superior neatness and tasty state of the buildings, many painted white, others brick, and some have the doorsteps painted yellow. We bought some large red apples for a cent each, which was truly delicious. The streets are wide, but not so well flagged and paved as in England. The first house we entered was Brother DeLong's, where we took dinner. From here we went to meeting at the military hall in the Bowery. The first thing that struck my attention was all the men and women I saw sitting cross-legged and all the left leg over the right. Elder Adams preached on the principles of the gospel. After preaching, we took bread and wine. We went to Elder Foster's and took tea with Brother Simmons after 10. Elder Turley went on business and I went to writing. We slept on board the ship. Many of the saints went to meeting and was much pleased. We learned nothing of Brother Hardman nor the other two brethren who were turned back at Liverpool. October 12, 1840, Monday. This p.m. a lighter came to the ship's side into which we put our luggage. We slept on board the North America again. October 13, 1840, Tuesday. Having finished loading our luggage, those of the company who were present went on board a steamer, the Congress, and sailed to the Albany Basin. We bid adieu to the North America at 12 o'clock. The captain seemed very friendly and said he should wish to bring another company of us over. He inquired if we had a church in New York and where they meet. Elder Turley introduced him to Elder Foster. I gave Elder Adams 25 letters for England, for which I paid 25 cents. The agreement which Elder Turley made with the proprietors of the Congress was that we should sail this day, but they have broke their bargain and Elder Turley is much troubled. We slept on board the Congress. I feel struck to see the horses and carts, even to see the light harness and small carts and light loads drawn by them. The drivers all ride. The fruit is quite delicious to English people. I slept in best cabin. October 14th, 1840, Wednesday. About 9 o'clock this a.m. H.C. Greenhalgh died after being ill 8 or 9 days. The city coroner came and sat over by him. I was one of the jurors. Verdict: died from unknown cause. A coffin was provided, and he was taken into the city to be buried. At 5 o'clock p.m., we had a very beautiful sight. 7 steamboats all left the harbor at once. It seemed as though the harbor was on a move. We left about 20 minutes after 5. The company in good spirits. As we left New York, we had a pleasant view of the north part of the city. The buildings chiefly white and very neat. The several spires towering towards the sky bore a majestic appearance. On one part there was a large lot of wood which we was told was provided for poor folks against winter. We had not gone far before it began to grow dark, and we could only discover by moonlight the lofty rocks on earth, since the river, which is Hudson River, especially the west side, which was indeed beautiful, with here and there a beautiful white house scattered on the banks. Before we started from New York, we learned that the Mary Kingsland was arrived in New York and that Brother Hardman and the other families was arrived. Someone went over to get them along with us, but it found impossible. We left Brother Richard Tull at New York. He got work there and was likely to do well. October 15th, 1840, Thursday. This morning I arose to behold again the beautiful white houses and banks on the riverside. We passed the village Catskill, which looked very beautiful, and a little further we passed a village called Colonel Young's village. He settled in this place and established a foundry and got a number of workmen along with him, where they now have houses built, which forms the village. As we proceeded, we saw many fields of grain which was cut. We saw in one field a great number of pumpkins, quite yellow and pretty. On one farm we saw about 140 cows and oxen and sheep in different places. After proceeding some time, we passed the beautiful town of Hudson on the east side of the river. This seems to be a town of about 10,000 inhabitants. Still passing along, we continued to be delighted with the houses, and in some places we saw fruit on the trees. As we got higher up the river, the land appeared to grow richer, but yet very rocky. Close to the banks of the river, about 14 miles from Albany, we passed a coal wharf, which is a scarce thing in this country. The fuel is almost all wood, and this article is exceeding plentiful. About 5:30 we arrived at Albany. We left a boat with a number of passengers here. This is a large town on the west side the river, containing perhaps 40,000 inhabitants. We could see the courthouse and prison and the different churches interspersed here and there. Here is also a pleasant harbor for a few shipping. The coast is almost covered with timber. We saw a large iron foundry and workshops of different kinds. We soon left Albany and at 7 o'clock arrived at the city of Troy, where we now are stopped for the night. We also passed the city Athens a while before Albany. October 16th, 1840 Friday. This AM Elder Turley bought a sheep ready dressed for $1.50. This was divided amongst some of the company. We got our luggage off the steamer by 10 o'clock and soon after we were tugged to the canal. We were obliged to hire another boat, into which some of us got with much difficulty. It is evident Mrs. Benbow wants one boat for their company, and they have made choice of one with the best cabin. This has caused a little feeling. Elder Turley had again considerable trouble with the proprietor, and had to pay more than he ought at last. About 3:45 we left West Troy. October 17th, 1840 Saturday. We are now passing through a very pleasant country. Many fruit trees loaded with fruit and loads scattered on the ground. I took up a large handkerchief full. There are a great quantity of pigs kept in this region. We have passed the upper aqueduct, which is a stupendous work. Soon after this we arrived at the beautiful town of Schenectady, seated close to the canal, or rather the canal passed through it. Here there is a railway. We buy our milk at the grocery shops for 4 cents a quart. October 18th, 1840 Sunday. We are now standing still as the owner of the boat is religious and will not allow it to run on Sundays. Some of our people went to washing, as we had not had the privilege of washing since we left England. Last night William Greenhalgh's family came into our boat, not having room to sleep in the other ones. I and several others went to the top of a very large hill, and George Foster and I went up the topmost tree, from whence we had a pleasant view. As we returned we met Elder Turley and some of the sisters going up the hill to pray. We returned with them and united our hearts together. October 19th, 1840 Monday. We passed a town called the Little Halls. October 20th, 1840 Tuesday. About 2 o'clock this AM we passed Utica in the midst of heavy rain. One of our horses fell into the canal and we was near being drowned. A horse belonging to another boat was drowned a little before. We passed the city of Rome. October 21st, 1840 Wednesday. Before sunrise this AM we passed Syracuse, a place where a great quantity of salt is daily made. I got today a $2 bill which I cannot pay, also a coin for a $quarter, which only pays for 17 cents. At night we passed a very pretty town called Montezuma. I have wrote a letter which I intend to send from Buffalo to Brother John Moon, 10,000 bushels of salt per day. October 22nd, 1840 Thursday. William Poole paid my $2 bill, loaning 12.5 cents. We have passed the city of Palmyra, and soon after about 11 o'clock Elder Turley and myself left the Silver Arrow and took packet for Tonawanda Fair, 4.12 each. About 7:30 we landed at Rochester, which appears to be a place of considerable business of different kind. Here we changed packets and in about 15 minutes started off again. October 23rd, 1840 Friday. About 11 this AM we passed the town of Lockport. At this place there are 5 locks which raise the canal 60 feet. These locks, as well as above from 1 to 2 miles of the canal westward, is cut out of solid rock and present a stupendous appearance. The wind arose very high, and in our place opposite the river from the lake drive us against the shore. Several were thrown down and somewhat frightened. As we passed along the side of the river we saw the large drifts of sand like mountainous drifts of snow. We arrived in Buffalo about 6 o'clock and soon met with some of the brethren from the first boat, the J.D. Hawks. We went to her and found that 3 children had died since we left them. Sister Benbow manifested a bad spirit, as she has often done, and has given Elder Turley many slight cants. After this we went to meet the second boat, Chautauqua, which had been detained at the second bridge on account of the canal being high. In this boat all were pretty well, but had been short of provisions. The first boat arrived here about 9 this AM, and the captain immediately ordered the company to get their luggage out of the boat, which they did to great disadvantage, into a warehouse. They had to pay 5 cents for this privilege. October 24th, 1840 Saturday. We got the luggage of 2 boats weighed and engaged to Chicago on board the Wisconsin, one word crossed out, at $10 each person. Some went on board same day. We waited at night on the other boat until 2 o'clock Sunday morning, but did not come. Then I bought a pair of mittens for 5/6 money. On this day, Elder Turley's mind was much cast down in consequence of being obliged to leave some of the poor in our company at Buffalo. While he was reflecting upon the best manner of accomplishing this, and when almost heart broke the president elder of the stake at Kirtland, Kellogg came by and Tully knew him. After they had saluted each other, he made his case known to Elder Kellogg, who immediately advised to take the company to Kirtland as they would winter more comfortable there than in Commerce. This was total deliverance to Elder Turley's mind and a relief of his burden. The reason why some must be left here was a want of money. Elder Turley had been given to understand that we might go from Buffalo to Chicago for $5 a head, and had it been so, all the company would no doubt have gone through. But when he inquired the fare, it was found to be $10 a head instead of $5, and there was no privilege of altering it, for there was only one boat appointed to go this season. The Wisconsin had lately come in and was not to go any more, only short voyages. Elder Turley went to the captain and endeavored to charter the boat, but to no purpose. After some time consulting between Elders Turley and Kellogg, it was concluded that all who wanted and could raise means should go to Commerce, and the remainder to Kirtland, which proved highly satisfactory to the majority of the company. The weather was at this time very cold, as a large quantity of snow had fallen and whitened the streets. One boatload of the company went on board the Wisconsin, expecting we should go on that boat. The other boatload, having nowhere to go, Mr. Proper's partner kindly offered them the counting house to sleep in, which they gladly accepted and immediately went there. October 25th, 1840, Sunday. This a.m. Elder Turley and myself went to meet the Silver Arrow, which we came in sight of after walking about 3 miles. When we went on board, the saints rejoiced greatly. They had had some burial treatment from the captain and crew since we left them, and we found them with scarce room to stand. We arrived in Buffalo about 12 o'clock. I spent the remainder of the day in making up accounts for those who were going to Kirtland. Whilst I was doing this, Sister Elizabeth Poole's son Edward fell into the canal and was near drowned when got out. This mother fainted and was very ill some time. This evening the Greenhalghs concluded either to go to Kirtland or stay at Buffalo, which grieved me much. October 26th, 1840, Monday. The weather was very wet and cold. It was concluded that the Wisconsin steamboat should not go. Consequently, the company had to embark on board the Illinois Captain Blake. October 27th, 1840, Tuesday. This a.m. the boat should have left Buffalo, but could not on account of storm. The Greenhalghs have took a house and 2 of them got work. I have bought a cap for $12 and a pair of boots for a rifle for 16 powder 71. We also bought saw and plane. October 28th, 1840, Wednesday. The weather continues stormy at night. We moved from amongst the shipping to the end of the creek. The other brethren. October 29th, 1840, Thursday. About 1 this a.m. we left Buffalo for Chicago. The names of those who are gone to Kirtland are Thomas Green and family, Josh West and family, Alice Wiss and family, M. Blake and wife, Josh Jackson and wife from Manchester, T. Featherston, Martha Shelmerdine and Jane Fildas from Stockport, J. Crompton and wife from Bolton, Josh Hutchinson and family, John Craig and family, Ralph Thompson and family from Cumberland, George Slater and family from Penwortham, Samuel Bateman and family from Pendlebury, Thomas Hooper and family from Herefordshire, George Naylor and family from Bolton, Jane Harris from Manchester. These all had their names on a recommend except Thomas Hooper, whose conduct has been very bad. This company generally appeared cheerful and rejoiced in the prospect of soon having a place of rest. Some was inclined almost to wish they had not left England rather than be left short of commerce. We proceeded on our way pretty well until we arrived at Fairport, partly to take in wood and part on account of strong wind. Here some of us went on shore, and had we time Elder Turley and myself would have gone to Kirtland, as we were then only 11 miles from that place. Sometime in the night we started forwards again. October 30th, 1840, Friday. We had a place sail at night. We anchored at the mouth of the river between Lakes Erie and Huron. October 31st, 1840, Saturday. This a.m. about 7 o'clock we arrived at Detroit. This is a very pleasant-looking place of about 20,000 inhabitants. Here we took in some more passengers, which crowded us up very much. We left Detroit after taking in wood and proceeded up Lake St. Clair, where we saw many hundreds wild ducks. Some amused themselves by shooting at them with their rifles. November 1st, 1840 Sunday. We are on Lake Huron in the PM. We called at Pasuk all to take in wood. Here I picked us some curious pebble stones. The lake is bounded by gravel of the whitest and hardest kind. At night we arrived at Mackinac, where we again took in wood. November 2nd, 1840 Monday. We are on Lake Michigan and for some time could not see land. We called at the Manitou Islands to take in wood. Here I took up some more pebbles. Some of the company shot a few rabbits and small birds. We continued here some hours on account of strong headwind. November 4th, 1840 Wednesday. About 1:30 this a.m. we arrived at Chicago. Very early in the morning we moved our luggage from the boat, and Elder Turley went to seeking teams to go to Dixon's Ferry as that was considered to be the best route. We engaged 2 teams for our family, but after loading both and weighing one we found it necessary to have another. I went back to where the boat landed and after a little time met with another. We got loaded about 2 o'clock and proceeded on our way. After leaving Chicago, we entered a wide prairie which was to us a new scene. We traveled about 12 miles and rested for the night. We made our fire and cooked our victuals out of doors. We slept on the floors of the tavern. We had no beds, but some bedding. November 7th, 1840 Saturday. This day we arrived at Dixon after traveling about 100 miles. We saw a wolf on one prairie and many prairie hens. At one house we saw a wild cat which had been shot in the woods. It was as large as a common-sized dog. We have several times had one of the teams fast in the sloughs. During this journey brothers Cope and Benbow went with their teams foremost and thus secured to themselves the best accommodations and provisions. We was obliged to submit to it and take what we could get. When our teams viz our 3 and Cope's 14 and Benbow's 2 and Walter Cran 1 arrived at Dixon, the others being considerable behind, we made inquiry as to the probability of boats going down the river. We was told that some boats had gone a week previous, but it was not likely that any more would go this season. We then asked if there was any boat we could buy, but of this we could get no satisfaction. We were advised to take our teams and go over to Fulton and there take steamboat. To this I objected on account of Turley not being arrived. Cope was disposed to go and would not unload his wagon. I engaged a house for the whole company at $1, 24 hours. We went to the house and unloaded our wagons, myself being determined not to move until the others arrived. I paid the team's men $75 for the 3 teams, but desired them to wait till morning to see what course Elder Turley would pursue. It appears that at this place I offended Brother Cope from what he said afterwards. In the building was 3 rooms, one a small room which would scarce hold our folks. Into this we moved our boxes and laid down our bedding, no beds. During this time Mr. Copes brought some of their luggage and saying they would go in there for they had as much right as anyone else or something like this. But when they saw us lay our bedding down they took their things out, apparently much grieved. But I would not submit to move out as we had submitted to the worst fare all the way from Chicago, and I had took the house and considered myself at liberty to go into any part one chose. November 8th, 1840 Sunday. This morning Walter Cran engaged his team and started for Fulton. Mr. Cope wanted to do likewise and asked my intentions. I told him I would not move any further until the remainder of the company arrived. He seemed a little vexed and would rather have gone on. In order to pacify him and others, I started back with our teams to meet the others. We met them about 7 miles from Dixon. I gave Turley a statement of things as I had found them, and that I believed it was possible to go down Rock River. Brother Cope still desired to go by land to Fulton. I told him I had no disposition to go and leave the pur behind, as was evident we should have to do if we went that way. He then manifested anger and said he had not either, etc. We arrived back about 2 o'clock. November 9th, 1840 Monday. This day Elder Turley purchased a boat bottom for $75 and engaged 2 men to fit it up ready for sailing. November 13th, 1840 Friday. During this week the boat has been got ready, myself and many of the brethren assisted. We got our luggage on board to start, but it being late and beginning to snow it was decided not to move until morning. While load, the boat Brother Cope and I had a few words again. I had fixed some our boxes in one corner of the boat, and Cope brought his and was determined to have them fixed up to ours so that we could get no more of ours up to them. I told him what I had intended to do. He was vexed and said, "You nasty scamp, I pay as much as you." We had not many more words, but seemed much vexed. I told him to use his pleasure and I would be satisfied. November 14th, 1840 Saturday. This AM Brother Cope declined going with us in the boat and would not pay his share according to his agreement. I paid down one half of the expenses and we got loaded and prepared to start. We left Woodgate at Dixon and started about 10 o'clock. We went about 12 miles and tarried overnight at Stirling. The weather was very cold. November 20th, 1840 Friday. This day we passed over the rapids. The greater part of us walked while the boat went over. It stuck fast once but was not damaged. Soon after this we entered the Mississippi River, which caused us to rejoice much. November 21st, 1840 Saturday. This night we had to camp at a wood, there being no houses near. We had some rain. Elder Turley and some others camped in the wood. He spake much to them and called upon those who had had quarrels to forgive each and manifest it. Many acknowledged their faults and asked forgiveness. Some spake in tongues and William Poole interpreted. It was a time of rejoicing. November 22nd, 1840 Sunday. We arrived at Burlington this evening, and as we anticipated landing at Commerce on the morrow, many of us washed ourselves and changed our cloths. Many of our family slept on a carpet on the floor. November 23rd, 1840 Monday. In the AM, Elder Turley and myself had some unpleasant words in consequence of his taking the boat round some islands which appeared to me and others to be considerable out of our course. I spake to him about it, but he would not listen. I then turned my conversation to C. Price. Elder Turley then said if I did not cease to agitate the minds of the company, he would put to shore and leave the boat. This was said in an unpleasant spirit. In the PM we got the boat fast on a tree and lost considerable time. After Elder Turley had tried his own way to move the boat a long time, but in vain, I begged of him to let me have my plan. After much request he partially consented, and finding it likely to answer he yielded to my plan, and the boat was soon loosed. We sailed until after dusk, almost determined to go to Commerce that night. But seeing a light on shore we made towards it, and hearing a man, we asked how far we were from Commerce. He said 9 miles. At which report we concluded to stay for the night. November 24th, 1840 Tuesday. This AM Elder Turley, having been in company with a man from Commerce, said that if any choose to walk, that man would conduct them, at which William Poole, myself, and several others went along with him by land to Commerce, where we arrived at about 12 o'clock. We called at the Upper Stone House and found Sister Garner from Manchester. They had arrived about 1 week previous, having been 6 months on their way. We then went to Sister Hiram Clark's and on our way called at Francis Moon's. After we had been here a little while, we perceived Elder Turley and some others coming. Knowing then that the boat had arrived, we returned to the boat, and after taking a little dinner, we proceeded according to the appointment of committee to move our luggage to a new house on the banks of the Mississippi River. Thus ended a journey of over 5,000 miles, having been exactly 11 weeks, and about 10 hours between leaving Liverpool and arriving at our journey's end. We had been much exposed to cold weather and suffered many deprivations and disconveniences, yet, through the mercy of God, we landed safe and in good health, with the exception of 2 persons, one of whom died soon after landing. We were pleased to find ourselves once more at home and felt to praise God for his goodness. We did not get all our luggage unloaded that night, and having no fire, we concluded to take the invitation of Brother Henry Moore and stay overnight at his house. He kindly gave us our breakfast the following morning. We slept on the floor. On the morning of the 25th, we proceeded to unload the remainder of our luggage. Brother Thompson lent us a small stove. The house being small for 14 of us, viz. William Poole and family, Richard Jenkinson and wife, Mary Ware, and my father-in-law's family and my family, we was some crowded, but we were pretty comfortable. We made our bed on hay on the floor, and was obliged to move them every morning for the room. After a few weeks we made our beds upstairs and fill them with oak leaves. In a few days after we arrived at Nauvoo, Elder Hiram Smith came for me to go on board the steamboat Nauvoo. I spent 1 day on it, and it was then concluded not to sail her any more this season. We remained at this house 7 weeks, during which time we made inquiry concerning some land, and after much consultation I went to Hiram Smith for counsel. He said he had some land to sell in Iowa Territory for $3 an acre, and he counseled us to go. We finally concluded to move over the river into the territory. The saints frequently told us that the devil was over the river, but this did not hinder us from going. I agreed with William Smith for 185 acres of land, and was to pay for it out of my wages on the steamboat which he insured to dash. I was to give him one half of my wages until it was paid up. We also bought a wagon of him for $60, paying half down the rest with the land. We bought a yoke of oxen and chain for $55 and 3 hogs for $8 of Mr. Thomas Grover. We did not attend many meetings while on the side the river. We heard Joseph speak twice and Sidney Rigdon once. We attended singing meetings frequently and often had to sing "Gentle Gale" for Joseph and others. On January 12, 1841, we began to move our luggage over the river on the ice, which occupied 4 days in the whole. I had previously taken a house a little from Montrose at 18 per month. This house smoked very bad, and we had oftentimes to be without fire and cook out of doors. We found things in some measure, as was told, viz. The saints to be in a very bad state, and having no meetings, full of envy, strife, and contention, and in a very bad state. Soon after we arrived here the weather began to be extremely cold, and having no wood for fire it seemed as though we must be froze to death. We were still 13 in number, and all could not get to the fire. When the weather moderated, we went to cutting logs and hauling them for building, also making rails. We got our house part raised by the 8th of March, William Poole assisting us. At this time William Poole moved over the river to seek employment and left us. We continued to labor preparing rails and house, etc., until about the 16th of March, when we seemed to be all at once put under a cloud of trouble. In the night I was taken sick and could not go to work for a few days. We had a hog we set much store on and was very desirous to keep him to breed from. On the 15th he got out of the pen and did not come home at night. On the morning of the 16th he came home cut, which was a sad grief to us. We afterwards learned partially that the person who cut the hog was Dr. Patton of the High Council, all in parentheses is crossed out. Not true. On the same day about 5 o'clock, while I was set doing a little something in the house, a person called and said the new house was all on fire. I immediately sprang up and started off. Just as I got to the door I saw a wagon going that way and I got into it. Having 2/4 miles to go, we was some time before we arrived. When I got there I found the lady who lived at Beausir's house had carried water from the house about 1/4 of a mile and put the fire partly out. I soon put all the fire out and ascertained that the house had not sustained much damage, but a large rope which cost $2.50, also a pair of bed cords, was entirely burned to ashes, which our circumstances was a considerable loss to us. We have during the winter had this chimney on fire 3 times. First on a cold day when William Poole killed his hog. He made too large a fire and the chimney was turned on. March 19, 1841, I commenced planting seed for the first time in this land. On the latter day, while I was busy in the garden, a person named William Miller, who said he had a claim upon the land we bought from Hiram Smith, came up, and with him a constable and another man. The constable drew from his pocketbook a paper and read it to me, which was a notice to quit the land signed William Miller. I felt some astonished at this, but not many words passed between us. Miller said he had been to Brother Ripley, who was somewhat saucy, and told him he must fight it out, and that was the way he intended to do it. A few days after I took the notice paper over the river to Sister Smith, who advised me to take no notice of it, but to proceed with our business. I however felt it would be wisdom to wait a while, as we expected Hiram at home in a few weeks. March 24, 1841, Wednesday. This night the constable brought me a summons to appear before Justice Spain to answer to William Miller for trespass on his premises. March 26, 1841, Friday. I went over the river to see Brother Ripley and ask his counsel. I called at the store and made Joseph acquainted with the circumstance, who ordered Brother Thompson to write a few lines to Bishop Ripley in his name, requesting him to take the matter into his own hands and appear with me before the justice. I saw Brother Ripley, who said I need trouble myself no further, he would see to it. I would here state that during the past few months I have had much trouble concerning the boat which was made at Dixonville. I have repeatedly endeavored to see Mr. Benbow, who owns 1/2 of it, and settle with him, but have yet been disappointed. He has been for counsel to Brother Law and has divided the boat and taken away his share. Soon as I learned this, I also went to brother-in-law for counsel, who advised me to get 2 men to value the portion of the boat which fell to us, and then charge the whole company with the whole of the deficiency. This I immediately attended to and made out bills for all our own family, taking an equal share of the loss. Some of the accounts I took in, and the first man who complained was John Blessed. He did not believe it was a just debt, and did not intend to pay except others did, etc. His conduct since has fully proved that he does not intend to pay, for he has been insolent both to myself and Lydia and her mother, who have been to ask repeatedly for the money. But hitherto we can get no satisfaction whether he will pay or no. March 28, 1841, Sunday. This day we met at Montrose. Uncle John Smith presided. He called upon all who had hardness and who had transgressed to confess and repent. He stated that about 12 months ago he had appointed them a person to take charge of the meeting and administer the sacrament, which he had only attended to once since that time. After many had confessed, he called upon myself and Borthur Nickerson to break bread and administer, which was done, and we hope it will be continued faithfully hereafter. March 30th, 1841, Tuesday. This day I made a contract for a cow with Abner Tibbets for $20 value, to be cut out in cord wood at 75 cents per cord. She calved on the morning after and seems to answer pretty well. April 2nd, 1841, Brother Nickerson settled with William Miller for his claim on the land, and we can now pursue our improvements. April 6th, 7, 8, 9, 1841, these 4 days I attended conference. On the 7th, I was organized with the high priest quorum and sat with them during the conference. I was much pleased with the order of the meeting. When any case was to appear before the church, it was first put by the bishop to the quorum of the lesser priesthood, then by the president of the elders to that quorum, then the 70, then high priests, then high council, and lastly to the presidency. If any objection arose, it had to be tried by that quorum, who objected, but a majority of the quorums decided the matter. The names of the official characters are as follows: Joseph Smith, first president; Sidney Rigdon and William Law, counselors. Brother Law was appointed counselor at this conference in the stead of Hiram Smith, who was appointed a prophet, seer, and revelator, according to a revelation given January 19, 1841. Brother Law was objected to by our quorum, but honorably elected after investigation on account of the ill health of Sidney Rigdon. John C. Bennett was appointed in his stead until Brother Rigdon's health improved. Names of the 12 or traveling high council: Brigham Young, Heber Chase Kimball, Parley P. Pratt, Orson Hyde, William Smith, John Taylor, John E. Page, Wilford Woodruff, Willard Richards, George Albert Smith, and Lyman White was appointed in the room of D. W. Patton, deceased. Standing high council: Samuel Bent, Henry G. Sherwood, George W. Harris, Thomas Grover, Newell Knight, Louis D. Wilson, Aaron Johnson, David Fulmer, Alpheus Cutler, William Huntington Sr., William Allreed. Leonard Sobey was appointed this conference. Presidents of the High Priest Quorum: Don C. Smith. Counselors: Noah Packard, Amasa Lyman. President of Elders Quorum: John A. Hicks. Counselors: Samuel Williams, Jesse Baker. Quorum of Seventies: Joseph Young, Isaiah Butterfield, Daniel Miles, Henry Hearmond, Zerah Pulsifer, Levi Hancock, and James Foster. Lesser Priesthood priests: Samuel Rolfe, Stephen Markham. Hezekiah Peck. Counselors: Teachers: Elisha Everett, James W. Huntsman, James Hendrick. Deacons: Phineas R. Bird, David Wood, William W. Lane. Bishopric: Vincent Knights. Counselors: Samuel H. Smith and Shadrach Roundy. Newell K. Whitney. Counselors: Jonathan H. Hale, William Felshaw. George Miller. Counselors: Peter Hawes and John Snyder. Isaac Higbee. Counselors: Graham Coltrane and John S. Higbee. Alanson Ripley had his bishopric taken from him for frequently being drunk and not fit for business. President of the stake: William Marks. Counselors: Austin Coles and Charles C. Rich. April 6, 1841, the Nauvoo Legion was drawn up to exercise and afterwards proceeded to the temple ground to lay the cornerstones. The first presidency proceeded to lay the southeast cornerstone. The High Council laid the southwest corner in the name of the traveling High Council. The president of High Priest quorum the northwest and the bishops the northeast. See Times and Seasons, April 15th. Before the ceremony of laying the cornerstones, President Rigdon delivered an address for the occasion in his usual powerful manner. April 8th, 1841, Thursday. President Sidney Rigdon delivered a discourse on baptism for the dead, showing the propriety and absolute necessity of such an ordinance. After preaching, many were baptized for their dead relatives and many for the remission of sins. At this conference, a revelation was read, given January 19th, 1841, containing instructions to build the temple and a boarding house called the Nauvoo House, Nauvoo Temple, and many other important items. A short revelation was also read concerning the saints in Iowa. The question had been asked, "What is the will of the Lord concerning the saints in Iowa?" It read to the following effect: "Verily thus saith the Lord, let all those my saints who are assaying to do my will gather themselves together upon the land opposite to Nauvoo and build a city unto my name, let the name of Zarahemla be named upon it. And all who come from the east and west and north and south who have desires, let them settle in Zarahemla, that they may be prepared for that which is in store for a time to come," etc. Brother Joseph, when speaking to one of the brethren on the subject, says, "You have Hans Mill for a sample." Many of the brethren immediately made preparations for moving in here, but on account of its being so late in the season, President John Smith advised to get through with planting and then proceed to move in. April 16th, 1841, Alice Moon's family arrived from Pittsburgh, state of Pennsylvania. April 25th, 1841, Brother Clark arrived with a company of saints, amongst whom was my sister Alice. May 1st, 1841, we finished cutting the 26 cord of wood for corn. Same day, Brewett's company arrived, amongst whom was Seth Cook and family. May 2nd, 1841, Elders William Law and Hiram Smith preached at Zarahemla. On the 6th, my wife was taken poorly about 4 o'clock a.m. Her mother was on the other side the river. As soon as it was light, she wanted me to go and fetch her. I went and got Brother Davis's skiff and went across as hard as I could and was about 2 hours away. When she got back, she was delivered of a daughter, who are both doing very well. She got up on the 8th and continued to mend without interruption. The child is named Henrietta Lucretia Patton Clayton. May 9th, 1841, Joseph preached on his side on baptism for the dead. See record. Afterwards, a number was baptized, both for remission of sins and for the dead. I was baptized first for myself and then for my grandfather Thomas and grandmother Ellen Clayton, grandmother Mary Cripley, and Aunt Elizabeth Birdwood. April 24th, 1841, I was requested to attend meeting of the High Council at President John Smith's. I was appointed one of the number in the place of Erastus Snow, who is gone preaching. At this council, Willard Snow was appointed to get up a company of independent riflemen. I have joined this company. May 16th, 1841, I went over the river to hear Joseph speak on election and eternal judgment. See record. June 30th, 1841, we have continued to labor very hard in splitting rails up to the present time. The weather now begins to be very hot, almost more than we can bear. We are yet very far short of completing the fence and in danger of having the corn spoiled by cattle every day. July 1st, 1841, early in the morning, I was taken very sick with vomiting and purging, which held me 5 or 6 hours very severely. I could not go to work. I felt a little better on Friday and Saturday. On Sunday, I went over the river and saw Brother Kimball and went with him to Sister Urat's, where we took a little dinner. July 5th, 1841, I attended the celebration of American liberty at Zarahemla. We was called to drill at 8 in the morning and continued until about 4 o'clock, at which time the company went to dinner, which was set out in a field on account of so many being present. The provisions was done before all had had dinner. I was sure without and felt bad for want of meat. August 14th, 1841, Alice Moon died. August 17th, 1841, up to the present time, I have been very sick after the 5th. As stated above, I went to work on the 6th, but was not able to do much. On the 7th, I was seized with the bilious fever and after a few days' suffering took an emetic which gave me relief. Soon as I began to amend, I was seized with the ague and fever and shook every day. After about 10 days shaking, I was advised by Dr. Rogers to take some pills. I objected, but Sister Taylor had bought some quinine, and I finally, for her sake, concluded to take it. These pills broke the ague for about 10 days, during which time I had another attack of the bilious fever and took an emetic which gave relief. After about 10 days relief from the ague, I was seized with it again and had it every day for about 2 weeks. At this time we were near all sick and had been except Lydia, and on this day Thomas Moon died a quarter before 11 a.m. after about 2 weeks' sickness. On this day also the brethren went to haul rails and put up the fence around our field, but did not complete it on account of being short of rails. Soon after there were many cattle in the field, especially Mr. Cope's, sometimes to the number of 35 in one day. The brethren again went to haul more rails and complete the fence, but did not make it secure. Consequently, cattle continually were eating up the corn until they destroyed the whole, both the corn and fodder. On the 19th drive Culbertson came and said he would cure us of the ague and charge nothing for his trouble. Accordingly 5 of us took each a dose of calomel and castor oil. Afterwards 1 teaspoonful of bitters every hour for 8 hours. This broke our ague for some time. On the 20th, our infant child Henrietta Lucretia Patton Clayton died after being sick and having chills some time. During the last 2 days she suffered much at times, and especially in the last hour of her life. When dead, she was as pretty as I ever saw in my life. She died about 10 minutes after 3 p.m. This was a grief to us, but we, afterwards, saw the hand of God in it and saw it was best to be so during this time. August 8th, 1841, President John Smith and several other brethren came, and for the first time during our sickness we received the sacrament. Afterwards, President Smith asked particularly concerning our circumstances, and being pressed I told him that had not a privilege of having many things which we greatly needed. After this the church helped us considerable. Being advised by Brother Kimball to buy 2 city lots and move into the city of Zarahemla, according to a previous revelation, on the 30th I went over to President John Smith's and bought 2. September 11th, 1841, Lydia Moon Sr. was taken suddenly ill and remained very sick 3 or 4 weeks. On the 18th, Richard Jenkinson died, apparently suffering much. About this time we suffered severely on account of having no fire in the house. The chimney was blown down in March and was not built up again until George A. Smith, one of the 12, and Brother Montague came on the 29th with a load of wood and afterwards built up the chimney, for which we felt thankful. The weather was wet, and having no fire in the house our clothing were damp and we took cold. Consequently on the 21st I began to shake every day again. On the 28th Brother Tanner brought us some beef. October 6th, Ellen Jenkinson died. She was never baptized nor believed in this work while she lived. We had about 1 acre of potatoes planted, and the time now came that they should be dug. We sent over to William Poole to come and help us, also to Ed Whitby. They both promised to come but were sick at the time. They did not come after they got better. Seeing this, and after waiting until the frost had destroyed about 1/2, I began to dig them myself. I dug in the morning until the ague came on, and afterwards as long as I could bear. I was soon reduced so that I was not able to dig any longer, and then my wife and her sister Lydia dug the remainder and gathered about 12 acres of corn which we had on the farm we rented. About the middle of November I came over to Nauvoo, and their Brother Kimball counseled us to move over the river into Nauvoo, which we did on the 14th of December. We were still sick and occasionally shaking. We moved into a very bad house and suffered much from cold. We remained here 6 weeks and then moved to where we are now living, viz. lot south of the burying ground. During the 6 weeks above mentioned, I proved that William Poole, who had always professed to be my friend, had been striving to cause a separation in the family, viz. to cause Mother Moon to turn me out of doors, and in order to accomplish this he had told Margaret many reports, one of which was that I was the sole cause of her father's death. February 10th, 1842, Brother Kimball came in the morning to say that I must go to Joseph Smith's office and assist Brother Richards. I accordingly got ready and went to the office and commenced entering tithing for the Nauvoo temple. I was still shaking with the ague every day, but it did not much disable me for work. February 12th, 1842, Saturday. I was able to continue writing all day although I had the ague, but not severe. February 13th, 1842, Sunday. We had a singing meeting at Brother Farr's. Brother and Sister Kimball was present. February 17th, 1842 Thursday. I dined at Sister Hyde's with Brother Joseph Smith, Heber Kimball, Wilford Woodruff, Brigham Young, and Willard Richards. At night saw W. and S. February 18th, 1842 Friday. Pained with toothache all day, heard Joseph read a great portion of his history. William Clayton's Nauvoo Diaries and Personal Writings, a chronological compilation of the personal writings of William Clayton while he was a resident of Nauvoo, Illinois. November 24th, 1840 through February 27th, 1846. Robert C. Fillerup, compiler. Introduction. Beginning in early 1842, William Clayton became involved in nearly every important activity in Nauvoo, including the private concerns of the prophet. In this respect, his life reflects the Nauvoo experience better than does the life of almost anyone else, even better that many church leaders who were often away on missions. He became an intimate friend and confidant of Joseph Smith, writing letters for him, recording revelations, and performing important errands. As a scribe, he kept the sacred book of the law of the Lord, was officially designated to write the history of the Nauvoo Temple, helped prepare the official history of Joseph Smith. Indeed, his personal journals become the source for many entries in that history and kept various other books and accounts as assigned. He was a member of the temple committee and kept all the financial and other records dealing with the building of the temple, including the collection and recording of tithes. Later, after the baptismal font was completed, it was up to Clayton to issue receipts certifying that a person was entitled to the privileges of the font for baptisms for the dead because he had paid tithing. He became Nauvoo City Treasurer, Recorder, and Clerk of the Nauvoo City Council, Secretary Pro Tem of the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge, an officer of the Nauvoo Music Association, and a member of the committee responsible for erecting the music hall in Nauvoo. He also became a member and clerk of the highly important Council of 50, as well as a member of Joseph Smith's private prayer circle. He may have functioned in more public and semi-public capacities than almost any other person in Nauvoo, save Joseph Smith. What is important here, however, is not just the Nauvoo that Clayton saw and helped build, but the Nauvoo that Clayton felt deep inside. Only by capturing the feelings and emotions of a disciple such as Clayton can we understand the real meaning of Nauvoo in the lives of the Illinois Saints. From James B. Allen, One Man's Nauvoo, William Clayton's Experience in Mormon, Illinois, Journal of Mormon History, Volume 6, 1979, pp. 42-3. Sources. This compilation attempts to capture chronologically all of the personal writings of William Clayton while he was a resident of Nauvoo, Illinois. It begins with the day Clayton arrived in Nauvoo and ends with the day he left Nauvoo and crossed the Mississippi River for the trek west. It does not include official writings made for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, such as notices in newspapers, correspondence for Joseph Smith, entries in official record books, other men's diaries, such as Heber C. Kimball, etc. Based upon some estimates made by James B. Allen, it is probable that this compilation contains less than 30% of the whole. 1. The sources used in this compilation are detailed below. Occasionally, a single source is used, in which case the source is detailed in a footnote. See May 1st, 1843, for example. Manchester Mormons, The Journal of William Clayton, 1840 to 1842, ed. James B. Allen and Thomas G. Alexander, Santa Barbara and Salt Lake City. Peregrine Smith Incorporated, 1974. Entries from November 24th, 1840, when Clayton first arrived in Nauvoo, through February 13th, 1842 are included here. Letter, Heart Throbs of the West, Volume 5, 1944, pages 373-80. Nauvoo 1, Diary for November 27th, 1842 through April 28th, 1843 and September 25th. 1844 through March 31st, 1845. Original diary in possession of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Salt Lake City, Utah. Nauvoo 2. Diary for April 27, 1843 through September 24, 1844. Original in possession of the LDS Church. Nauvoo 3. Diary for June 14 through June 22, 1844. Inserted under the cover of the 1842 to 1845 diary. Original in possession of the LDS Church. Nauvoo 4. Diary for April 1845 through January 30, 1846. Original in possession of the LDS Church. Pioneer Journal. William Clayton's Journal. A daily record of the journey of the original company of Mormon pioneers from Nauvoo, Illinois, to the Valley of the Great Salt Lake City, Utah. Clayton Family Association, 1921. Entries for February 8, 1846 through February 27, 1846, the day Clayton crossed the Mississippi River and left Nauvoo, have been included here. Temple History. The original document is located in the LDS Church Archives and is entitled Nauvoo Temple History Journal, William Clayton, 1845. It was published serially as an interesting journal by William Clayton in the Juvenile Instructor, Volume 21, 1886, numbers 2 to 10, 12 to 13, and 15 to 20. There are only minor and essentially insignificant differences between the manuscript document and the printed version. Page number references are to the instructor. Because of the narrative manner in which this source was written, entries sometimes contain information covering a time span. It is possible that there are some entries in the original manuscript that were never published. See the footnote to the date of April 6, 1845. It was also printed as Appendix B in Smith, an Intimate Chronicle, pages 525 to 553. Extracts. Clayton probably kept a private book, or record, while in Nauvoo. The original is not known to exist, but copies of extracts from William Clayton's private book exist. See the note for the date of 9 May 1841 herein. The words of Joseph Smith, page 93, Allen, page 146. Endpoint 30. It was printed as Appendix A in Smith, an Intimate Chronicle, pages 513 to 524. Council of 50. L. John Nuttall made a 15-page extract from Clayton's journals in the 1880s concerning the Kingdom of God and Council of 50. Nuttall was Clayton's successor as Clerk of the Kingdom. Nuttall's manuscript is entitled Extracts from the Journal of Elder W. M. Clayton regarding the K. of G. and is located in the Archives, Historical Department, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Salt Lake City, Utah. These extracts were published in Andrew F. Ehat. It Seems Like Heaven Began on Earth, Joseph Smith and the Constitution of the Kingdom of God, Brigham Young University Studies 20, Spring, 1980, pages 266 to 273. Allen 1. James B. Allen, One Man's Nauvoo, William Clayton's Experience in Mormon, Illinois, Journal of Mormon History, Volume 6, 1979. Clayton. Diary entries are sometimes given as direct quotes, but are more often restated in Allen's words. See Allen 2 below. Allen 2. Trials of Discipleship, The Story of William Clayton, James B. Allen. Urbana and Chicago, University of Illinois Press, 1987. Allen quotes from the Clayton journals, both verbatim and descriptively, although in many cases the quotes are incomplete or are rewritten by Allen. These entries have been added chronologically, although in most cases they appear in Allen's work by subject. Words. Andrew F. Ehat and Lyndon W. Cook. The words of Joseph Smith. The contemporary accounts of the Nauvoo discourses of the prophet Joseph. Brigham Young University, Provo, Utah, 1980. Entries from Clayton's Nauvoo diaries which recorded addresses and public comments by Joseph Smith. Affidavit. A statement made by Clayton and sworn to before a notary on February 16, 1874 in Salt Lake City, Utah. Published in Andrew Jensen. The Historical Record, Salt Lake City, Utah, 1888, pages 224 to 226. Although not a writing made in Nauvoo, it relates almost exclusively to the Nauvoo period and contains information not found elsewhere, which was possibly taken from Clayton's own diaries. It was printed as Appendix C in Smith, an Intimate Chronicle, pages 555 to 559. Most of the entries from Nauvoo 1, 2, 3, and 4 were first published in Gerald and Sandra Tanner, Clayton's Secret Writings Uncovered. Extracts from the diaries of Joseph Smith's secretary William Clayton, Salt Lake City, Modern Microfilm, 1982, although the extracts were not presented chronologically. Additional entries from these diaries have been included here which did not appear in Tanner's publication. For additional information on the Clayton diaries, see A Hat, It Seems Like Heaven Began on Earth, page 266. Allen, One Man's Nauvoo, page 42. A Hat and Cook, Words of the Prophet Joseph Smith, page 263. Tanner's Clayton's Secret Writings Uncovered, Introduction. Salt Lake City Messenger, Utah Lighthouse Ministry, number 53, March 1984, Salt Lake City, pages 5 to 8, and BYU Studies, volume 35, number 2, 1995, pages 165 to 175, which consists of a review by James B. Allen of George D. Smith edition. In Intimate Chronicle, The Journals of William Clayton. Comments on an Intimate Chronicle, The Journals of William Clayton. George D. Smith, ed., Signature Books, Salt Lake City, 1991, paperback, edition 1995. Only a cursory attempt has been made to compare the entries herein to those found in an Intimate Chronicle, The Journals of William Clayton. Initial observations indicate that George Smith's version is based entirely on the notes of Andrew A. Hat as published by the Tanners. It appears that Smith did not include any of the material found in the Allen publications which was not already contained in the Tanner publication. Similarly, Smith did not include all of the entries found in A Hat's BYU Studies article on the Kingdom of God. It should be noted that an entry found on page 93 in Smith's work is incorrect. The entry shown for January 20th, 1843, Friday, is really January 29th, 1843, Sunday. See words, page 164. Other mistakes in Smith indicate that he probably did not even compare his entries to those found in words. For example, Smith did not include either of the Clayton entries for April 8, 1843. See words, pages 182 and 190. Smith also apparently did not realize that there are sometimes two versions in A Hat's notes for the same date. See here in the entry for June 18, 1844 and the accompanying footnote. And finally, Smith did not include some of the other published entries from Clayton's diaries. For example, the entry for May 1, 1843 is printed more completely in Blood Atonement and the Origin of Plural Marriage. Of interest is footnote 129 on page LVI of Intimate Chronicle, which indicates that Smith may have included some entries supplied by an unnamed researcher that do not appear in the A Hat materials. I have not been able to yet identify any such entries. James B. Allen wrote a review of an Intimate Chronicle in BYU Studies, volume 35, number 2, 1995, pages 165 to 75. There Allen points out most of the flaws in George Smith's compilation. Allen points out on page 167 that Smith's abridgment is based almost entirely on the Tanners' publication, with some additions from a few other sources. 1840, November 24th, 1840, Tuesday, Manchester, page 200. Tuesday. This A.M. Elder Turley, having been in company with a man from Commerce, said that if any choose to walk, that man would conduct them, at which William Poole, myself, and several others went along with him, by land to Commerce, where we arrived about 12 o'clock. We called at the Upper Stone House and found Sister Garner from Manchester. They had arrived about 1 week previous, having been 6 months on their way. We then went to Sister Hiram Clark's and on our way called at Francis Moon's. After we had been here a little while, we perceived Elder, Turley, and some others coming. Knowing then that the boat had arrived, we returned to the boat, and after taking a little dinner we proceeded, according to the appointment of committee, to move our luggage to a new house on the banks of the Mississippi River. Thus ended a journey of over 5,000 miles, having been exactly 11 weeks and about 10 hours between leaving Liverpool and arriving at our journey's end. We had been much exposed to cold weather and suffered many deprivations and disconveniences, yet through the mercy of God we landed safe and in good health, with the exception of 8 persons, one of whom died soon after landing. We were pleased to find ourselves once more at home and felt to praise God for His goodness. We did not get all our luggage unloaded that night, and having no fire, we concluded to take the invitation of Brother Henry Moore and stay overnight at his house. He kindly gave us our breakfast the following morning. We slept on the floor. November 25th, 1840, Wednesday, Manchester, page 201. On the morning of the 25th, we proceeded to unload the remainder of our luggage. Brother Thompson lent us a small stove. The house being small, for 14 of us, viz. William Poole and family, Richard Jenkinson and wife, Mary Ware, and my father-in-law's family and my family, we was some crowed, but we were pretty comfortable. We made our bed on hay on the floor and was obliged to move them every morning for the room. After a few weeks we made our beds upstairs and fill them with oak leaves. In a few days after we arrived at Nauvoo, Elder Hiram Smith came for me to go on board the steamboat Nauvoo. I spent one day on it, and it was then concluded not to sail her any more this season. We remained at this house 7 weeks, during which time we made inquiry concerning some land, and after much consultation I went to Hiram Smith for counsel. He said he had some land to sell in Iowa Territory for $3 an acre, and he counseled us to go. We finally concluded to move over the river into the territory. The saints frequently told us that the devil was over the river and sea, but this did not hinder us from going. I agreed with William Smith for 185 acres of land, and was to pay for it out of my wages on the steamboat, which he insured to. I was to give him 1/2 of my wages until it was paid up. We also bought a wagon of him for $60, paying 1/2 down, the rest with the land. We bought a yoke of oxen and chain for $55 and 3 hogs for $8 of Mr. Thomas Grover. We did not attend many meetings while on this side of the river. We heard Joseph speak twice and Sidney Rigdon once. We attended singing meetings frequently and often had to sing Gentle Gale for Joseph and others. November 29th, 1840, Sunday. Letter, Nauvoo, November 29th, 1840. To Edward Martin and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Penwortham. William Clayton sends greetings, praying that the God of Joseph may fill you with all heavenly blessings and prepare you for the toilsome journey which lies before you and which he has safely brought us through. I rejoice that we have arrived at our journey's end and have the privilege of resting ourselves. Traveling is laborious work, and especially at this season of the year, but notwithstanding all the difficulties and dangers through which we have had to pass, we are here, and we are healthy and cheerful, for which we feel very thankful. If we had left England about 6 weeks sooner, we should have had a pleasant journey. I suppose more so than any other part of the year, but it is impossible to come this distance but what the weather will be either too hot or too cold, and we have had both. However, the journey lies before you, and although it is impossible for pen to describe to you the difficulties you will have to endure, you must come or suffer the vengeance of heaven, and for my part one will say that if I was in England now and had experienced all the journey, it would not in the least deter me from coming, for I have often found that in the greatest seasons of suffering we have the greatest cause of rejoicing, and so it has been with us, for when we have thought impossible, even then was our happiest moments. After all this, I am aware that all we have suffered is scarce a beginning to our share of the tribulations of these last days. At the time of harvest, men are sent to cut down the corn, and then it is drawn to the barn, but we have yet to be threshed and sifted, and perhaps the sifting time will be the worst to endure. Then the chaff and tares will be separated from the pure grain and will be ready for burning. The kingdom of heaven is like unto a net cast into the sea, but not until it was drawn to shore was the separation of the good and bad. That grain which cannot endure the shaking between the field and the barn is in great danger of being lost in the journey, and, if once separated from the sheaf and care of the farmer, it is in danger of being devoured by the fowls and other enemies. And they that hang down its head for fear of the toils of harvesting is of very little worth to the farmer. Those that come to this land must set their minds firm to come through all and not flinch if death should stare them in the face. The Lord calls for valiant-hearted men who are not afraid to die. A company of saints who come to this land would greatly lessen their sufferings by taking care to be firmly united together, for if once Satan can cause enmity or confusion, it is with great difficulty that you can repair the breach, especially when under such peculiar circumstances. We have been a kind of mixed company, and this has increased our troubles, some from one part of the country and some other. Some have been fed a little on strong food, others but newly baptized. Some have been much whipped, others scarcely heard their duty, and in such a company you may naturally suppose many things would occur to try all parties. I think another such a mixed company will not come together. At least, I hope not. We have not yet suffered sufficient to make us all of one mind, and wherever you go you may expect fine men as men and not as angels, and man is naturally prone to evil as the sparks fly upwards. But I need not tell you all this, for you have seen sufficient at home to prove to you what I have said. In my last letter, which I hope you have received, I gave you a general outline of those things which passed to the time we landed at New York. In this, I will give you a history of events since that time to the present. We tarried in New York until Wednesday, the 14th of October. During this time, we moved our luggage from the ship to the steamboat Congress for West Troy, about 6 miles beyond Albany. I had not very much privilege of inquiring into the state of things here, being so much busied with our luggage. Previous to our leaving the ship, the custom house officers came to examine our boxes, which was soon done, for they only looked at the top of the goods without examining to the bottom of our boxes. The captain of the ship North America told Elder Turley that he should be very glad to bring another company, the Saints, over. He inquired into our principles and if we had a church in New York. Elder Turley introduced him to President Foster, who told him where they held their meetings, etc. While here we learned that Bothers, Hyde, and Page were in Philadelphia, on their way to England. We desired to see them, but had not the privilege. 3 of the brethren left New York for England the week before we arrived there. The day before we left here I received a letter from Brother John Moon directed to a brother in New York. When I read this I felt a little troubled, for it stated that they were then residing in Allegheny in the state of Pennsylvania. They had nearly all been sick, but was then recovering, except Thomas, who is dead. Their calculation was to come up here in the spring. Some of them have got work about 25 miles from the family, but work was scarce. They have had a hard time of it, but not at all discouraged. This news made Thomas and Lydia sorry, because they had expected to have a happy meeting at Commerce, but it was not so. Provisions at New York were cheap. We could have a good supper for about 6 pence or 9 pence, English money. Honey, 5 pence per pound. Fruit very cheap. We left New York about 5 o'clock on the Wednesday afternoon, and a delightful sight we had at this time. 7 steamboats all left the harbor at once, which was a noble sight. 3 or 4 of our company tarried at New York. One family from Macclesfield, named Mops. The brethren here were much interested in our welfare and showed great kindness towards us. We slept on board the ship until this Tuesday, and this night we slept on the steamer. We were delighted with the appearance of the country and the beautiful cities planted along the Hudson River. We arrived at Albany about 5:30 and at West Troy at 9 on Thursday evening. At this place we tarried all night, and on Friday our company divided and went on 3 canal boats, 2 now being sufficient to carry us. We left West Troy about 4 o'clock, myself and Elder Turley taking the last boat. This canal is upwards of 360 miles long and is raised by a great number of locks. At the town of Lockport there are 5 locks together, which raises the canal 60 feet. This is a stupendous work. After these locks the canal has been cut through a rock of solid stone upwards of a mile. There were many Irish men at work here. As we passed along this canal we saw many fields of corn, and amongst the corn a great many large pumpkins, which look very beautiful and are also good for food. We also saw hundreds of apple trees loaded with rich fruit, far superior in taste to any in England. There were scores of bushless on the ground amongst which pigs roved at large but would not eat them. We could pick up as many as we wanted and left plenty to rot on the ground. Meat is cheap along this road. At one place Mr. Turley bought sheep, ready dressed for 6 shillings. We could get no very good butter and but little milk, as people will not take pains to churn the milk and in many instances will not milk the cows only as they need milk. There are a great many pigs kept all along which seem to run at large. We passed the town of Syracuse on the 21st. At this place there is 1,000 bush less of salt made per day. On Thursday the 22nd, Mr. Turley and myself left the boat which our folks were in and took the packet boat in order to overtake the other 2, which was a long way before us, on account of our boat not sailing on the Sunday, because the owner was religious. I was some amused at some things which I saw on the packet boat. One is the servants who wait at table are all dressed like ladies and eat at the same table as their master. The richest kind of food is served in these places, and at every meal as much fresh meat of different kinds as you can eat. We came in sight of the Erie River about 3 in the afternoon of Friday. Here I was surprised to see the great mountains of sand drifted along the coast of Lake Erie. We had a strong wind to encounter, and in one place our boat was driven on shore and some of the passengers thrown down by the shock. We arrived at Buffalo about 6 o'clock in the evening. We passed one boat near to Buffalo. The other had arrived in the morning. We had purposed to go to the Niagara Falls, as we was then only about 6 miles distant, but these boats being come in we could not have the privilege. On the morrow we went to engage a steamboat for Chicago, but quickly found that there was only one boat intending to go there at that time. This being the case, we had no privilege of going for any less than the ordinary fare, which was something more than $2 besides luggage. At this we felt troubled, because it was double the price we expected to go for. The other boat did not arrive until Sunday noon. The weather at this time began to blow very cold, and we had a considerable fall of snow. Some of the company went directly on board the steamboat and lodged there for a few nights. The others went into a warehouse to lodge. On the Saturday, Elder Turley made some more inquiry concerning the fare, but found it impossible to get to Chicago for less than $2 each person and half price for children. This was an important crisis. Many of the company was almost destitute of money, and some destitute of both meat and money, and could get no farther. There was not sufficient means to be had in the company to take the whole, and consequently some must remain at Buffalo. This was truly an affecting scene, but could not be avoided. At this time Elder Turley was almost heartbroken on account of having to leave some of the company, and as it was in former times, when he could see no way open, the Lord made his kindness manifest and sent deliverance whilst he was enunciating upon our situation. Brother Kellogg, the presiding elder at Kirtland, passed by him. Brother Turley knew him and stopped him. They had a season of rejoicing together, and Brother Turley told him the whole of our situation. Brother Kellogg immediately offered to take either the whole or part of the company to Kirtland, which is not very far from Buffalo. Here was our deliverance. The company began to rejoice, and all went off well. A privilege was then given to all who chose to go to Kirtland, and those who could go through to Commerce. Amongst those who went to Kirtland was George Slater and family from Penwortham. Many are those who went to Manchester. The Greenhaws concludes to remain in Buffalo a little season until they can get means to move themselves. They had money offered them to go on, but they preferred working themselves through. We felt considerable at parting with this part of our company, yet we knew that all was well. We have since seen that it was right. They went to Kirtland. We went on board the steamboat Illinois, but could not leave Buffalo at that time on account of the rough weather. It was very wet and cold, and we had considerable snowstorms. About 7 o'clock on Thursday morning, October 29th, we left Buffalo, and notwithstanding the bad weather we proceeded rapidly on Lake Erie. We called at Fairport partly on account of the storm and partly to take in wood for fire. There are scarcely any coals burned here. We were then only about 11 miles from Kirtland. I had a great desire to go and see the house of the Lord, but could not. In a few hours we started again. We had some pleasant sailing up the lakes after the wind abated. We saw many hundreds of wild ducks, especially upon the Lake St. Clair. We arrived at Chicago about 1:30 a.m., Wednesday, November 4th. At this place same day we engaged wagons to Dixonville about 110 miles from Chicago. I might have said that on the steamboat we had to sleep near to the engine where passengers was continually passing night and day almost. We laid our bed on boxes, but had so little room that often our feet was intruding beyond the bed and lay bare. It was not pleasant, but we could not help it. Sometimes we were almost suffocated with heat, at other times almost starved with cold. The vessel was crowded with passengers, and some of them of a course king. We left Chicago same day about 3:00 p.m. Our family and William Pools occupied 3 teams at $5 per team. First day we traveled about 12 miles across a dreadful prairie. We were delighted with its appearance. We called at an inn or tavern. Here we had to make a fire in the wok and cook and eat out of doors. We had the privilege of sleeping in the tavern upon the floor, but as we had expected our beds at Chicago to lighten the wagons, we found the soft side of the boards very hard for the first time. However, we slept pretty well, for we had been much fatigued during the day. We arose in the morning before daylight, made our fire out of doors, and got a comfortable breakfast. The oatmeal we brought from England came in well. We arrived at Dixonville about 3:00 on Saturday afternoon. Some of the company did not arrive until Sunday. During this journey, we cooked our victuals out of doors. At noon we had only 1 hour allowed us to cook and eat dinner, but in this time we made a fire, washed up pots, peeled potatoes, and boiled them, and fried our beef, and ate our dinner ready for starting at the hour's end. Old Lydia was about as active and cheerful as any one of us. Although we were thus situated, I assure you we were happy and cheerful. At Dixon we engaged an empty house to sleep in. There was no fireplace in the house, consequently we had to cook out of doors. The weather was cold, but in other respects favorable. About 10 besides children slept in the same house. At this place, as well as all along the way from Chicago, the natives manifested a great desire for our young women to remain with them, but at Dixon the whole company was desired to tarry and settle with them. Here we purchased a boat bottom, and in a few days had it ready for sailing. During the time we remained at Dixon we had to sleep on our boxes, and often the sides of a box made our bones ache, but the more we suffered the more cheerful we appeared. On Friday the 15th we went on board our boat and loaded our boxes. On the morrow we sailed down Rock River for commerce. On the 20th we passed the rapids. Here many of us got out to walk in order to lighten the boat. Amongst the number who walked was old Lydia and Thomas. We had to walk quick. Some of the time Thomas carried my daughter Sarah, who is very fat and heavy. I was some behind watching the progress of the boat, but just when I was overtaking them I saw Thomas put Sarah to walk, he being tired. Old Lydia, something like a young woman, seized Sarah in her arms and started off a quick pace. I was considerably amused at this, but went to her relief. I mention this to show that the journey has done the old folks no harm. Same day we entered the Mississippi River. On Saturday the 21st we had to camp in the woods, there being no houses near. We had fixed our tent over a few boxes, and 14 of us slept several nights in a place about 2.5 yards long and about 4 feet broad. We had not room to lay down and scarce room to sit. We could not stretch out our legs, which caused them to ache some. This seemed a hard fare, and it was about the worst of all our journey. One night it rained exceeding heavy, and the rain ran through the tent and wet us through. We could not take off our wet clothes, but let them dry on our backs. My wife and her mother were about the worst wet. Some of the time the frost was so severe that our tent was quite stiff, and we could scarce cook our victuals at all. On this night, the 21st, Elder Turley addressed the saints while camped in the woods, and it was a time long to be remembered. Some spoke in tongues, and William Poole interpreted. On Sunday night we called at a tavern, and as we expected, landing we washed and cleaned ourselves and changed our clothes. We got stuck fast on a tree on Monday, which hindered us some, and we did not arrive that night, but stopped about 9 or 10 miles from home. In the morning myself and several others left the boat and went across the country to Commerce, where we arrived about noon. The boat arrived about 2:00. We had not sailed in the night on account of island and trees which lay in the river and make it dangerous to navigate. We were near 11 days on this boat, during which time I never had my clothes off. Neither had William Poole, and he and myself was laid down only a few nights during this time, and then our bed was not feathers, but hay. Our family slept on boards, having the empty beds under them. The weather was exceeding cold, but preserved us, and we arrived in commerce well and joyful. A committee had been formed to provide accommodations for us when we arrived. William Poole's family and our family are living together in a very small house on the banks of the great Mississippi River. We were 11 weeks and about 11 hours between starting from Liverpool and landing at this place. The first person I met with whom I knew was Sister Jamer from Manchester. They left England last May and only arrived here the Friday before we did. They were 6 months on the way and suffered much. Soon after, I found Brother Francis Moon and family and Suttons from Longton living in a house which Francis has built since their arrival. I have seen Brother Moss from Preston and Brother Moore from Bolton. The saints here are poor on account of being driven, but their numbers are rapidly increasing. There are houses now, for 4 or 5 miles round, all occupied by saints. There has a great number arrived during the past winter. I have not been to visit any of the folks yet on account of being so busy arranging our house and making a little furniture. We use our boxes for chairs and tables and clothes chest and joiner bench. We sleep in straw beds, being without bedsteads. Thomas and old Lydia are sleeping on a bed of oak leaves, and they like it well. They say it is very easy. We are perfectly satisfied with the appearance of things here, and we have abundance of proofs that Joseph Smith Jr. is what he pretends to be, viz. a prophet of the Most High God, and this is the work of God, and will roll forth to the ends of the earth, and the Lord will gather his people. Let's not be discouraged. Tribulation will not hurt us, for although we have been tossed and exposed so much, old Lydia Moon says she is better than she has ever been for the past 15 years. She is not troubled with rheumatism, but looks considerable younger and more active than when we left England. Sister Mary is grown very fat and healthy, and so it is with nearly all of us. Myself is fatter than I ever was in my life, and far more healthy. In fact, and in short, all is well, and I hope we shall soon see our dear brothers and sisters from England in this place. We will have a happy meeting some day. We have not yet determined where we shall settle, but probably on the other side of the river in the Iowa Territory. The land is exceeding rich, wild grapes grow in great abundance. Also, nuts of many kinds. Peaches, citrus, pumpkins, squashes, and good potatoes. We buy sugar at 5 pence per pound and honey same price, molasses 2 pence per pound, potatoes 2 shillings per bushel, flour 20 shillings per 200 pounds, cornmeal 1/4 per bushel, beef about 3/2 pence per pound. We make our own candles, and soon we shall make our own soap. We can get no milk, scarce as it is winter season, and people here only milk their cows when they want a little milk. Clothing is very coarse and dear, and it will pay well to bring it from England. You can buy a pair of boots in New York or Buffalo for about 16 shillings. All kinds of ironworks are near here, and if I had to come again, I would bring a good set of joiner's tools along with me, and it would pay carriage. You must make your boxes very strong, say inch, boards well put together. Have them measured that 3 would make a bed, if needed. I would make them about 4 foot long, or nearly, and 2 foot 6 inches broad, and 2 foot deep. With regard to the care, etc., in the journey, I would say the less luggage you have, the less toil you will have. But when you get them here, they will pay for all the toil. I suppose the highest price would not cost you more than about 2 pence for the carriage, and that would be saved in a few articles. A handsaw, for instance, will cost about 10 or 12 shillings here, and other things in proportion. We brought considerable of pots, and I am glad we did, for they will pay for carriage. They are scarce in this region. Ours carried well, being packed tight together with hay. Save all your working clothes, or else get new before you come, that is if you can, but neither let clothes nor goods detain you from coming. The sooner you get the journey over, the better. I would advise all the women to get either linen or cotton trousers and flannel petticoats to keep them warm, for the weather is extremely cold in winter and exceeding hot in summer. A suit of cotton cloth or something very thin would be highly beneficial for now. Remember, all these things are dear here. I think they will be cheaper in a few years. It is folly to bring strong shoes with nails in from England. They are of little use here. All the men wear boots with no nails in them. There is no stone pavements or hard wood, and in wet weather you would often find yourself more than once deep in mud. I have only seen 2 or 3 pair of shoes except Englishmen had them. Stockings and worsted are valuable, and so is print. Howsoever, I will say a few words more concerning our health. Old Thomas has not had one day bad health since we left England, except a little seasickness. Margaret Moon is grown fatter, her clothes are growing small too. Sister Mary has grown so very fat that all her best dresses are very much too little. She is only one that she can wear, the others she cannot get on. Yesterday I had to take my pen knife and cut her new shift sleeves, which her sister made, open for. They had made her arms almost black. She is indeed a fat lump and has to keep going from house to house when has time to sing for the saints. A hymn which I composed on the ship has to be sung almost every time she goes out. Brother William Poole is at work for a farmer about 10 miles from here. He has grown so fat that all his clothes are too little. His wife also is very healthy, fat, and cheerful. She seems to be well and has lost her rheumatism. My wife and children are well at present. My youngest child has been poorly with her health. We are all about as merry as we dare be and would be glad to see you all here. To our circumstances more. The best brandy is 3 shillings a quart here, and at any of the taverns you may pour your own glass of anything for about 2 pence. Yet I have only seen about 3 drunken men since I arrived in America. I have heard of 3 I did not see. I may sober people, but very much inclined to impose upon strangers as they are traveling. Fresh meat is so cheap and plentiful that some of our folks are already through of it. Last night many of us was in company with Brother Joseph. Our hearts rejoice to hear him speak of the things of the kingdom. He is an affectionate man and as familiar as any of us. We feel to love him much, and so will you. I must close for the present, and I have not half done. Write to me often and direct W. Clayton, Nauvoo or Commerce either, Hancock Company, Illinois. I have this day had a letter from John Moon. They are in __________________. They have suffered much. Elder Kimball's wife received a letter from him on Friday last. I wish I could tell you all I want to do, but I must close. Yours as ever, William Clayton, December 1840. Extracts, words, page 44. Extracts from William Clayton's private book, A Key by Joseph Smith Deck, 1840. W. Ilam. C. Layton. If an angel or spirit appears, offer him your hand. If he is a spirit from God, he will stand still and not offer you his hand. If from the devil, he will either shrink back from you or offer his hand, which if he does, you will feel nothing but be deceived. A good spirit will not deceive. 2. Angels are beings who have bodies and appear to men in the form of man. 1841. January 5th, 1841, Tuesday. Extracts, words, page 59. Extracts from William Clayton's private book, by Joseph Janey. 5th, 1841, at the organization of a school of instruction. Description of Paul. He is about 5 foot high, very dark hair, dark complexion, dark skin, large Roman nose, sharp face, small black eyes, penetrating as eternity, round shoulders, a whining voice, except when elevated, and then it almost resembles the roaring or a lion. He was a good orator, but Dr. Benent is a superior orator, and like Paul is active and diligent, always employing himself in doing good to his fellow men. By Joseph, January 5th. 1841. Answer to the question, was the priesthood of Melchizedek taken away when Moses died? All priesthood is Melchizedek, but there are different portions or degrees of it. That portion which brought Moses to speak with God face to face was taken away, but that which brought the ministry of angels remained. All the prophets had the Melchizedek priesthood and was ordained by God himself. January 12th, 1841, Tuesday. Manchester, page 202. On January 12, 1841, we began to move our luggage over the river on the ice, which occupied 4 days in the whole. I had previously taken a house a little from Montrose at 18 per month. This house smoked very bad, and we had oftentimes to be without fire and cook out of doors. We found things in some measure as was told viz the saints to be in a very bad state, and having no meetings, full of envy, strife and contention, and in a very bad state. Soon after we arrived here the weather began to be extremely cold, and having no wood for fire it seemed as though we must be froze to death. We were still 31 in number, and all could not get to the fire. When the weather moderated we went to cutting logs and hauling them for building, also making rails. March 8, 1841, Thursday, Manchester, page 202. We got our house part raised by the 8th of March, William Poole assisting us. At this time William Poole moved over the river to seek employment and left us. March 16, 1841, Tuesday, Manchester, page 202. We continued to labor preparing rails and house and sea until about the 16th of March, when we seemed to be all at once put under a cloud of trouble. In the night I was taken sick and could not go to work for a few days. Same day we had a hog we set much store on and was very desirous to keep him to breed from. On the 15th he got out of the pen and did not come home at night. On the morning of the 16th he came home cut, which was a sad grief to us. We afterwards learned partially that the person who cut the hog was Dr. Patton of the High Council. Not true. On the same day about 5 o'clock, while I was set doing a little something in the house, a person called and said the new house was all on fire. I immediately sprang up and started off. Just as I got to the door I saw a wagon going that way, and I got into it. Having 2/4 miles to go, we was some time before we arrived. When I got there I found the lady who lived at Bosier's house had carried water from the house about 1/4 of a mile and put the fire partly out. I soon put all the fire out and ascertained that the house had not sustained much damage, but a large rope which cost $2.50, also a pair of bed cords, was entirely burned to ashes, which in our circumstances was a considerable loss to us. We have during the winter had this chimney on fire 3 times. First on a cold day when William Poole killed his hog. He made too large a fire and the chimney was turned on. 19. March 20th, 1841. Friday, Saturday, Manchester, page 203. I commenced planting seed for the first time in this land. On the latter day, while I was busy in the garden, a person named William Miller, who said he had a claim upon the land we bought from Hiram Smith, came up, and with him a constable and another man. The constable drew from his pocketbook a paper and read it to me, which was a notice to quit the land, signed William Miller. I felt some astonishment at this, but not many words passed between us. Miller said he had been to Brother Ripley, who was somewhat saucy, and told him he must fight it out, and that was the way he intended to do it. A few days after I took the notice paper to the river to Sister Smith, who advised me to take no notice of it, but to proceed with our business. I, however, felt it would be wisdom to wait a while, as we expected Hiram at home in a few weeks. March 24th, 1841, Wednesday, Manchester, page 204. Wednesday. This night the constable brought me a summons to appear before Justice Spain to answer to William Miller for trespass on his premises. March 26th, 1841, Friday, Manchester, page 204. Friday. I went over the river to see Brother Ripley and ask his counsel. I called at the store and made Joseph acquainted with the circumstance, who ordered Brother Thompson to write a few lines to Bishop Ripley in his name, requesting him to take the matter into his own hands and appear with me before the justice. I saw Brother Ripley, who said I need trouble myself no further, he would see to it. I would here state that during the past few months I have had much trouble concerning the boat which was made at Dixonville. I have repeatedly endeavored to see Mr. Benbow, who owns 1/2 of it, and settle with him, but have yet been disappointed. He has been for counsel to Brother Law and has divided the boat and taken away his share. Soon as I learned this, I also went to Brother Law for counsel, who advised me to get 2 men to value the portion of the boat which fell to us, and then charge the whole company with the whole of the deficiency. This I immediately attended to and made out bills for all our own family, taking an equal share of the loss. Some of the accounts I took in, and the first man who complained was John Blezed. He did not believe it was a just debt and did not intend to pay except others did, and c. His conduct since has fully proved that he does not intend to pay for he has been insolent both to myself and Lydia and her mother who have been to ask repeatedly for the money. But hitherto we can get no satisfaction whether he will pay or no. March 28th, 1841, Sunday, Manchester, page 205. Sunday. This day we met at Montrose. Uncle John Smith presided. He called upon all who had hardness and who had transgressed to confess and repent. He stated that about 12 months ago he had appointed them a person to take charge of the meeting and administer the sacrament, which he had only attended to once since that time. After many had confessed, he called upon myself and Brother Nickerson to break bread and administer, which was done, and we hope it will be continued faithfully hereafter. March 30th, 1841, Tuesday, Manchester, page 205. Tuesday. This day I made a contract for a cow with Abner Tibbets for $20 value to be cut out in cord wood at 75 cents per cord. She calved on the morning after and seems to answer pretty well. April 2nd, 1841, Friday, Manchester, page 205. Brother Nickerson settled with William Miller for his claim on the land, and we can now pursue our improvements. 6, 7, 8, 9 April 1841, Tuesday through Friday, Manchester, page 205. These 4 days I attended conference. Asterisk see over. 3. April 6th, 1841, Tuesday, Manchester, page 208. The Nauvoo Legion was drawn up to exercise and afterwards proceeded to the temple ground to lay the cornerstones. The First Presidency proceeded to lay the southeast cornerstone. The High Council laid the southwest corner in the name of the traveling High Council. The President of High Priest quorum the northwest and the bishops the northeast. See times and seasons April 15th. Before the ceremony of laying the cornerstones, President Rigdon delivered an address for the occasion in his usual powerful manner. April 7th, 1841, Wednesday, Manchester, page 205. On the 7th I was organized with the High Priest quorum and sat with them during the conference. I was much pleased with the order of the meeting. When any case was to appear before the church, it was first put by the bishop to the quorum of the lesser priesthood, then by the president of the elders to that quorum, then the 70, then high priests, then high council, and lastly to the presidency. If any objection arose, it had to be tried by that quorum who objected, but majority of the quorums decided the matter. The names of the official characters are as follows: Joseph Smith, First President; Sidney Rigdon, and William Law, Counselor. Brother Law was appointed counselor at this conference in the stead of Hiram Smith, who was appointed a prophet, seer, and revelator according to a revelation given January 19, 1841. Brother Law was objected to by our quorum, but honorably elected, after investigation on account of the ill health of Sidney Rigdon. John C. Bennett was appointed in his stead until Brother Rigdon's health improved. Names of the 12 or traveling High Council: Brigham Young, Heber Chase Kimball, Parley P. Pratt, Orson Hyde, William Smith, John Taylor, John E. Page, Wilford Woodruff, Willard Richards, George Albert Smith, and Lyman White was appointed in the room of D.W. Patton, deceased. Standing High Council: Samuel Bent, Henry G. Sherwood, George W. Harris, Thomas Grover, Newell Knight, Louis D. Wilson, Aaron Johnson, David Fulmer, Alpheus Cutler, William Huntingdon Sr., William Allreed, Leonard Sobey was appointed this conference. Presidents of the High Priest quorum: Don C. Smith. Counselors: Noah Packard, Amasa Lyman. President of Elders quorum: John A. Hicks. Counselors: Samuel Williams, Jesse Baker. Quorum of 70s: Joseph Young, Isaiah Butterfield, Daniel Miles, Henry Hearmond, Zerah Pulsifer, Levi Hancock, and James Foster. Lesser priesthood: priests: Samuel Rolfe, Stephen Markham, Hezekiah Peck. Counselors: teachers: Elisha Everett, James W. Huntsman, James Hendrick. Deacons: Phineas R. Bird, David Wood, William W. Lane. Bishopric: Vincent Knights. Counselors: Samuel H. Smith and Shadrach Roundy. Newell K. Whitney, Cown. Sealers: Jonathan H. Hale, William Felshaw. George Miller, counselors Peter Hawes and John Snyder. Isaac Higbee, counselors Graham Coltrane and John S. Higbee. Allinson. Ripley had his bishopric taken from him for frequently being drunk and not fit for business. President of the stake William Marks, counselors Austin Coles and Charles C. Rich. April 8, 1841, Thursday, Manchester, page 208. Thursday. President Rigdon delivered a discourse on baptism for the dead, showing the propriety and absolute necessity of such an ordinance. After preaching, many were baptized for their dead relatives and many for the remission of sins. At this conference, a revelation was read, given January 19, 1841, containing instructions to build the temple and a boarding house called the Nauvoo House and many other important items. A short revelation was also read concerning the saints in Iowa. The question had been asked, "What is the will of the Lord concerning the saints in Iowa?" It read to the following effect: "Verily, thus saith the Lord, let all those my saints who are assaying to do my will gather themselves together upon the land opposite to Nauvoo, and build a city unto my name, and let the name of Zarahemla be named upon it. And all who come from the east and west, and north and south, who have desires, let them settle in Zarahemla, that they may be prepared for that which is in store for a time to come and see." Brother Joseph, when speaking to one of the brethren on the subject, says, "You have Hans Mill for a sample." Many of the brethren immediately made preparations for moving in here, but on account of its being so late in the season, President John Smith advised to get through with planting and then proceed to move in. April 16, 1841. Friday, Manchester, page 211. Alice Moon's family arrived from Pittsburgh, state of Pennsylvania. April 24, 1841, Saturday, Manchester, page 212. I was requested to attend meeting of the High Council at President John Smith's. I was appointed one of the number in the place of Erastus Snow, who is gone preaching. At this council Willard Snow was appointed to get up a company of independent riflemen. I have joined this company. *C/4. April 25, 1841, Sunday, Manchester, page 211. Brother Clark arrived with a company of saints, amongst whom was my sister Alice. May 1, 1841, Saturday, Manchester, page 211. We finished cutting the 26 cord of wood for corn. Same day Brewett's company arrived, amongst whom was Seth Cook and family. May 2, 1841, Sunday, Manchester, page 212. Elders William Law and Hiram Smith preached at Zarahemla. May 6, 1841, Thursday, Manchester, page 212. On the 6th my wife was taken poorly about 4:00 a.m. Her mother was on the other side of the river. As soon as it was light she wanted me to go and fetch her. I went and got Brother Davis's skiff and went across as hard as I could, and was about 2 hours away. When she got back, she was delivered of a daughter, who are both doing very well. May 8, 1841, Saturday, Manchester, page 212. She got up on the 8th and continued to mend without interruption. The child is named Henrietta Lucretia Patton Clayton. May 9, 1841, Sunday, Manchester, page 212. Words, page 71. Joseph preached on his side on baptism for the dead. See record. 5. Manchester, page 212. Afterwards a number was baptized both for remission of sins and for the dead. I was baptized first for myself and then for my grandfather, Thomas, and grandmother Ellen Clayton, grandmother Mary Cripley, and Aunt Elizabeth Birdwood. May 16, 1841, Sunday, Manchester, page 213. Words, page 74. I went over the river to hear Joseph election and eternal judgment. See record. Extracts. Words, page 74. Extracts from William Clayton's private book. Remarks by Joseph, May 16, 1841. There are 3 independent principles: the Spirit of God, the Spirit of man, and the Spirit of the devil. All men have power to resist the devil. They who have tabernacles have power over those who have not. The doctrine of eternal judgment. Acts 2:41 Peter preached repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ for the remission of sins, and c. But in Acts 3:19 he says repent and be converted that your sins may be blotted out when the time of redemption shall come, and he shall send Jesus, and c. Remission of sins by baptism was not to be preached to murderers. All the priests in Christendom might pray for a murderer on the scaffold forever, but could not avail so much as a gnat towards their forgiveness. There is no forgiveness for murderers. They will have to wait until the time of redemption shall come, and that in hell. Peter had the keys of eternal judgment, and he saw David in hell and knew for what reason, and that David would have to remain there until the resurrection at the coming of Christ. Romans 9. All election that can be found in the scripture is according to the flesh and pertaining to the priesthood. June 30th, 1841, Wednesday, Manchester, page 213. We have continued to labor very hard in splitting rails up to the present time. The weather now begins to be very hot, almost more that we can bear. We are yet very far short of completing the fence and in danger of having the corn spoiled by cattle every day. July 1st, 1841, Thursday, Manchester, page 213. Early in the morning I was taken very sick with vomiting and purging, which held me 5 or 6 hours very severely. I could not go to work. I felt a little better on Friday and Saturday. July 4th, 1841, Sunday, Manchester, page 213. On Sunday, I went over the river and saw Brother Kimball and went with him to Sister Pratt's, where we took a little dinner. July 5th, 1841, Monday, Manchester, page 213. I attended the celebration of American liberty at Zarahemla. We was called to drill at 8 in the morning and continued until about 4:00, at which time the company went to dinner, which was set out in a field on account of so many being present. The provisions was done before all had dinner. I was sure without and felt bad for want of meat. Turnover. 6. August 8th, 1841, Sunday, Manchester, page 216. President John Smith and several other brethren came, and for the first time during our sickness we received the sacrament. Afterwards, President Smith asked particularly concerning our circumstances, and being pressed I told him that had not a privilege of having many things which we greatly needed. After this the church helped us considerable. August 11th, 1841. Temple History, page 60. On the 11th day of August, Brother Weeks began carving the oxen, 12 in number, upon which the font was to stand. After carving for 6 days, he consigned this branch to Brother Elijah Fordham, the principal carver, who continued until they were finished. They were completed about 2 months after their commencement. August 14th, 1841, Saturday, Manchester, page 214. Alice Moon died. August 17th, 1841, Tuesday, Manchester, page 214. Up to the present time I have been very sick after the 5th. As stated above, I went to work on the 6th but was not able to do much. On the 7th I was seized with the bilious fever, and after a few days' suffering, took an emetic which gave me relief. Soon as I began to amend I was seized with the ague and fever and shook every day. After about 10 days shaking I was advised by Dr. Rogers to take some pills. I objected, but Sister Taylor had bought some quinine, and I finally for her sake concluded to take it. These pills broke the ague for about 10 days, during which time I had another attack of the bilious fever and took an emetic which gave relief. After about 10 days' relief from the ague I was seized with it again and had it every day for about 2 weeks. At this time we were near all sick and had been except Lydia, and on this day Thomas Moon died 1/4 before 11 a.m. after about 2 weeks' sickness. On this day also the brethren went to haul rails and put up a fence around our field, but did not complete it on account of being short of rails. Soon after there were many cattle in the field, especially Mr. Cope's, sometimes to the number of 35 in one day. The brethren again went to haul more rails and complete the fence, but did not make it secure. Consequently, cattle continually were eating up the corn until they destroyed the whole, both the corn and fodder. August 18th, 1841, Wednesday. Temple History, page 60. In conformity with the foregoing item of law, 7 in the summer and fall of the year 1841, the brethren entered into measures to build a baptismal font in the cellar floor near the east end of the temple. President Joseph approved and accepted a draft for the font made by Brother William Weeks, and on the 18th day of August of that year, Elder Weeks began to labor on the construction of the font with his own hands. He labored 6 days and then committed the work to carpenters. 8. August 19th, 1841, Thursday, Manchester, page 215. On the 19th drive Culbertson came and said he would cure us of the ague, and charge nothing for his trouble. Accordingly 5 of us took each a dose of calomel and castor oil. Afterwards 1 teaspoonful of bitters, every hour for 8 hours. This broke our ague for some time. August 20th, 1841, Friday, Manchester, page 215. On the 20th, our infant child Henrietta Lucretia Patton Clayton died, after being sick and having chills some time. During the last 2 days, she suffered much at times and especially in the last hour of her life. When dead, she was as pretty as I ever saw in my life. She died about 10 minutes after 3 p.m. This was a grief to us, but we afterwards saw the hand of God in it and saw it was best to be so during this time. August 30th, 1841, Monday, Manchester, page 216. Being advised by Brother Kimball to buy 2 city lots and move into the city of Zarahemla, according to a previous revelation, on the 30th I went over to President John Smith's and bought 2. September 11th, 1841, Friday, Manchester, page 217. Lydia Moon Sr. was taken suddenly ill and remained very sick 3 or 4 weeks. September 18th, 1841, Friday, Manchester, page 217. On the 18th, Richard Jenkinson died, apparently suffering much. About this time we suffered severely on account of having no fire in the house. The chimney was blown down in March and was not built up again until George A. Smith, one of the 12, and Brother Montague came on the 29th with a load of wood and afterwards built up the chimney, for which we felt thankful. September 21st, 1841, Monday, Manchester, page 217. The weather was wet, and having no fire in the house, our clothing were damp and we took cold. Consequently, on the 21st, I began to shake every day again. September 25th, 1841, Friday, Temple History, page 60. I will here state that on the 25th day of September, 1841, a deposit was made in the southeast cornerstone of the temple. September 28th, 1841, Monday, Manchester, page 217. On the 28th, Brother Tanner brought us some beef. October 6th, 1841, Wednesday, Manchester, page 217. October 6th, Ellen Jenkinson died. She was never baptized nor believed in this work while she lived. We had about 1 acre of potatoes planted, and the time now came that they should be dug. We sent over to William Poole to come and help us, also to Ed Whitby. They both promised to come but were sick at the time. They did not come after they got better. Seeing this, and after waiting until the frost had destroyed about 1/2, I began to dig them myself. I dug in the morning until the ague came on, and afterwards as long as I could bear. I was soon reduced so that I was not able to dig any longer, and then my wife and her sister Lydia dug the remainder and gathered about 1½ acres of corn, which we had on the farm we rented. November 8th, 1841, Monday, Temple History, page 60. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the 8th day of November, 1841, the font was dedicated by Joseph Smith the prophet. After the dedication, Brother Reuben McBride was the first person baptized under the direction of the president. Brother Samuel Rolfe, who was seriously afflicted with a felon upon one of his hands, was present. President Joseph instructed him to wash in the font and told him that the hand would be healed. The doctors had told him that he could not recover before spring and had advised him to have his hand cut. He dipped his hand in the font, and within a week he was perfectly healed. After this time, baptisms were continued in the font, and many saints realized great blessings both spiritually and bodily. December 11th, 1841, Saturday, Temple History, page 60. Late in the evening of the 11th of December, the trustee and trust instructed Brigham Young, president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, to visit the members of the building committee and inform them more fully regarding their duties, to notify them not to accept any more tithes and consecrations, except such as were received from him. December 13th, 1841. Monday. Temple History, page 60. On the morning of the 13th, this message was delivered by Brigham Young to the committee in the presence of Elders Kimball, Woodruff, and Willard Richards. Temple History, page 60. On the 13th day of December, 1841, the prophet Joseph appointed Apostle Willard Richards to be recorder for the temple and scribe for the private office of the president. The recorder opened his office in the counting room of President Joseph's new brick store on Water Street, and he immediately began to record the tithings on the book of the law of the Lord, page 27. The first record was made under the date of December 1st, 1841. It was one gold sovereign, valued at $5, to the credit of John Sanders, late from Cumberland, on the borders of Scotland, Europe. December 14th, 1841, Tuesday. Manchester, page 217. About the middle of November, I came over to Nauvoo, and their brother Kimball consiled us to move over the river into Nauvoo, which we did on the 14th of December. We were still sick and occasionally shaking. We moved into a very bad house and suffered much from cold. We remained here 6 weeks and then moved to where we are now living, viz. Lot, south of the burying ground. During the 6 weeks above mentioned, I proved that William Poole, who had always professed to be my friend, had been striving to cause a separation in the family, viz. To cause Mother Moon to turn me out of doors, and in order to accomplish this he had told Margaret many reports, one of which was that I was the sole cause of her father's death. 1842. February 10th, 1842, Thursday. Manchester, page 218. Brother Kimball came in the morning to say that I must go to Joseph Smith's office and assist Brother Richards. I accordingly got ready and went to the office and commenced entering tithing for the temple. I was still shaking with the ague every day, but it did not much disable me for work. Temple History, page 60. When this order 9 was understood by the saints, the business of the recorder increased rapidly, and having many important matters crowding upon him, he found it necessary to appoint Saturday of each week as the time for receiving and recording the tithings of the brethren. He published a notice under date of January 12th, 1842, informing the saints of this regulation, and it was subsequently carried into effect. But the business increased so rapidly that he could not keep pace with the work. He therefore counseled with his brethren of the 12, and, having received permission from President Joseph, he called Elder William Clayton, lately from England, to assist him. Elder Clayton accordingly entered the recorder's office on the 10th day of February, 1842, and continued therein from that time forward. Affidavit, page 225. I was employed as a clerk in President Joseph Smith's office under Elder Willard Richards, and commenced to labor in the office on the 10th day of February, 1842. I continued to labor with Elder Richards until he went east to fetch his wife to Nauvoo. 10. February 12th, 1842, Saturday. Manchester, page 219. Saturday. I was able to continue writing all day, although I had the ague, but not severe. February 13th, 1842, Sunday. Manchester, page 219. Sunday. We had a singing meeting at Brother Farr's. Brother and Sister Kimball was present. February 17th, 1842, Thursday. Manchester, page 219. Thursday. I dined at Sister Hyde's with Brother Joseph Smith, Heber, Kimball, Wilford Woodruff, Brigham Young, and Willard Richards. At night, saw W. and S. February 18th, 1842, Friday. Manchester, page 219. Friday. Pained with toothache all day, heard Joseph read a great portion of his history. March 30th, 1842, Wednesday. Letter 11. Dear William, my heart rejoices while I write to inform you that on Sunday evening last, the steamer Ariel landed at Nauvoo, loaded with saints from England. About 5 o'clock the boat was seen coming up the river, the whole deck crowded with saints. I went to the landing place along with Elder John Taylor, his wife, and others. As we went along, we were delighted and astonished to see the number of saints on their way to meet the boat. When we arrived, the scene was affecting. I could not refrain from weeping. I looked round, and I suppose there was not less than from 2,000 to 3,000 saints on the shore, all anxiously interested in the scene. Many were there who wanted to give the strangers, yet brothers, a hearty welcome. Others, panting betwixt doubt and hope, lest their friends should not be there. Others waiting to ascertain if any former acquaintance was in the company, myself amongst the number, and many whose hearts throbbed with joy and their eyes wept tears, expecting to see their mothers, their fathers, their children, and other relatives, and see. While all this bustle was going on shore, the boat was now within 300 yards, coming directly for the shore. The confusion was so great I could but faintly hear those on the boat singing a hymn, I believe the latter-day glory. At this period my heart almost melted, the boat moving majestically, every head stretched out and all eyes gazing with intensity. A few moments more and the boat was landed, and the joyful acclamations and responding welcomes would have made a heart of stone acknowledge that, whether there was any religion or not, there was a great quantity of love, the purest essence of religion. I soon recognized Sister Davies from Cookson Street, Manchester, and a Sister Martha who lived with them, also James Burgess and family, Richard Hardman and family, R.B.T. Williams and wife, and several others whom I know. They soon discovered me, and we quickly felt each other's hand and had a time of rejoicing together. Teams were soon in waiting to carry their luggage to houses until arrangements could be made for their final accommodation. The company were in good health and spirits. Amongst the number who went to see them land, I may mention President Joseph Smith, B. Young, Willard Richards, John Taylor of the 12, and many others in high standing, although the distance was nearly 2 miles. Now, dear William, let me say I am neither dead, sick, nor dissatisfied, but am rejoicing to hear from my old friends. My faith in this doctrine and in the prophet and officers is firm, unshaken, and unmoved. Nay, rather, it is strengthened and settled firmer than ever. You say you are almost wearied with the lies, and see. This is what we must expect in these days, for this is a lying and wicked generation, even many, in whom we may have great confidence, when we see them brought into trial, give way to an evil spirit. Old Mr. B. and daughter, like many others, were assailed by the apostate crews who lay scattered on the banks of the river, and all manner of evil reports were sounded in their ears, until they became discouraged, and, finally, almost denied the faith before they came near Nauvoo. People coming here with their minds thus prejudiced will naturally construe everything they see and hear into evil, and will imagine evil where there is none. In this state the Beaton family came, and were something like spies, afraid to be spoken to by anyone, lest they should be ensnared, and especially afraid to meet Joseph Smith, lest he should want their money. After remaining a short time here, they went back to Warsaw, where some of the greatest enemies reside, and, I am sorry to say, have joined in the general clamor and business of circulating evil reports, some of which I, myself, know positively to be false. For me to write anything concerning the character of President Joseph Smith would be superfluous. All evil reports concerning him I treat with utter contempt, but because I esteem you highly as a friend and brother, I will say a few words on the subject. Joseph Smith is not the treasurer for all the saints and has no more to do with their money than you or me. Every man just does what he pleases with his money, and neither Joseph nor any one of the officers ever attempt to control anyone or their property either. The church have appointed Joseph Smith trustee, in trust for the church, and as such, upon him devolves the important duties of buying lands, that the saints may have somewhere to gather together, and he is responsible for the payment for these lands. How can he do this without means? If those who have money will not assist by purchasing lands from Joseph Smith and paying him money for it, how is the church to be built up, and what is to become of the thousands of poor who are continually pouring in from all quarters? With regard to J. Smith getting drunk, I will say that I am now acting as clerk for him and at his office daily and have been since February 10th, and I know he is as much opposed to the use of intoxicating drinks as any man need be. I have never seen him drunk, nor have I ever heard any man who has seen him drunk since we came here. I believe he does not take intoxicating drink of any kind. Our city is conducted wholly upon temperance principles. As 'tis using snuff and tobacco, I know he does no such thing. To conclude, I will add that the more I am with him, the more I love him, the more I know of him, and am sorry that people should give heed to evil reports concerning him, when we all know the great service he has rendered the Church. End of letter. June 8th, 1842. Wednesday. Temple History, page 60. It was late in the spring of 1842 when work was opened upon the walls, and little was done until Brother William Player came in June. He had just arrived from England and had come with the full intention of working on the temple. He began to labor about the 8th day of June, and he spent some time in regulating the stonework already set, which had not been done very well. June 11th, 1842. Saturday. Temple History, page 60. About the 11th of the same month, William Player set the first plinth on the southwest corner of the south side. During the summer, he lost 2 weeks of work, having to wait for Elder Cahoon's son's plinths, which they were cutting, they playing in the stone shop much of the time. June 29th, 1842. Wednesday. Temple History, page 86. Williard Richards, the recorder, having in the early part of June obtained permission from the president to go to the east to get his family, made preparations to depart upon this journey. On the 29th of June, he transferred the law of the Lord and books belonging to the temple to the care and charge of William Clayton. 1 or 2 days later, Elder Richards started away. Allen 1. Page 42. On June 29th, Richards turned over all the work of Joseph Smith's office to Clayton. Affidavit, page 225. After Elder Richards started east, I was necessarily thrown constantly into the company of President Smith, having to attend to his public and private business, receiving and recording tithings and donations, attending to land and other matters of business. During this period, I necessarily became well acquainted with Emma Smith, the wife of the prophet Joseph, and also with the children Julia M., an adopted daughter, Joseph, Frederick, and Alexander, very much of the business being transacted at the residence of the prophet. 12. July 2nd, 1842, Saturday. Allen 2. Page 8213. Only 3 days after his appointment, the eager new clerk found himself riding around the city with his leader looking at lots. July 9th, 1842, Saturday. Allen 2. Page 8214. A week later, the two of them were out on the Illinois prairie looking at more land and hoeing potatoes on Joseph Smith's farm. 16. August 23, 1842. Allen 2. Page 118. Certain tender reflections by Joseph Smith on the value of his friends on August 16th and 23rd, 1842, were dictated directly to Clayton, who recorded them in the Sacred Record Book 15 and later made them available for the published history. September 3rd, 1842, Saturday. History of the Church, 5:144. 16. A letter was received from Brother Hollister to the effect that the Missourians were again on the move, and that 2 requisitions were issued, one on the governor of the state and the other on the governor of Iowa. Their movements were represented as being very secret and resolute. Soon after 12 o'clock, Pittman, the deputy sheriff, and 2 other men came into the house. It appears that they had come up the riverside and hitched their horses below the Nauvoo house, and then proceeded on foot undiscovered until they got into the house. When they arrived, President Joseph Smith was in another apartment of the house, eating dinner with his family. John Boynton happened to be the first person discovered by the sheriffs, and they began to ask him where Mr. Smith was. He answered that he saw him early in the morning, but did not say that he had seen him since. While this conversation was going on, President Joseph Smith passed out of the back door and through the corn in his garden to Brother Newell K. Whitney's. He went upstairs undiscovered. Meantime, Sister Emma went and conversed with the sheriffs. Pittman said he wanted to search the house for Mr. Smith. In answer to a question by Sister Emma, he said he had no warrant authorizing him to search, but insisted upon searching the house. She did not refuse, and accordingly, they searched through, but to no effect. This is another testimony and evidence of the mean, corrupt, illegal proceedings of our enemies, notwithstanding the Constitution of the United States says, Article 4, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Yet these men audaciously, impudently, and altogether illegally searched the house of President Joseph Smith even without any warrant or authority whatever. Being satisfied that he was not in the house, they departed. They appeared to be well armed, and no doubt intended to take him either dead or alive, which we afterwards heard they had said they would do, but the Almighty again delivered his servant from their bloodthirsty grasp. It is rumored that there are 15 men in the city along with the sheriffs, and that they dined together today at Amos Davis's. Soon after sundown, Thomas King and another person arrived at the house and demanded to search, which they immediately did, but finding nothing, they also went towards Davis's. Some of them were seen about afterwards, but at about 10 o'clock all was quiet. It is said that they started from Quincy yesterday expecting and fully determined to reach Nauvoo in the night and fall upon the house unawares, but report says they lost the road and got scattered away, one from another, and could not get along until daylight. This, in all probability, is true, as they appeared much fatigued and complained of being weary and sore from riding. President Smith, accompanied by Brother Erastus Derby, left Brother Whitney's about 9 o'clock and went to Brother Edward Hunter's, where he was welcomed and made comfortable by the family and where he can be kept safe from the hands of his enemies. Temple History, page 86. About 9 o'clock on the evening of Saturday, September 3rd, the president was at Bishop N.K. Whitney's, but was about to leave that place to go to Edward Hunter's. He called William Clayton to him and said, "Brother Clayton, I want you to take care of the records and papers, and from this time I appoint you temple recorder, and when revelations are to be transcribed, you shall write them." This was done because Elder Richards had more work than he could attend to, he being engaged upon the church history, which the president was anxious should progress as fast as possible. Allen 1. Page 42. On the evening of September 3rd, the prophet announced, "Brother Clayton, I want you to take care of the records and papers, and from this time I appoint you temple recorder, and when I have any revelations to write you shall write them." 17. Affidavit, page 225. On the 7th of October, 1842, 18 in the presence of Bishop Newell K. Whitney and his wife Elizabeth Ann, President Joseph Smith appointed me temple recorder, and also his private clerk, placing all records, books, papers, etc. in my care and requiring me to take charge of and preserve them, his closing words being, "When I have any revelations to write, you are the one to write them." September 12th, 1842, Monday. Allen 2, page 118. Clayton was one of several scribes who kept the book of the law of the Lord. For the most part, this large, leather-bound record contains notations of consecrations and tithing for the building of the temple, and 370 pages, covering the period from September 12, 1842 to May 4th, 1844, are in William Clayton's handwriting. 19. Fall, 1842. Temple History, page 60. The work progressed, but slowly during the season, as there was but one crane, but the delay arose through the stones not being cut fast enough. By the fall, however, Brother Player had got all the rockwork laid around as high as the window sills, together with all the window sills, including that of the large East Venetian window. He had also 2 courses of pilaster stones on the plinths all around. During the greater part of the time in the fall, and especially toward the season when the work ceased, when winter set in, Brother Player was very sick. He nearly lost use of his hands and feet, and several times he fell, through weakness, while on his way home. He considered that his sickness was caused by the change of climate and by his having drank bad water while coming up the river. October 1st, 1842, Saturday. Temple History, page 86. The prophet, before he went up the river, had called upon the members of the temple committee to come together to have a settlement. On Saturday, October 1st, they met at the president's house, he being sick. The recorder and Bishop N.K. Whitney were present. Some reports had been circulated to the effect that the committee was not making a righteous disposition of property consecrated to the building of the temple, and there appeared to be some dissatisfaction among the laborers on account of these reports. After carefully examining the books and making inquiry into the entire proceeding of the committee, President Joseph expressed himself as being perfectly satisfied with the committee and its work. The books were balanced between the trustee and trust and the committee, and also each individual account was carefully examined. The wages of the trustee and trust, the members of the committee, and the recorder were also fixed by the president, and it was agreed that each should receive $2 per day for his services. The president remarked that he was amenable to the state for the faithful discharge of his duties as trustee and trust, and that the temple committee was accountable to him and to no other authority, and that no notice must be taken of any complaint unless it were properly brought to him, when he would make things right if any change were needed. The parties separated perfectly satisfied, and the president said that he would have a notice published stating that he had examined the accounts and was satisfied. This notice appeared in the Times and Seasons of October 15, 1842. At this council it was also agreed that the recorder's office should be removed to the committee house near the temple for the better accommodation of the business. October 1842. Temple History. While President Joseph was concealed at Father Taylor's, Elder Cahoon and some others went to visit him. He gave them many glorious instructions and in his conversation requested Brother Cahoon, as soon as he returned home, to call upon the saints to put a temporary floor in the temple, that we might be enabled to hold our meetings within its sacred walls. October 7, 1842, Friday. See entry for September 3, 1842. Affidavit, page 225. On the 7th of October, 1842, in the presence of Bishop Newell K. Whitney and his wife Elizabeth N., President Joseph Smith appointed me temple recorder and also his private clerk, placing all records, books, papers, etc. in my care and requiring me to take charge of and preserve them, his closing words being, when I have any revelations to write, you are the one to write them. October 23, 1842. Sunday. Temple History, page 86. On Sunday, the 23rd day of October, the committee laid before the saints the president's request 20 and called upon them to begin work on the morrow to accomplish this object. October 24, 1842, Monday. Temple History, page 86. On the following day the brethren began their labor on this temporary floor. October 28, 1842, Friday. Temple History, page 86. And on Friday, the 28th, the floor was laid and seats were fixed, ready for meeting. October 30th, 1842, Sunday. Temple History, page 86. On Sunday, the 30th, the saints held the first meeting in the temple and were addressed by Elder John Taylor, one of the 12 apostles. It was expected that the president would be there himself, but he was sick and unable to attend. This movement added a new stimulus to the work, and the hearts of all the saints seemed to be filled with joy and gratitude for this privilege. November 1842. Allen 2, page 104. Clayton began erecting a fine brick home, the only brick home, in fact, on the block. Early in November 1842, he hired masons to begin laying the brick. November 2nd, 1842. Wednesday. Temple History, page 86. The committee built a small brick office for the recorder, and on Wednesday, November 2nd, the recorder moved his records, books, papers, etc. to the new office and began business there forthwith. November 28, 1842, Monday. Allen 2, page 111. The temple committee consisted of Alpheus Cutler, Elias Higbee, and Reynolds Cahoon, and in November 1842 the stonecutters brought serious charges of oppressive and unchristian conduct against Higbee and Cahoon. They were accused of distributing provisions unevenly and giving more iron and steel tools to Cahoon's sons than to other workers. After a 10-hour hearing before Joseph Smith, the committee was fully exonerated. 21. Temple History, page 106. After the work ceased upon the walls of the temple in the fall of 1842, the rock cutters continued their labor with the intention of having a goodly number of the stones ready for the spring. Sometime in the month of November, a feeling against the committee arose among the stone cutters, who finally presented a charge to the First Presidency against elders Cahoon and Higbee for oppressive and unchristian conduct, and against the committee for an unequal distribution of provisions, iron, steel, tools, etc., also alleging that favors were shown by the committee to the sons of its members. The trial began about 11 o'clock in the day and continued until 9 at night. Henry G. Sherwood made a plea on the side of justice and the Patriarch Hiram on the side of mercy. The decision was given by the President. He decided that the members of the committee should retain their standing and gave much good instruction to all parties, correcting the errors of each in kindness. The decision was marked by judgment and wisdom and cannot fail to produce a good effect. Illinois Journal, page 494, footnote 1. The Temple Committee, Alpheus Cutler, Reynolds Cahoon, and Elias Higbee, had been appointed in October 1840 to oversee building of the Nauvoo Temple. At the time of this trial, Cutler was working at the Church Lumber Mill in Wisconsin. The principal grievances brought against the committee were an unequal distribution of provisions to those who had worked on the temple and allowing Cahoon's sons more iron and steel tools to work with than others. Diary of William Clayton, November 28, 1842. November 29, 1842, Tuesday. Illinois Journal, 1841 to 1842, page 495, footnote 1. In counsel with Prest Hiram, Willard Richards, and others concerning the bankruptcy case. 1, footnote 1, states, William Clayton was also present, collecting testimony and documents preparatory to the hearing in the case at Springfield, Illinois, in December. William Clayton Diary, November 29, 1842. December 9, 1842, Friday. Allen 2. Page 90. On December 9, Clayton found himself one of a delegation of 9 men, leaving Nauvoo to visit the new chief executive in Springfield. Their task was to get Carlin's order for Joseph's arrest set aside. December 13, 1842, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 90. They arrived on the 13th. December 14, 1842, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 90. And the next day, after consulting with Stephen A. Douglas and U.S. District Attorney Justin Butterfield, began making their plea. Ford sympathized with the prophet but was not sure of his authority to rescind the order. Illinois Journal, 1841 to 1842, page 501, footnote 1. Clayton described Governor Ford as a very small man, apparently weighing about 110 pounds. He added, "The Governor appeared friendly, and we think we shall succeed in obtaining a countermand of the writ and see." Diary of William Clayton, December 14, 1842. December 16, 1842, Friday. Illinois Journal, 1841 to 1842, page 502, footnote 3. The proposition of the High Council for payment of the judgment against Joseph Smith, Henry W. Miller, George Miller, and Hiram Smith by the United States was that a bond would be signed to cover the sum of $5,212.49, one-half by responsible individuals in 4 equal annual installments with interest, and to secure the payment of the bond by mortgage of Illinois real estate worth double the amount of the debt. Diary of William Clayton, December 16, 1842. Illinois Journal, 1841 to 1842, page 504, footnote 1. William Clayton noted that on the previous evening he and Willard Richards went to see and had a pleasant interview with Judge Douglas. He stated that he had conversed with Governor Ford, who shewed the feelings of the 6 judges aforesaid. He, Judge Douglas, thought it was best that Joseph should be arrested on the proclamation by some of his friends and brought to Springfield and by writ of habeas corpus have the case investigated before the judges of the Supreme Court who he, Douglas, had no doubt would discharge him. December 17th, 1842, Saturday. Allen 2. Page 90. A few days of meetings and negotiations followed, and finally, after consultation with Douglas and 6 judges of the state Supreme Court, Ford decided on what amounted to a legal ruse as the most practical course of action. Joseph should voluntarily submit himself to arrest by a friend and come to Springfield. There the court would grant him a writ of habeas corpus, thus effectively forestalling the pending arrest by Missouri constables. Actually, 3 judges were ready to dismiss the case without a hearing, but the other 3, together with Ford and Douglas, thought the habeas corpus procedure was the best way to assure the prophet's continuing freedom. The plot has all the elements of a political intrigue, and Clayton understood its implications. He was impressed by Douglas's argument that since it had been said that Joseph had defied the laws of Illinois, this would be the surest way of satisfying the public mind and at the same time securing the governor from public censure. Clayton also recognized the obvious self-interest in the governor's actions, and his comment seemed reminiscent of Joseph Smith's denunciation of President Martin Van Buren, who had refused to intervene in behalf of the Mormons in Missouri for fear he should lose that state's vote. Allen 2, page 91. Ford, wrote Clayton, appears to have the best of feelings towards Joseph, but is unwilling as stated above to interfere lest he should lose the confidence of his political friends, but Clayton liked the plan, though he still feared the possibility that treachery somewhere along the line would result in Joseph being sent to Missouri. At this point the Prophet's Masonic Association seemed to pay political dividends. Ford Douglas assured Clayton that as a Mason, he believed there was not a particle of doubt that Joseph would be released immediately. The governor, Douglas said, had promised Joseph protection on his way to Springfield, and Douglas promised to see Ford personally and request a written authority for safe conduct. On the 17th, at Clayton's request, the governor wrote a letter to Joseph explaining the plan. Butterfield did the same thing, and, armed with both documents, the delegation left for Nauvoo immediately. When the plan was presented to the prophet, he was delighted. December 19th, 1842, Monday. Allen 2, page 92. The prophet had no intention of defaulting, but the pressures became so great that he finally decided to take advantage of the new Bankruptcy Act of 1841 and file for discharge, still planning to make full payment of all his debts when he was able. At first, Justin Butterfield opposed such action, partly because of Joseph's responsibilities as trustee and trust for the church. Shortly after Joseph's delegation arrived in Springfield, however, Hiram Smith was actually discharged in bankruptcy, and Butterfield himself consented to an arrangement whereby Joseph also could be discharged. So confident was William Clayton of the outcome that he wrote in his diary on his way home that there is now nothing to prevent President Joseph discharge in bankruptcy. December 21st, 1842, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 112/A/month later the stonecutters were complaining again. Joseph Smith exonerated the committee a second time and wrote a pointed letter to the workers reminding them of its high standing and the need to pay it proper deference. He further instructed the laborers that the committee's policy in distributing pork, beef, and other provisions was ultimately for furthering the temple, and advised them to submit patiently to their economy and instructions, and that we, with one accord with united feelings, submit patiently to the yoke that is laid upon us, and thereby secure the best interest to the temple of the Most High God that our limited circumstances can possible admit of. And then, having done all on our part, that great Elohim, who has commanded us to build a house, shall abundantly bless us and reward us for all our pains. Ever the middleman, Clayton was sent to the stone shop to read the letter to the workers. Some, he said, were satisfied, but 3 seemed not exactly so. December 25th, 1842, Sunday. Allen 2, page 98. He spent much of Christmas Day, 1842, working with Willard Richards on Joseph Smith's history, and then went home that night and continued working. December 26th, 1842, Monday. Allen 2, page 98. All the next morning was spent on the same task, interrupted only by the need to make preparations to go to Springfield with the prophet. Allen 2, page 91. On the day after Christmas, Wilson Law arrested Joseph Smith, and Clayton was sent to Carthage to obtain a writ of habeas corpus to take Joseph before the Springfield court. Temple History, page 79. On Monday, December 26th, he suffered himself to be arrested by Wilson Law on the proclamation, and on the following morning started for Springfield, accompanied by about 16 of the brethren. His object was to stand trial before Judge Pope on habeas corpus. This was consented to at the suggestion of Mr. Butterfield, U.S. District Attorney, who had been consulted in relation to the matter and had expressed assurance that the President would be acquitted. December 27, 1842, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 91. The next day Clayton was with the prophet and his group as they started for Springfield to carry out the plan. December 30th, 1842, Friday. Temple History, page 79. The company arrived at Springfield on Friday the 30th, and on the following morning application was made for a writ of habeas corpus from the U.S. District Court. The writ was granted, and Monday morning, January 2nd, 1843, was appointed as the time to try the validity of the arrest. 1843, January 1st, 1843, Sunday. Allen 2, page 92. This AM we had a pleasant interview with Mr. Butterfield, Judge Douglas, Senator Gillespie, and others. President Joseph stated to Mr. Butterfield the prominent points of difference in sentiment between the Latter-day Saints and sectarian, viz. The latter are all circumscribed by some peculiar creed which deprives its members of the right of believing anything not contained in it, whereas the Latter-day Saints have no creed, but are ready to believe all true principle, existing as they are made manifest from time to time. He said, further, that if any person should ask him if he was a prophet, he should not deny it, as to deny it would give him the lie, and then shewed from the revelations of John that any man who has the testimony of Jesus has the spirit of prophecy. And see January 2nd, 1843, Monday. Temple History, page 79. On Monday the company repaired to the court, but Mr. Lamborn, the state's attorney, pleaded that he was not ready for trial, and the case was postponed until Wednesday, January 4th, 1843, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 91. The hearing began on January 4th. Temple History, page 79. Accordingly, on Wednesday at 9 a.m. the trial was opened. Its result was the release and discharge of Joseph both from the writ and proclamation. January 6th, 1843, Thursday. Allen 2, page 91. On January 6th, William was among those who testified that on the day the attempt was made on Boggs's life, Joseph was, indeed, in Illinois, and not in Missouri. The trial concluded the same day according to the planned results, and that evening Clayton wrote gratefully in his journal, "We feel to thank the great God for thus delivering his servant from the power of the wicked and designing men." January 18th, 1843, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 93. On January 18th, a group of close friends was invited to the Smith home for a grand dinner party. The list of guests included Lucy Mack Smith, Joseph's mother, Hiram Smith, Brigham Young, Willard Richards, John Taylor, Orson Hyde, Wilford Woodruff, George A. Smith, Heber C. Kimball, the wives of these men, Eliza R. Snow, several other prominent citizens, and, of course, William and Ruth Clayton. The festivities began with the singing of 2 Jubilee hymns written especially for the occasion, one by Wilson Law and Richards and the other by Snow. Joseph Smith distributed cards with the hymns printed on them. The conversation centered around the deliverance, and at 2 p.m. the prophet and Emma began to serve dinner. It took 4 shifts, for their dinner table could not hold all the guests at once, and the Smiths had their own meal only with the last shift. The party broke up at 6 p.m., wrote Clayton. Truly it was a time of jubilee. All hearts rejoiced, but all the celebration must have been too much for his constitution, for he went home feeling ill and could not even attend the Masonic Lodge meeting that evening, as Joseph did. January 21st, 1843, Saturday. Allen 2, page 105n. 3. Clayton went with the prophet to sell a lot to E.J. Sabin. January 22nd, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 1, words, page 159. This A.M. Joseph preached in the temple. Subject arose from 2 questions proposed from a lyceum. First, did John baptize for remission of sins? Second, whether the kingdom of God was set up before the day of Pentecost or not till then. To the first Q, he answered, he did. It is acknowledged of all men that John preached the gospel and must have preached the first principles, if so he must have preached the doctrines of baptism for the remission of sins, for that is the first principle of the gospel and was ordained before the foundation of the world. I next give my own testimony because I know it is from God. On the second question he said, where the oracles of God are revealed, there is the kingdom of God. Nauvoo 1, words, page 159, Allen 2, page 120. Wherever the oracles of God are and subjects to obey those oracles, there is the kingdom of God. What constitutes the kingdom of God? An administrator who has the power of calling down the oracles of God and subjects to receive those oracles, no matter if there are but 3, 4, or 6, there is the kingdom of God. And c. January 28th, 1843, Saturday. Allen 2, page 105n. 3. Joseph escorted a land agent from New York around the city and then took him into the office to continue discussing land with Clayton. C. William Clayton Journals, 3 volumes, November 1842 to January 1846, 21, January 28, 1843, in private custody and used here with special permission. Hereafter cited as Clayton, Nauvoo Journal, History of the Church, 5:260. Evidently the land agent, a Mr. Taylor, was clerk of a New York-based agency called the Illinois Land Agency. Clayton's diary gives the name of the agency, while the History of the Church says he was from New York. January 29th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 1, words, page 164. President Joseph preached in the temple on the prodigal son and showed that it did not refer to any nation, but was merely an answer to the remark, he receiveth the sinners and eateth with them. The temple was crowded with people. February 9th, 1843, Thursday. Allen 2, page 82. Joseph Smith gave William a letter in which Joseph was told that a Mr. Walsh was willing to transfer to him some land that lay outside the city, upon proof that $500 had been deposited in Quincy. Allen 1, page 42. Joseph related some of his history and gave us a key whereby we might know whether any administration was from God. He then recorded the statement that is now in the Doctrine and Covenants, though it did not appear in that volume until the 1876 edition. Allen 2, page 120. Sometimes instructions from God are delivered by heavenly messengers, and on at least 2 occasions Clayton heard Joseph Smith instruct certain leading church members on how to tell the difference between such a messenger and an evil spirit. The idea had been presented to the Quorum of the 12 as early as 1839, but Clayton heard it in December 1840 and again when he was at the prophet's home on February 9, 1843. There are really 2 kinds of beings in heaven, Joseph said on the last occasion. Angels, who are resurrected personages, having bodies of flesh and bones, and the spirits of just men made perfect who are not resurrected. Presumably the latter will also be resurrected in due time, but even without bodies of flesh and bones, they can deliver messages to mortals. The key, then, is to ask anyone who claims to be a messenger from God to shake hands with you. If he is an angel, he will do so and you will feel it. If he is the spirit of a just man made perfect, he will not move, for he will not deceive. But if it be the devil as an angel of light, when you ask him to shake hands, he will offer you his hand, and you will not feel anything. You may therefore detect him. So confident was Clayton and other Nauvoo Mormons in the close relationship between themselves and heaven, that it would have surprised none of them to have an angel, a spirit of a just man, or a devil appear and talk to them. The statement was later made scripture and became section 129 of the Book of Doctrine and Covenants, and Clayton provided the source. The published version is practically verbatim from his diary. February 12, 1843, Sunday. Allen 2, page 82. The prophet gave his clerk the full amount in gold and silver and sent him to Quincy. The trip took 3 days in very cold weather, but Clayton deposited the funds and got the necessary receipt. Always ready to mix religion with business, he spent the evenings away from home in interesting debate and pleasant conversation in the gospel. March 7th, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 1, Tuesday 7th, a.m. at the office. Afterwards went to press Joseph's and commence settlement with those who have claims on city lots. Air B. Young called me on one side and said he wants to give me some instructions on the priesthood the first opportunity. He said the prophet had told him to do so and to give me a favor which I have long desired. For this again I feel grateful to God and his servant, and the desire of my heart is to do right and be saved. March 8th, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 1, Weedy. 8th. Evening I went to Bro Kimball's meeting. The house was crowded to suffocation. He made use of the figure of the potter and clay, and shewed that O.P. Pratt was stiff and had to be cast off the wheel and A. Lyman put on it. The discourse was good. March 9th, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 1, Thursday 9. At Prest Joseph's office. Walked out in the PM. He told me it was lawful for me to send for Sarah and said he would furnish me money. Affidavit, page 225. During this period the prophet Joseph frequently visited my house in my company and became well acquainted with my wife Ruth, to whom I had been married 5 years. On day in the month of February, 1843, date not remembered, 22, the prophet invited me to walk with him. During our walk, he said he had learned that there was a sister back in England, to whom I was very much attached. I replied there was, but nothing further than an attachment such as a brother and sister in the church might rightfully entertain for each other. He then said, "Why don't you send for her?" I replied, "In the first place, I have no authority to send for her, and if I had, I have not the means to pay expenses." To this he answered, "I give you authority to send for her, and I will furnish you with means," which he did. This was the first time the prophet Joseph talked with me on the subject of plural marriage. He informed me that the doctrine and principle was right in the sight of our Heavenly Father, and that it was a doctrine which pertained to celestial order and glory. After giving me lengthy instructions and information concerning the doctrine of celestial or plural marriage, he concluded his remarks by the words, "It is your privilege to have all the wives you want." 23. After this introduction, our conversations on the subject of plural marriage were very frequent, and he appeared to take particular pains to inform and instruct me in respect to the principle. He also informed me that he had other wives living besides his first wife Emma, and in particular gave me to understand that Eliza R. Snow, Louisa Beeman, Desdemona W. Fulmer, and others were his lawful wives in the sight of heaven. April 2nd, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 1, Words, page 168. P.M. Joseph preached on Revelations chapter 5. He called on me to open the meeting. He also preached on the same subject in the evening. During the day, President Joseph made the following remarks on doctrine. I was once praying very earnestly to know the time of the coming of the Son of Man when I heard a voice repeat the following: Joseph, my son, if thou livest until thou art 24 years old, thou shalt see the face of the Son of Man. Therefore let this suffice, and trouble me no more on this matter. I was left thus without being able to decide whether this coming referred to the beginning of the millennium or to some previous appearing, or whether I should die and thus see his face. I believe the coming of the Son of Man will not be any sooner than that time. In correcting 2 points in Erhide's discourse, he observed as follows the meaning of that passage where it reads, "When he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is this: when the Savior appears, we shall see that he is a man like unto ourselves, and that same sociality which exists amongst us here will exist among us there, only it will be coupled with eternal glory which we do not enjoy now." Also, the appearing of the Father and the Son in John c. 14b-23 is a personal appearing, and the idea that they will dwell in a man's heart is a sectarian doctrine and is false. In answer to a question which I proposed to him as follows, is not the reckoning of God's time, angels' time, prophet's time and man's time. According to the planet on which they reside, he answered yes, but there is no angel ministers to this earth, only what either does belong, or has belonged to this earth, and the angels do not reside on a planet like our earth, but they dwell with God, and the planet where he dwells is like crystal, and like a sea of glass before the throne. This is the great Urim and Thummim whereon all things are manifest, both things, past, present, and future, and are continually before the Lord. The Urim and Thummim is a small representation of this globe. The earth, when it is purified, will be made like unto crystal, and will be a Urim and Thummim, whereby all things pertaining to an inferior kingdom on all kingdoms of a lower order will be manifest to those who dwell on it. And this earth will be with Christ. Then the white stone mentioned in Rev C 2v 17 is the Urim and Thummim, whereby all things pertaining to an higher order of kingdoms, even all kingdoms, will be made known, and a white stone is given to each of those who come into this celestial kingdom, whereon is a new name written, which no man knoweth save he that receiveth it. The new name is the key word. Whatever principle of intelligence we obtain in this life will rise with us in the resurrection, and if a person gains more knowledge in this life through his diligence and obedience than another, he will have so much the advantage in the world to come. There is a law irrevocably decreed in heaven before the foundation of this world, upon which all blessings are predicated, and when we obtain any blessing from God, it is by obedience to that law upon which it is predicated. The Holy Ghost is a personage, and a person cannot have the personage of the H.G. in his heart. A man receive the gifts of the H.G., and the H.G. may descend upon a man, but not to tarry with him. Allen 2, page 122. William Clayton was present on April 2nd, 1843, when Joseph announced to a select group that the Father and the Son both have bodies of flesh and bones, but that the Holy Ghost is a personage of spirit. 25. If this were not so, he said, the Holy Ghost could not dwell in us. A man may receive the Holy Ghost, and it may descend upon him and not tarry with him. Allen 2, page 147. The Holy Ghost is a personage, and a person cannot have the personage of the H.G. in his heart. A man may receive the gifts of the H.G., and the H.G. may descend upon a man, but not tarry with him. 26. He also related the following dream. I dreamed that a silver-headed old man came to see me and said he was invaded by a gang of robbers who were plundering his neighbors and threatening destruction to all his subjects. He had heard that I always sought to defend the oppressed, and he had come to hear with his own ears what answer I would give him. I answered, if you will make out the papers and shew that you are not the aggressor, I will call out the legion and defend you while I have a man to stand by me. The old man then turned to go away. When he got a little distance, he turned suddenly round and said, I must call out the legion and go, and he would have the papers ready when I arrived, and says he, I have any amount of men which you can have under your command. Note, the above paragraph is crossed through with a penciled line and, at the beginning, in handwriting that is not William Clayton's handwriting, a comment simply says repeated his of March 10th. Erhide gave this interpretation: the old man represents the government of these United States, who will be invaded by a foreign foe, probably England. The U.S. government will call on you to defend probably all this Western territory, and will offer you any amount of men you may need for that purpose. Once, when pressed, Joseph was praying earnestly to know concerning the wars which are to precede the coming of the Son of Man. He heard a voice proclaim that the first outbreak of general bloodshed would commence at South Carolina. See Revelation. The sealing of the 144000 was the number of priests who should be anointed to administer in the daily sacrifice. And see, during pressed Joseph's remarks, he said there was a nice distinction between the vision which John saw as spoken of in Revelations and the vision which Daniel saw, the former relating only to things as they actually existed in heaven, the latter being a figure representing things on the earth. God never made use of the figure of a beast to represent the kingdom of heaven. When they were made use of it was to represent an apostate church. April 6, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 1, words, page 176. This day was a special conference. The saints assembled in the temple soon after 9. I was appointed to take minutes. About 11 pressed Joseph arrived and proceeded to business. He first stated the object of this conference, viz. First, to ascertain the standing of the first presidency. Second, to take into consideration the propriety of sending some of the 12 into the branches abroad to obtain funds for building the Nauvoo house. Third, to give a chance to those elders who have been disfellowshipped or had their licenses taken away in the branches to have a rehearing and settle their difficulties. He then spake on the importance of building the Nauvoo house, stressing that the time had come to build it, and the church must either do it or suffer the condemnation of not fulfilling the commandments of God. He next presented himself and was unanimously voted president of the whole church. Next his counselors heirs Rigdon and William Law, and afterwards heir Hiram, who was voted with a hearty aye. He blessed the people in the name of the Lord. The next business was appointing the 12 on their mission, and he showed the injustice of heirs collecting funds for the temple, inasmuch as they rarely brought them there. The conference must contrive some measures to put the 12 under bonds for a true return of moneys received by them, and April 7, 1843, Friday. Allen 2, page 112. The squabbling among the temple workers broke out again, and on April 7 it was William Clayton who brought charges against the committee before the General Conference of the Church. He accused its members of partiality in distributing goods, money, and store pay, i.e., credit at Joseph Smith's store. He also noted that the son of one committee member had received all of the above, but that none of his labor had been placed on the tithing account. This was a serious breach of religious duty, for 1 day in 10 was supposed to be donated as tithing labor. Committee members, furthermore, were charged with taking store pay for themselves, but being too tight-fisted in what they would allow to others. Hiram Smith, however, rose to the committee's defense, and in the end the conference sustained it in its work, thus exonerating it for a third time. That evening Cahoon complained angrily to Clayton about the accusations, but when the beleaguered scribe explained why he made them, apparently to clear the air as much as anything else, Cahoon appeared satisfied, at least for the time being. April 8, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 1, words, page 190-27. Various little items of business attended to, and a discourse from the President on Rev. Words, page 182. William Clayton report. Prest Joseph called upon the choir to sing a hymn and remarked that tenor charms the ear, bass the heart. After sing, the president spoke in substance as follows. I have 3 requests to make of the congregation. The first is that all who have faith will exercise it, that the Lord may be willing to calm the wind. The next is that I may have your prayers, that the Lord may strengthen my lungs so that I may be able to make you all hear. And the next is that I may have the Holy Ghost to rest upon me so as to enable me to declare those things that are true. The subject I intend to speak upon this morning is one that I have seldom touched upon since I commenced as an elder of the church. It is a subject of great speculation as well amongst the elders of the church as amongst the divines of the day. It is in relation to the beast spoken of in Revelations. The reason why it has been a subject of speculation amongst the elders is in consequence of a division of sentiment and opinion in relation to it. My object is to do away with this difference of opinion. The knowledge of the subject is not very essential to the elders. To have knowledge in relation to the meaning of beasts with 7 heads and 10 horns and other figure made use of in the Revelations is not very essential to the elders. If we get puffed up by thinking that we have much knowledge, we are apt to get a contentious spirit, and knowledge is necessary to do away with contention. The evil of being puffed up is not so great as the evil of contention. Knowledge does away with darkness, suspense, and doubt, for where knowledge is there is no doubt nor suspense nor darkness. There is no pain so awful as the pain of suspense. This is the condemnation of the wicked. Their doubt and anxiety and suspense causes weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. In knowledge there is power. God has more power than all other beings because he is greater knowledge, and hence he knows how to subject all other beings to him. I will endeavor to instruct you in relation to the meaning of the beasts and figures spoken of. Pelatiah, Brown has been the cause of this subject being now presented before you. He is one of the wisest old heads we have among us, has been called up before the High Council on account of the beast. The old man has preached concerning the beast, which was full of eyes before and behind, and for this he was hauled up for trial. I never thought it was right to call up a man and try him. Because he erred in doctrine, it looks too much like Methodism and not like Latter-day Saintism. Methodists have creeds which a man must believe or be kicked out of their church. I want the liberty of believing as I please. It feels so good not to be trammeled. It don't prove that a man is not a good man because he errs in doctrine. The High Council undertook to censure and correct Eyre Brown because of his teachings in relation to the beasts, and he came to me to know what he should do about it. The subject particularly referred to was the 4 beasts and 24 elders mentioned in Rev. Ch. 5v8. The old man has confounded all Christendom by speaking out that the 4 beasts represented the kingdom of God. The wise men of the day could not do anything with him, and why should we find fault? Anything to whip sectarianism and put down priestcraft. A club is better than no weapon for a poor man to fight with, but I could not keep laughing at the idea of God making use of the figure of a beast to represent the kingdom of God on the earth, when he could as well have used a far more noble and consistent figure. What? The Lord make use of the figure of a creature of the brute creation to represent that which is much more noble and important. The glories of his kingdom? You missed it that time, old man, but the sectarians did not know enough to detect you. When God made use of the figure of a beast in visions to the prophets, he did it to represent those kingdoms who had degenerated and become corrupt, the kingdoms of the world, but he never made use of the figure of a beast nor any of the brute kind to represent his kingdom. Daniel says, when he saw the vision of the 4 beasts, I came near unto one of them that stood by, and asked him the truth of all this. The angel interpreted the vision to Daniel, but we find by the interpretation that the figures of beasts had no allusion to the kingdom of God. You there see that the beasts are spoken of to represent the kingdoms of the world, the inhabitants whereof were beastly and abominable characters. They were murderous, corrupt, carnivorous, and brutal in their dispositions. I make mention of the prophets to qualify my declaration which I am about to make, so that the young elders who know so much may not rise up and choke me like hornets. There is a grand difference and distinction between the visions and figures spoken of by the prophets and those spoken of in the revelations of John. None of the things John saw had any allusion to the scenes of the days of Adam or of Enoch or of Abraham or Jesus, only as far as is plainly represented by John and clearly set forth. John only saw that which was shortly to come to pass, and that which was yet in futurity. He read Rev. Ch. 1v1. Now I make this declaration, that those things which John saw in heaven had no allusion to anything that had been on the earth, because John says he saw what was shortly to come to pass, and not what had already transpired. John saw beasts that had to do with things on the earth, but not in past ages. The beasts which he saw had to devour the inhabitants of the earth in days to come. The revelations do not give us to understand anything of the past in relation to the kingdom of God. What John saw and speaks of were things which were in heaven. What the prophets saw and speak of were things pertaining to the earth. I am now going to take exception to the present translation of the Bible in relation to these matters. There is a grand distinction between the actual meaning of the prophets and the present translation. The prophets do not declare that the Y saw a beast or beasts, but that the Y saw the image or figure of a beast. They did not see an actual bear or lion, but the images or figures of those beasts. The translation should have been rendered image instead of beast in every instance where beasts are mentioned by the prophets. But John saw the actual beast in heaven to show to John and to the inhabitants that being 28 did actually exist there. When the prophets speak of seeing beasts in their visions, they saw the images, the types to represent certain things, and at the same time, they received the interpretation as to what those images or types were designed to represent. I make this broad declaration, that where God ever gives a vision of an image or beast or figure of any kind, he always holds himself responsible to give a revelation or interpretation of the meaning thereof. Otherwise, we are not responsible or accountable for our belief in them. Don't be afraid of being damned for not knowing the meaning of a vision or figure, where God has not given a revelation or interpretation on the subject. He here read Rev. Ch. 5v11-13. John saw curious-looking beasts in heaven. He saw every creature that was in heaven, all the beasts, fowls, and fish in heaven, actually there, giving glory to God. I suppose John saw beings there that had been saved from 10,000 times 10,000 earths like this, strange beasts of which we have no conception, all might be seen in heaven. John learned that God glorified himself by saving all that his hands had made, whether beasts, foul fishes, or man. Any man who would tell you that this could not be would tell you that the revelations are not true. John heard the words of the beasts giving glory to God and understood them. God, who made the beasts, could understand every language spoken by them. The beasts were intelligent beings and were seen and heard by John, praising and glorifying God. The popular religionists of the day say that the beasts spoken of in the Revelations represent kingdoms. Very well, on the same principle, we can say that the 24 elders spoken of represent beasts, for they are all spoken of at the same time and represented as all giving, uniting in the same acts of praise and devotion. Deacon Homespun said, "The earth was flat as a pancake, but science has proved to the contrary. The world is full of technicalities and misrepresentation, but I calculate to overthrow the technicalities of the world and speak of things as they actually exist. Again, there is no revelation to prove that things do not exist in heaven as I have set forth, and we never can comprehend the things of God and of heaven but by revelation. We may spiritualize and express opinions to all eternity, but that is no authority. Ye elders of Israel, hearken to my voice, and when ye are sent into the world to preach, preach and cry aloud, repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Repent and believe the gospel. Never meddle with the visions of beasts and subjects you do not understand." Air Brown, when you go to Palmyra, don't say anything about the beast, but preach those things the Lord has told you to preach about: repentance and baptism for the remission of sins. He here read Rev. Sage 13v 1-8. The spiritualizers say the beast that received the wound was Nebuchadnezzar, but we will look at what John saw in relation to this beast. The translators have used the term dragon for devil. Now it was a beast that John saw in heaven, and he was then speaking of things that were shortly to come to pass, and consequently the beast John saw as spoken of in the 13th chapter was an actual beast to whom power was to be given. An actual, intelligent being in heaven, and this beast was to have power given him. John saw one of the heads of the beast as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered. After the beast, Nebuchadnezzar and Constantine the Great accepted. It must have been a wonderful beast that all human beings wondered after it, and I will venture to say that when God gives power to the beast to destroy the inhabitants of the earth, all will wonder. Verse 4 reads, "And they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him?" Some say it means the kingdom of the world. One thing is sure, it don't mean the kingdoms of the saints. Suppose we admit that it means the kingdoms of the world. What propriety would there be in saying, "Who is able to make war with myself"? If these spiritualizing 29 interpretations are true, the book contradicts itself in almost every verse, but they are not true. There is a mistranslation of the word dragon in the second verse. The original Hebrew word signifies the devil and not dragon as translated. Read Ch 12v9. It there reads that old serpent called the devil, and it ought to be translated devil in this case and not dragon. Everything that we have not a keyword to, we will take it as it reads. The beasts which John was and speaks of as being in heaven were actually living in heaven, and were actually to have power given to them over the inhabitants of the earth, precisely according to the plain reading of the Revelations. I give this as a key to the elders of Israel. April 14th, 1843, Friday. Allen 2, page 85. William Clayton and Joseph Smith rode out on the prairie with several immigrants, and about 20 acres of land were sold. April 16th, 1843, Sunday. Words, page 198. Heard President J. preach on the resurrection, shewing the importance of being buried with the saints and their relatives, in as much as we shall want to see our relatives first, and shall rejoice to strike hands with our parents, children, and see when rising from the tomb. April 17th, 1843, Monday. Allen 2, page 85. Clayton thankfully began receiving hard cash from some of the immigrants. April 19th, 1843, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 85. /Clayton/sold 30 acres more. April 21st, 1843, Friday. Temple history, page 106. Brother Player had been sick during the entire winter, and he continued in a very feeble state until the time when he commenced again to lay the stone on the walls, which was on the 21st day of April, 1843. Allen 1. Page 44. Joseph swore to me he would forever defend and protect me and divide earthly things with me if I would be faithful to him, which I carefully 30 promised. Allen 2. Page 113. The two / Joseph Smith and William Clayton / were riding together on the prairie. Wrote Clayton, he swore to me he would forever defend and protect me and divide earthly things with me if I would be faithful to him, which I cheerfully promised. April 23rd. 1843, Sunday. Allen 2, page 99. Helped Heber C. Kimball arrange his history. April 24th, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 1. Monday 24. Sister marked Moon went with me to Carthage. She is a lovely woman and desires to do right in all things and will submit to counsel with all her heart. Got back at dark, conversed some with President. April 27th, 1843. Thursday. Nauvoo 1. Thursday 27. At the temple am went to Prests. Who rode with me to Bro H.C. Kimball's where sister marked. Moon was sealed up by the priesthood by the president and M to me. Evening told mother in law concerning the priesthood. Nauvoo 2. 27. At the temple am at 10 at Bro Kimball's was M to MM shorthand. Evening told mother-in-law about the priesthood. Affidavit, page 225. On the 27th of April, 1843, the prophet Joseph Smith married to me, Margaret Moon, for time and eternity at the residence of Elder Heber C. Kimball. Letter, page 77. In April 1843, he / Joseph Smith / sealed to me my second wife, my first wife being then living. April 28th, 1843, Friday. Allen 2, page 104. On April 28th, 1843, they / the brick masons / finished / work on his new home / April 29th, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, 29. Rode out to Prairie with President Joseph W.M. and Samuel H. Smith and John Topham. April 30th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, APL 30. P.M. at Sister Booth's where I learned that S. and would obey her instructions. Evening walked out with Margaret and accomplished a good object. May 1st, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, May 1st, A.M. at the temple. At 10. M.J. to L.W.P. M. at Prest. Joseph's. I have seen 6 brass plates which were found in Adams County. Prest J. has translated a portion and says they contain the history of the person with whom they were found, and he was a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth. Allen 2, page 117. I have seen 6 brass plates which were found in Adams County by some persons who were digging in a mound. They found a skeleton about 6 feet from the surface of the earth, which was 9 foot high. At this point there is a tracing of a plate in the journal. The plates were on the breast of the skeleton. This diagram shows the size of the plates being drawn on the edge of one of them. They are covered with ancient characters of language containing from 30 to 40 on each side of the plates. Prest J. has translated a portion and says they contain the history of the person with whom they were found, and he was a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth. Allen 1, page 44. Clayton / preformed a marriage ceremony between Joseph Smith and Lucy Walker, blood atonement and the origin of plural marriage. 31. May 1st, 1843, a.m. At the temple. At 10 married Joseph to Lucy Walker, p.m. at Prest. Joseph's. He has gone out with Woodworth. Affidavit, page 225. On the first day of May, 1843, I officiated in the office of an elder by marrying Lucy Walker to the prophet Joseph Smith at his own residence. During this period the prophet Joseph took several other wives. Amongst the number I well remember Eliza Partridge, Emily Partridge, Sarah and Whitney, Helen Kimball, and Flora Woodworth. These all, he acknowledged to me, were his lawful wedded wives, according to the celestial order. His wife Emma was cognizant of the fact of some, if not all, of these being his wives, and she generally treated them very kindly. Letter, page 78. I had the honor to seal one woman / Lucy Walker Smith / to Joseph under his direction. May 2nd, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, May 2nd. Talked with Jane Charnock. She loves me and would sooner unite to me than R. Joseph rode out today with Flora W. May 3rd, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, May 3rd. Diantha Farr went with me / to Carthage / Clayton, trying to settle taxes with an unnamed collector. Says that the collector / was abusive. Much use of the term Joe Smith and sneeringly / Walter Bagby / May 7th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 7. P.M. at Sister Booth's with my wife's evening walk to Prests with marked May 13th, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 13th. Sister Desdemona Fulmer came to see if she could board with me. I told her she could on Tuesday, May 14th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 14th. Walked out with MT who promises to be true. May 15th, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 15. At the Temple office. Night my wife and Margaret slept together. May 16th, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 16. Went to see President J., who ordered me to prepare for Carthage. I returned home and got ready and started about 11 o'clock in the new carriage with Prest J., George Miller, Eliza Partridge, Lydia Partridge, and J.M. Smith. Lauren Walker drove. We called at Carthage and saw Styles, Backenstows, and others. Tarried about 15 minutes and started again for Ramus, where we arrived about 3:30 o'clock. We stayed at W. G. Perkins, Prest J. and I went to B.F. Johnson's to sleep. Before we retired, the Prest gave Bro Johnson and wife some instructions on the priesthood. He put his hand on my knee and says, "Your life is hid with Christ in God, and so is many others." Addressing Benjamin says, "He nothing but the unpardonable sin can prevent him, me, 32, from inheriting eternal glory, for he is sealed up by the power of the priesthood unto eternal life, having taken the step which is necessary for that purpose." Nauvoo 2, Allen 2, page 147 n. 38. He said that except a man and his wife enter into an everlasting covenant and be married for eternity while in this probation by the power and authority of the holy priesthood, they will cease to increase. When they die, they will not have any children in the resurrection, but those who are married by the power and authority of the priesthood in this life and continue without committing the sin against the Holy Ghost will continue to increase and have children in the celestial glory. Nauvoo 2. The unpardonable sin is to shed innocent blood or be accessory thereto. All other sins will be visited with judgment in the flesh, and the spirit being delivered to the buffetings of Satan until the day of the Lord Jesus. I feel desirous to be united in an everlasting covenant to my wife and pray that it may soon be. Prest J. said that the way he knew in whom to confide, God told him in whom he might place confidence. He also said that in the celestial glory was 3 heavens or degrees, and in order to obtain the highest, a man must enter into this order of the priesthood, and if he don't, he can't obtain it. He may enter into the other, but that is the end of his kingdom. He cannot have increase. May 17th, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2. Wednesday 17th, breakfast at Bro Perkins, after which we took a pleasure ride through Fountain Green. Nauvoo 2. Words, page 202. At 10 Prest J. preached on 2 Peter ch. 1. He shewed that knowledge is power, and the man who has the most knowledge has the greatest power. Also that salvation means a man's being placed beyond the powers of all his enemies. He said the more sure word of prophecy meant a man's knowing that he was sealed up unto eternal life by revelation and the spirit of prophecy through the power of the holy priesthood. He also showed that it was impossible for a man to be saved in ignorance. Paul had seen the 3rd heavens, and I more. Peter penned the most sublime language of any of the apostles. Nauvoo 2. Dined at Bro Babbitt's. Prest J. said to Bro Johnson and I that J.B. Nobles, when he was first taught this doctrine, set his heart on one and pressed J to seal the contract, but he never could get opportunity. It seemed that the Lord was unwilling. Finally another came along and he then engaged that one and is a happy man. I learned from this anecdote never to press the prophet, but wait with patience, and God will bring all things right. I feel to pray that God will let me live so that I may come to the full knowledge of truth and salvation and be prepared for the enjoyment of a fullness of the third heavens. After dinner, I took a pleasure ride with Lorraine and the children. PM. President J attended the city council and afterwards rode out with B.F. Johnson's family. Nauvoo 2, words, page 203. In the evening, we went to hear a Methodist preacher lecture. After he got through, President J offered some corrections as follows. The 7th verse of C2 of Genesis ought to read, God breathed into Adam his spirit or breath of life, but when the word ruach applies to Eve, it should be translated lives. Speaking of eternal duration of matter, he said, there is no such thing as immaterial matter. All spirit is matter, but is more fine or pure and can only be discerned by pure eyes. We can't see it, but when our bodies are purified we shall see that it is all matter. Nauvoo 2. The gentleman seemed pleased and said he should visit Nauvoo immediately. May 18th, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 18th. We left Macedonia about 8:30 and arrived Carthage at 10. I asked the priest whether children who die in infancy will grow. Nauvoo 2, Allen 2, page 145. He answered, no, we shall receive them precisely in the same state as they died, in no larger. They will have as much intelligence as we shall, but shall always remain separate and single. They will have no increase. Children who are born dead will have full-grown bodies being made up by the resurrection. Nauvoo 2. At Carthage we paid some taxes and dined at Bacchustos's with Judge Douglas, who is presiding at court. After dinner the priest and judge had conversation concerning sundry matters. Nauvoo 2, Allen 2, page 118. The priest said, I prophesy in the name of the Lord God that in a few years this government will be utterly overthrown and wasted, so that there will not be a potsherd left for their wickedness and conniving at the Missouri mobocracy. The judge appears very friendly and acknowledged the propriety of the priest's remarks. Nauvoo 2. We left Carthage about 2 and arrived home at 5:30. My family all well. May 20th, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2. May 20th, 1843. Rode on prairie with priest J. Jackson, Bro Oakley and others to look lands. PM. Rode out with Jackson to shoe lands. Priest Smith tells me he has appointed Jackson to sell lands and relieve me of their burthen. He says Jackson appears a fine and noble fellow, but is reduced in circumstances. The priest feels disposed to employ him and give him a chance in the world. Jackson says he shall be baptized ere long. May 21st, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, not in words. Sunday 21. Priest J preached on 2 Peter chapter 1 to a very full house. PM. We had sacrament administered evening. I took a walk with my wife M to H. Kimball's and thence to the post office. Temple History, page 106. On Sunday, May 21st, 1843, President Joseph preached in the temple from the first chapter of Peter's second epistle. In the afternoon of that day, the ordinance of partaking of bread and water as the sacrament was administered to the saints for the first time in this temple. May 22nd, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 22. Went to priest J's. He received a letter from Sister Armstrong of Philadelphia complaining of slanderous conduct in B. Winchester. The priest handed the letter to Dr. Richards, saying the 12 ought to silence Winchester. In company with Jackson, priest J. Mr. Simpson, and some others. May 23rd, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 23. Conversed with H.C.K. concerning a plot that is being laid to entrap the brethren of the secret priesthood by Bro H. and others. Attended to much tax business with sundry brethren. Priest J. and Lady rode to his farm. Evening. Priest gave up lot 4B 148, which he agreed to purchase of Asa Smith some time ago in consequence of Oz's wanting to drag all money out of priest And paying it for land else too. Here. Prest. Said such covetous-minded men would be damned. Prest. Stated to me that he had had a little trouble with Sis E. He was asking E. Partridge concerning Jackson conduct during Prest absence, and E. came upstairs. He shut to the door, not knowing who it was, and held it. She came to the door and called Eliza 4 times and tried to force open the door. Prest opened it and told her the cause, and see. She seemed much irritated. He says Jackson is rotten-hearted. May the Lord preserve me from committing a fault to cause me to lose the confidence of my friends, for I desire to do right, thou Lord knowest. Allen 1, page 44n, 17. On May 23, 1843, Joseph told Clayton of Emma's irritation when she discovered him and Eliza Partridge, one of his plural wives, in conversation in an upstairs room. May 24, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 24. Prest J. bought 11 quarter sections of land of Jen. Adams. Prest J. rode on the hill with Emma and also attended court in the Ferry case. May 25, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 25. Started early to Carthage to redeem the city lots. Completed the business and returned home. I arrived about 8. Rained very heavy. May 26, 1843, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 26. A.M. went with a cordon to look a lot. Also at the temple office. The carpenters finished in my house. Prest J. came up in the afternoon and I went back with him. Settled with William Ford by giving him 1/4 of lot and took up the due bill. Prest in meeting with the 12 and Judge Adams. Hiram received the doctrine of priesthood. May 28, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 28. At Bro Kimball's, who was blessing his children, he also blessed William Heber Clayton. At 2 I met with the wardens of the lodge. P.M. at home writing papers on settlement with the lodge. Nauvoo 2, Allen 2, page 104. We are occupying our new house, for which I feel very thankful. May 29, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 29. This A.M. Prest J. told me that he felt as though I was not treating him exactly right and asked if I had used any familiarity with E. I told him by no means and explained to his satisfaction. At the store office. May 30th, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 30. At the mayor's office preparing papers for the Lawrence business. May 31st, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 31. This A.M. Sarah Crooks arrived at Nauvoo. She received word that I sent to Bro Clark on February 12th and started immediately. She has been prospered and blessed on her journey. June 1st, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday, June 1st. This day I have been at Prest J's office all day, preparing papers for the settlement of the Lawrence business with Bros Whiting and Richards. Evening J. rode in the carriage with F. down to Woodworth. He let Lauren Walker have a knowledge of some things. June 2nd, 1843, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 2nd. Wrote to Susan Conrad. This evening I talked with Sarah again and she appears willing to comply with her privilege. June 3rd, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 3rd. This A.M. started for Quincy on the steamboat Maid of Iowa. I took my wife and her child, also Margaret Moon and Sarah Crooks. We had a large company of brethren and sisters on a pleasure voyage. We arrived at Quincy about 1 o'clock. I immediately went to the probate judge and presented the papers which we had made out, pertaining to the Lawrence estate. He said he could do nothing with them. Upon inquiring what he wanted, I finally made a new account which he accepted. I then went to the boat and Prest J. returned with me to make oath to the accounts. Balance in guardian's hands was $3,790.89 3/4. We soon got through and started back about 5 o'clock. Sunday A.M. June 4th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2. Evening conversed with Sarah and Elizabeth. Brotherton. June 8th, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 8. Made deed to A.C. and H. M. Kimball for end, E1 quarter, L2 B1 18. Temple History, page 106. Early in the morning on the 8th day of June, 1843, Elder Elias Higbee, one of the Temple Committee, died after an illness of only 5 days. His death was unexpected and deeply lamented by all his brethren. He had proved himself a worthy man and was much respected by all who knew him. After this event, several applications were made by men to be appointed to fill the vacant place of Elder Higbee. Elder Jared Carter was very anxious to have the appointment and, for some cause or other, claimed it as his right. But the Spirit whispered that it would not be wisdom to appoint him. After some delay and consultation on the subject, the Patriarch Hiram Smith was appointed by the trustee in trust, with the consent of the other committee, and on the morning of the 23rd day of October, 1843, he entered upon the duties of this office, amidst the greetings and good feelings of the workers universally. June 11th, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 11th. Margaret received a letter from Aaron Farr, which made her feel bad. It also gave me unaccountable sorrow. Temple History, page 86. Brother James Whitehead was called into the office of the recorder for the temple on the 11th of June to assist in keeping the books, and from this time forward the business continued to increase and contributions came in plentifully. June 13th, 1843, Tuesday, Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 13. Pressed. J. started north. I have had some conversation with M. She promised she would not marry A if she can possibly avoid it. And if she ever feels disposed to marry, she will tell me as soon as she thinks of it. She will seek my counsel and says she will abide it. Last night S. Crooks went away abruptly to those Millers but came back this a.m. June 18th, 1843, Sunday. Allen 2, page 93. On the night of June 18th, 1843, Clayton was visiting at the home of A. Sister Booth, along with Ruth and her sister, Margaret, who had only recently become his first plural wife. Suddenly William F. Cahoon rushed in, telling Clayton that Hiram Smith wanted to see him at the temple immediately. Another writ was out for Joseph's arrest, but he was away with his wife and family visiting Emma's sister Elizabeth Wasson, who lived near Dixon. Clayton rushed to the temple where Hiram met him and asked him to ride to Dixon immediately to warn Joseph. Clayton borrowed $120 for the trip, persuaded Stephen Markham to go with him, and rode swiftly out of town at midnight on Joseph Smith's favorite horse, Joe Duncan. The two riders covered the 190 miles in 64 hours, with very little rest along the way. It is not surprising that Joe Duncan was due jaded at the end of the trip that he could not be ridden for several days. June 21st, 1843, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 94. Clayton and Markham found Joseph and Emma about halfway between Dixon and the Wasson home and delivered their message. They need not be alarmed, the prophet assured them, for his enemies could not hurt him. Nevertheless, he prudently kept out of sight all day on June 22nd, even though he had agreed to preach at Dixon and many people turned out to hear him. 33. June 23rd, 1843, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday, June 23rd. This a.m. Press J. took me and conversed considerable concerning some delicate matters. Said wanted to lay a snare for me. Equals Emma. He told me last night of this and said he had felt troubled. He said had treated him coldly and badly since I came. William Clayton arrived meeting Joseph on June 21st, 1843 halfway between Wassons and Dixon, and he knew she was disposed to be revenged on him for something she thought that if he would indulge himself, she would too. He cautioned me very kindly, for which I felt thankful. He said Thompson professed great friendship for him, but he gave way to temptation and he had to die. Also Bro Knight he gave him one, but he went to loose conduct and he could not save him. Also B.Y. had transgressed his covenant and he pled with the Lord to spare him this. And he did so, otherwise he would have died. B. denied having transgressed. He said if I would do right by him and abide his counsel he would save my life while he lived. I feel desirous to do right and would rather die than lose my interest in the celestial kingdom. William Clayton went to Dixon, and soon after this Joseph was arrested. Allen 1, page 44. It is understandable that Emma would somewhat resent William Clayton at this particular point, and this seems to be the only explanation for Joseph confiding in his friend not only that Emma wanted somehow to lay a snare for Clayton, but also that she had treated Joseph himself coldly since Clayton's arrival. In a footnote Allen 2, page 44, n. 16. Joseph told Clayton of other problems that day, even suggesting that some close associates had transgressed their covenants. He told Clayton that if he, Clayton, would do right and abide his counsel, Joseph could save his life. I feel to do right and would rather die than to lose my interest in the celestial kingdom, Clayton responded. Allen 2, page 94. Already Joseph H. Reynolds, the sheriff from Jackson County, Missouri, and Constable Harmon T. Wilson of Carthage were in the area. They were disguised, however, passing themselves off as Mormon elders. On Friday morning, June 23rd, Clayton went into Dixon to find out what was happening. He must have been chagrined when he later discovered that he actually passed Reynolds and Wilson along the way without recognizing them. Perhaps he could have saved the prophet from arrest. But the two officers knew where Joseph was, for they had been told by his friends at Dixon who thought they were Mormons. They arrived at the Wasson home early in the afternoon, took Joseph by surprise, and, after considerable abusive language and harsh treatment, arrested him and tried to hurry him off to Missouri before anything could complicate their plans. Clayton heard of the arrest from Markham and quickly began making arrangements for another writ of habeas corpus. Eventually, after a long series of complicated maneuvers, several writs were issued, and Joseph's captors were themselves arrested for using violence against him. In an almost comic opera turn of events, they were ultimately forced to take him to Nauvoo for a habeas corpus hearing where, of course, there was no question that Joseph would be released. June 25, 1843, Sunday. Allen 2, page 94. Clayton, meantime, set out to inform Hiram and the others. He took a carriage to Rock Island and then a river boat to Nauvoo, where he arrived on Sunday, June 25th. As soon as they received the message, Hiram Smith and Wilson Law called for volunteers to rescue the prophet. Some 300 men volunteered, and out of these around 120 were selected to go in two companies. One group boarded the Maid of Iowa, planning to stop any river boats in case Reynolds and Wilson had taken the prophet that way, and the other rode horseback toward Dixon. June 30th, 1843, Friday. Allen 2, page 95. No rescue mission was needed, however, and on June 30th, leading his captors, Joseph made a dramatic, triumphal entry into Nauvoo. The poignancy of the day, especially as described by William Clayton, demonstrated the irresistible influence that was Joseph Smith's in the City of Saints. Joseph himself sent a messenger ahead, who told his friends that his party would arrive about noon and that he wanted the band and as many citizens as possible to meet them. About 11 a.m. the band marched to the edge of town, followed by Hiram and Emma Smith on horseback and a train of carriages a half-mile long carrying other prominent citizens. Clayton was there in a buggy, and about a mile and a half east of the temple they met Joseph Smith and his party, which included several men on horseback who had gone out on the rescue mission. As soon as they saw Joseph, the people of Nauvoo began to cheer, whereupon Joseph left his buggy, mounted a horse, called for his wife and children and his brother, and, holding hands, the three wept tears of joy. The band struck up Hail Columbia, and the whole procession, horses, carriages, and crowds on foot falling in behind, marched slowly into the city. There the streets were lined with people on both sides, and, with crowds cheering, guns firing, and cannons roaring, Joseph made his way to his home, where an even greater crowd was waiting. There, also, he met his 66-year-old mother, and, in describing the reunion, Clayton could not refrain from adding his own emotional editorializing to the scene. "Joseph," he wrote, repaired to her and, with the welling tears rolling down his cheek, kissed the parent who had so often been compelled to sorrow and suffer feelings of the most exquisite anguish to see her offspring hunted from place to place for his religious sake. Tears of joy bedewed her aged cheeks whilst she once more held him clasped in her arms. His children also crowded around, and 7-year-old Fred exclaimed, "Pa, the Missourians won't take you away again, will they?" Just a year earlier, the same little Fred had amused the whole family by telling of a dream in which he saw that the Missourians had got their heads knocked off. The whole scene ended with Joseph introducing his friends to the people from out of town, who were astonished at the enthusiasm of the greeting, and the crowd dispersed only after he promised to address them at the temple at 4 p.m. Allen 1, page 44, Allen 2, page 96. It was a particular pleasure for Clayton to see the tender evidence of reconciliation as Joseph and Emma embraced each other upon Joseph's triumphal return to Nauvoo. He called for Sister Emma and his brother Hiram, who, when they came up and took him by the hand, all wept tears of joy. Such a feeling I never before witnessed when the priest took hold of the hand of his partner in sorrow and persecution. Surely, it would have moved anything but the heart of an adamantine. Allen 1, page 44, n. 17. Clayton also tenderly described the emotional reunion between Joseph and his mother and children, including little Fred exclaiming, "Pa, the Missourians won't take you away again, will they?" Allen 2, page 96. Joseph went into the house to have dinner, and ironically, among the guests were Sheriff Reynolds and Constable Wilson. William Clayton could not resist a comment, worth noting here because it shows so well his disgust for anyone who abused his idol. He seemed seldom to miss an opportunity, either in Nauvoo or later, to use whatever descriptive talent he had to both sing the prophet's praises and damn his enemies. Wilson and the sheriff were very kindly invited to sit at table with the family and friends, he wrote in his journal, and partook of the kind hospitality of him whom they had so lately insulted and abused in the most shameful manner. What a contrast between the treatment they met with and that which they had used toward Jay while he was their prisoner. It was very evident that they were in some measure conscious of the magnitude of their baseness and maltreatment. Nauvoo 2, words, page 225. At 4 o'clock a large multitude were assembled at the grove, and about 5 pressed. Jay made his appearance on the stand in company with Cyrus H. Walker Esker. The general theme of his discourse tended to enlighten the minds of the public concerning the powers of the municipal court in relation to habeas corpus as granted in the Nauvoo Charter, plainly proving that the municipal court had more power than the circuit courts, inasmuch as the latter's power was limited while that of the former was unlimited. He also said that he had restrained the saints from using violence in self-defense, but from henceforth he restrained them no more. The best of feelings prevailed during the whole meeting. BYU Studies, Volume 35, Number 2, pages 168 to 934. Press J left the buggy and mounted old Charlie. He called for Sister Emma and his brother Hiram, who, when they came up and took him by the hand, all wept pressed, took hold of the hand of his partner in sorrow and persecution. Surely it would have moved anything but the heart of an adamantine. Clayton also commented on the non-Mormons who had accompanied Joseph Smith to Nauvoo, who all gazed with astonishment and rapture to see the enthusiastic attachment of the Mormon people to their beloved leaders. July 4, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, not in words. Tuesday 4th. Today we had a meeting in the grove in the evening. Pressed J. related a history of the Missouri persecutions and the late arrest in the presence of about 900 passengers and a very large multitude of saints. July 7, 1843, Friday. Allen 2, page 99. On July 7, 1843, he had arranged to give a supper for the band, but suddenly Hiram Smith had work for him to do. "Hiram wants me to write," he wrote, and seems to care nothing for any disappointment. Loyal workhorse that he was, Clayton took the assignment and simply asked the band to see that his share of the meal was taken to his home, where he was working. His feelings about such demands would not be made public. He was much too concerned about his image as a loyal disciple for that. But he would be less than human if he had not harbored at least some note of resentment when such demands were made of him. In this case, he had a slight reprieve for in the evening. The band came to his home anyway, and they enjoyed themselves until midnight. July 8th, 1843, Saturday. Allen 2, page 99. Clayton then stayed up until 2 a.m. writing for Hiram and spent all the next day, the 8th, until 7 p.m., finishing the job. It is not surprising that he was considerable unwell that day. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 8. Marked. Wrote a letter to Aaron which I dictated, informing him that she should not marry. July 9th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, not in words. Sunday 9th, a.m. at the Grove. President J. preached. July 12th, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 12th this a.m. I wrote a revelation consisting of 10 pages on the order of the priesthood, showing the designs in Moses, Abraham, David, and Solomon having many wives and concubines, and c. After it was wrote pressed. Joseph and Hiram presented it and read it to E, who said she did not believe a word of it and appeared very rebellious. J told me to deed all the unencumbered lots to E, and the children he appears much troubled about E. Affidavit 1874, page 225. On the morning of the 12th of July, 1843, Joseph and Hiram Smith came into the office in the upper story of the brick store on the bank of the Mississippi River. They were talking on the subject of plural marriage. Hiram said to Joseph, "If you will write the revelation on celestial marriage, I will take it to Emma, and I believe I can convince her of its truth, and you will hereafter have peace." Joseph smiled and remarked, "You do not know Emma as well as I do." Hiram repeated his opinion and further remarked, "The doctrine is so plain. I can convince any reasonable man or woman of its truth, purity, or heavenly origin, or words to their effect." Joseph then said, "Well, I will write the revelation and we will see." He then requested me to get paper and prepare to write. Hiram very urgently requested Joseph to write the revelation by means of the Urim and Thummim, but Joseph, in reply, said he did not need to, for he knew the revelation perfectly from beginning to end. Joseph and Hiram then sat down and Joseph commenced to dictate the revelation on celestial marriage, and I wrote it, sentence by sentence, as he dictated. After the whole was written, Joseph asked me to read it through, slowly and carefully, which I did, and he pronounced it correct. He then remarked that there was much more that he could write on the same subject, but what was written was sufficient for the present. Hiram then took the revelation to read to Emma. Joseph remained with me in the office until Hiram returned. When he came back, Joseph asked him how he had succeeded. Hiram replied that he had never received a more severe talking to in his life, that Emma was very bitter and full of resentment and anger. Joseph quietly remarked, "I told you you did not know Emma as well as I did." Joseph then put the revelation in his pocket and they both left the office. The revelation was read to several of the authorities during the day. Towards evening, Bishop Newell K. Whitney asked Joseph if he had any objections to his taking a copy of the revelation. Joseph replied that he had not and handed it to him. It was carefully copied the following day by Joseph C. Kingsbury. 2 or 3 days after the revelation was written, Joseph related to me and several others that Emma had so teased and urgently entreated him for the privilege of destroying it that he became so weary of her teasing, and to get rid of her annoyance, he told her she might destroy it, and she had done so. But he had consented to her wish in this matter to pacify her, realizing that he knew the revelation perfectly and could rewrite it at any time if necessary. The copy made by Joseph C. Kingsbury is a true and correct copy of the original in every respect. The copy was carefully preserved by Bishop Whitney, and but few knew of its existence until the temporary location of the camps of Israel at winter quarters on the Missouri River in 1846. After the revelation on celestial marriage was written, Joseph continued his instructions privately on the doctrine to myself and others, and during the last year of his life we were scarcely ever together alone, but he was talking on the subject and explaining that doctrine and principles connected with it. He appeared to enjoy great liberty and freedom in his teachings, and also to find great relief in having a few to whom he could unbosom his feelings on that great and glorious subject. From him I learned that the doctrine of plural and celestial marriage is the most holy and important doctrine ever revealed to man on the earth, and that without obedience to that principle no man can ever attain to the fullness of exaltation in celestial glory. Letter, page 76. Now I say to you, as I am ready to testify to all the world, and on which testimony I am most willing to meet all the Latter-day Saints, and all apostates, in time and through all eternity, I did write the revelations on celestial marriage given through the prophet Joseph Smith on the 12th of July, 1843. When the revelation was written, there was no one present except the prophet Joseph, his brother Hiram, and myself. It was written in the small office upstairs in the rear of the brick store which stood on the banks of the Mississippi River. It took some 3 hours to write it. Joseph dictated sentence by sentence, and I wrote it as he dictated. After the whole was written, Joseph requested me to read it slowly and carefully, which I did, and he then pronounced it correct. The same night a copy was taken by Bishop Whitney, which copy is now here in the historian's office, and which I know and testify is correct. The original was destroyed by Emma Smith. I again testify that the revelation on polygamy was given through the prophet Joseph on the 12th of July, 1843, and that the prophet Joseph both taught and practiced polygamy. I do positively know and bear testimony to the fact. July 13th, 1843. Thursday, Nauvoo 2, Thursday 13. This AMJ sent for me. And when I arrived, he called me up into his private room with E, and there stated an agreement they had mutually entered into. They both stated their feelings on many subjects and wept considerable. Oh, may the Lord soften her heart that she may be willing to keep and abide by his holy law. July 15th, 1843, Saturday, Nauvoo 2, Saturday 15th, made deed for 1/2 S. Be made of Iowa from J to Emma. Also, a deed to E for over 60 city lots. July 16th, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 16th, a.m. at home writing Bro Kimball's lecture. Nauvoo 2, words page 232, p.m. went to the Grove and heard President J preach on the law of the priesthood. He stated that Hiram held the office of prophet to the church by birthright, and he was going to have a reformation, and the saints must regard Hiram for he has authority. He showed that a man must enter into an everlasting covenant with his wife in this world, or he will have no claim on her in the next. He said that he could not reveal the fullness of these things until the temple is completed, and c. July 17th, 1843, Monday, Nauvoo 2, Monday 17. a.m. at the temple and at Prest. J's conversed with J and Hiram on the priesthood. July 22nd, 1843, Tuesday, Nauvoo 2, Saturday 22. MT and had a long conversation together. She has stood true to her covenant with CW. CW is written backwards. I also had some talk with him, and although the shock is severe, he endures it patiently. And I pray the great Elohim to make up the loss to him an 100-fold and enable him to rejoice in all things. My heart aches with grief on his and M's account, and could almost say, oh, that I had never known H. But thou, O God, knowest the integrity of thy servant. Thou knowest that I have done that which I have understood to be thy will, and am still determined to do so, and I ask thee in the name of Jesus Christ either to absolutely wean my affections from M, or give me hers entire, and then I am content. But to live in the state of feeling I cannot. If I have done wrong in this thing, show it me, that thy servant may repent of it and obtain forgiveness. But, O Lord, have mercy on me, and by some means release me from this grievous bondage of feeling, and thy servant will praise thee. Prest. Joseph came to see me and pronounced a sealing blessing upon Ruth and me. And we mutually entered into an everlasting covenant with each other. Affidavit, page 225. On the 22nd of July, 1843, he married to me, according to the order of the church, my first wife Ruth. July 23rd, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 23. M. appears dissatisfied with her situation and is miserable. Oh, that the Lord will bless my house and deliver us from every evil principle and feeling, that we may be saved. For I desire to do right, O Lord, make my heart and my affections right and pure as it shall please thee, that I may enjoy the blessing of peace and happiness. Even so, amen. Hiram preached a.m. and Joseph p.m. evening. I had some more talk with M. and find she is miserable, which makes me doubly so. I offered to her to try to have her covenant released if she desired it, but she said she was not willing. July 24th, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 24. M. is still miserable and unhappy, and it does seem that my heart must burst. What shall I do? How shall I recompense? And how long must I thus suffer worse than death for that which I have always regarded as being the will of the Lord? By the help of the Lord I will do right. I have repeatedly offered to M. to try to get a release from the covenant, and I have done all I know to make things comfortable, but to no effect. She appears almost to hate me and cannot bear to come near me. Oh, God, if thou wilt give me M's affections and cause things to be pleasant and happy between us, if thou wilt bless her and comfort her by thy Spirit, and cause her to rejoice in what she has done, and bring it to pass that I may secure her truly with all her affections, for time and for eternity. I feel to covenant to try to serve thee with more diligence if possible, and to do all that thou shalt require at mine hands. Wilt thou not grant me this blessing, and relieve my aching heart from this worst of all troubles which ever befell me in the course of my life? O God, plead my cause and give me thine everlasting blessing, and do remember M. for good, that she may be comforted. Even so, amen, amen, and amen. July 25th. 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday. M. much as usual. July 26th, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 26. M. seems quite embittered against me in consequence of which I called her to me and asked her if she desired the covenant to be revoked. If it were possible. To this she would not give me a satisfactory answer, only saying if it had not been done it should not be, meaning our union. I then asked if she would consent if I would take her under all circumstances, but she would not consent to have it revoked, saying she did it not for her sake, but for the sake of the peace of my family. Under these circumstances, I could not rest until I had ascertained whether the C could be revoked, and although contrary to her wish, I went to see Prest J. I took a to talk with him and asked him some questions, whereby I ascertained that he would be willing to take her under all circumstances. I reasoned considerable with him to prove that I had done right in all these matters so far as I knew it. I called the Prest out and briefly stated the situation of things, and then asked him if the C could be revoked. He shook his head and answered no. At this conclusion my mind seemed for the moment to get relief, for the twofold reason that I had done all I could and I did not want the C revoked. I came back, and M and A were together in Farr's garden. I told them the answer I had got and advised them to take the best measures to make all things right between them. I cannot help thinking that M has treated me not only unkindly but meanly and cruelly, but I forgive her before the Lord, for I sympathize with her in her grief, but can't console her, for she will not speak to me. My earnest prayer to God is that all things may soon become right and pleasant, and that the Lord may bless her and save her from sinning against him. And if I have done wrong in asking if the C could be revoked and seeking to have it done, O Lord, forgive me, for I desire to do right in all things, that I may be saved. I feel that I have done right in the sight of God, and that he has abundantly blessed me, for which I thank him, and something tells me that the time will come when M will love those whom C ought, and when she will feel perfectly satisfied with her situation and rejoice that things remain as they are. And now, O God, bless thy servant and handmaid, and stamp the peace upon us, and fill us with the spirit of truth, for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. July 27th, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 27 a.m. I went to see Prest J. In our conversation about M and A, he said if A went to making me any trouble, he would defend me to the uttermost and stand by me through all, for which I feel thankful. July 31st, 1843, Monday. Allen 2, page 83. It was unusual for Clayton actually to receive cash / for the sale of lot / and this probably accounts for the satisfaction he seemed to feel when he wrote in his journal on July 31st, 1843, that he sold 100 acres to Benjamin Medjinis for $1,000 and that the purchaser had agreed to pay $800 cash and give a $200 note. August 1st, 1843, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 114. On August 1st, 1843, Joseph rode in his buggy up to the temple where he began to discuss with Clayton and other the fact that some of his property was being sold for taxes. Suddenly Walter Bagby, the county assessor and collector, appeared, and when Joseph confronted him with the issue, he denied all knowledge of it. As the discussion heated up, Joseph told Bagby that he was always abusing the citizens in the area, and Bagby angrily called Joseph a liar. Obviously irritated, the church leader stepped down from his buggy, whereupon Bagby picked up a stone to throw at him. Enraged, Joseph went after him and struck him 2 or 3 times, and it took Daniel H. Wells to separate the two. August 3rd, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 3rd a.m. at Prest. J's. Conversed about W. Law, Emma and C. Allen 2, page 83. Clayton received the down payment in specie / from Medjinis / and happily took the note for the rest. August 6th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, words page 237. Allen 2, page 100. Prest. J. made some remarks on the election showing that he had taken no part in it. Stated that Hiram had had a manifestation that it was for our interest to vote for Hogue. August 11th, 1843, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 11 a.m. to the temple office. P. M. Prest. J. came to my house and I went home with him and took dinner with him. In our conversation about Judge Adams, J. made this remark: no man can put forth his hand to steady the ark but God, and his servant Joseph. By the ark I understood him to mean this work, and that no man could dictate and govern it but Jehovah, and he whom God had appointed, viz. His servant Joseph. Judge Adams died about 10 o'clock p.m. None of his family are here, having only been sent for a few days, and they are at Springfield. It is truly afflicting to see the sickness which exists through the city, and the loss of this man seems very grievous. He attended the polls on Monday last and was elected probate judge for this county, but he is gone to receive his reward in the other world. J. told me today that Walker had been speaking to him concerning my having taken M away from A, and intimated that I had done wrong. I told him to be quiet and say no more about it. He also told me Emma was considerably displeased with it, but says she will soon get over it. In the agony of mind which I have endured on the subject, I said I was sorry I had done it, at which J told me not to say so. I finally asked him if I had done wrong in what I had done. He answered, no, you have a right to get all you can. August 13th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, words page 241. Sunday 13. Went to meeting, heard J. preach on 2 Peter 3, 10 and 11. Being a funeral sermon on the death of E. Higbee. When speaking of the passage, I will send Elijah the prophet and see, he said it should read, and he shall turn the hearts of the children to the covenant made with their fathers, also where it says, and they shall seal the servants of God in their foreheads, and see, it means to seal the blessing on their heads, meaning the everlasting covenant, thereby making their calling and election sure. When a seal is put upon the father and mother, it secures their posterity so that they cannot be lost but will be saved by virtue of the covenant of their father. Nauvoo 2, words page 243. PM Prest. J. offered some complaints of the citizens of Nauvoo first, because some young men sat on the ladies' campground and laughed and mocked during meeting. He next spake of Walter Bagby and the little skirmish he had with him about a week ago. He spoke of Esq. Wells interfering when he had no business. He then spake of the abuses he received at the election by King and the Board of Judges, also of the grog and beer shops, and said he should rip them up. He then showed that Sidney Rigdon had bound himself by an oath to Governor Carlin to deliver J into the hands of the Missourians if he could, and finally in the name of the Lord withdrew the hand of fellowship from him and put it to the vote of the people. He was cut off by an unanimous vote and orders to demand his license. Nauvoo 2. At night my wife's mother went into the garden to pray just as we were going to bed. Margaret and Lydia went out and found her on her knees. She was deranged. She came into the bedroom trembling and seemed as though she had been frightened but was altogether delirious. Her feet and legs were cold and I feared she was going to die. She got into bed and we got some hot water to her feet and rubbed her legs and feet with flannel and went to bed. She soon seemed some better. From her conversation with Lydia this afternoon, it seems she took Prest J's remarks very deeply to heart and that with her fears for Margaret overwhelmed her. I feel as though I was in some measure a child of sorrow, but am determined to try to do right in all things. May the Lord bless my family and my Father's house and save us within everlasting salvation, and let peace and intelligence beam upon us in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. August 16th, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 16. Out showing a man a lot, we returned and met Prest J. and some of the family going to the funeral of Judge Adams. PM I went with A. Young to look at a lot and called a Sis Booths who is in trouble. Robert is gone away to work. Sarah and is gone to Keokuk, and Elizabeth and husband is going to Chicago this evening. This AMJ told me that since E. came back from St. Louis she had resisted the P. in toto and he had to tell her he would relinquish all for her sake. She said she would given him E. and E.P., but he knew if he took them she would pitch on him and obtain a divorce and leave him. He however told me he should not relinquish anything. Oh, God deliver thy servant from iniquity and bondage. August 17th, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 17th. Margaret seems friendly but not well satisfied yet. She treats me very well and I pray God to bless her forever. August 18th, 1843, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 18th. Prest J. instructed Heir S.L. James in the order of the Holy Priesthood. I had some conversation with Bro Whitney and have learned that Farr's family are conspiring with Walker's boys and girls and they with E. to accomplish my downfall. I find they are my secret enemies, but I fear them not, for God who knows the secrets of all hearts knows mine also. I told M. of this and ascertained that she had a college to A. that I had slept with her, and if it never had been done, our union, it should not be. This of course has given him a plea and a weapon against me. At night my wife's mother had another fit of delirium, which fills us all with sorrow, and I think we have a good share. August 19th, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 19. Evening went to Prest J's did not see him. M. says D. Farr said today she believed M, and I was vexed at her, and she almost felt disposed almost to go to every house in the city and tell all she knew and then come home and kill herself. I felt my heart act tonight when we lay down, being downstairs and M up. My soul loves M, and my desire is to see her happy and comfortable. Oh, may the Lord bless her. August 20th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 20th. M. came upstairs to me. P.M. I went to Sister Booth's and had some conversation about S.A. at Sister B.'s request. I have evidence that S.A. is true to me and desire to revive her. I also had talk with M. Aspen, who is in trouble. P.P. has through his wife made proposals to her, but she is dissatisfied. Sister P. is obstinate. When P. went away, Sister P. cautioned A. against me and said the 12 would have more glory than me and C. I tried to comfort her and told her what her privilege was. Tarried till 8:30. August 21st, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 21. E. asked if I handed 2 letters to J, which she showed me. I had not done it. I satisfied her I had not. They appeared to be from E.R. Snow, and President J. found them in his pocket. E. seemed vexed and angry. August 23rd, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 23rd. Prest J. told me that he had difficulty with E. yesterday. She rode up to Woodworth's with him and cailed while he came to the temple. When he returned she was demanding the gold watch of F. He reproved her for her evil treatment. On their return home she abused him much, and also when he got home. He had to use harsh measures to put a stop to her abuse, but finally succeeded. This evening I had some more conversation with Margaret and find she is stubborn and disposed to abuse me. I fell resolved to break my feelings from her if I possibly can. August 24th, 1843, Thursday, Nauvoo 2, Thursday 24. JS through WC pays DD yearsly. At night, I asked mother if M might sleep with Ruth and me. She appeared very rebellious and would not consent, but said we might do as we had a mind. August 26th, 1843, Saturday, Nauvoo 2, Saturday 26th. Hiram and I rode up to my house and J met Mrs. WDTH and F. and conversed some time. Pressed. J and I walked from my house to Sister Fee's and thence to his house. August 27th, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, words P. Sunday 27th, a.m. at the Grove. Pressed. J. preached on Hebrews c. 7. After reading a letter from S. Carlin to S. Rigdon and making some remarks about it, he shewed that the word Salem is a wrong translation. It should be shalom, signifying peace. He prophesied that not all the powers of hell or earth combined can ever overthrow this boy, for he had a promise from the eternal God. He spoke concerning the priesthood of Melchizedek, showing that the sectarians never professed to have it, consequently never could save anyone and would all be damned together. He showed that the power of the Melchizedek PD was to have the power of an endless lives. He showed that the everlasting covenants could not be broken, and by the sacrifice required of Abraham, the fact that when God offers a blessing or knowledge to a man and he refuses to receive it, he will be damned, mentioning the case of the Israelite praying that God would speak to Moses and not to them, in consequence of which he cursed them with a carnal law. Nauvoo 2, p.m. I went to Sister Booth's and talked with her and Mary Aspen. August 28th, 1843, Monday, Nauvoo 2, Monday 28th. President J met Ms. WDTH at my house. August 29th, 1843, Tuesday, Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 29th, a.m. at the temple. President J at my house with MSS WDTH. August 30th, 1843, Wednesday, Nauvoo 2, August 30th, 1843 a.m. at Press J's. He and Hiram told me that Mr. Brown of Rushville had arrived last night and had nowhere to go. They requested me to take them in for about 3 weeks and I consented. August 31st, 1843, Thursday, Nauvoo 2, 31st. I move Mr. Brown's family to my house this evening, September 3rd, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 3rd, a.m. at home. Unpleasant feelings with M. September 4th, 1843, Monday. Allen 2, page 104. Clayton had to haul water until the well at his new home was finished in September. The house apparently cost Clayton about $500 cash to build. Little did he imagine that the family would remain in the home for less than 3 years. September 10th, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 10th. In the evening, I went to Sister Booth's. September 15th, 1843, Friday, Nauvoo 2, Friday 15th, a.m. at Prest. J's afterwards at the temple office all day. Evening Prest. J met me and I returned with him to O. Spencer's to borrow $1,400 to clear his farm from an encumbrance laying on it, which fact ESQ Skinner has ascertained on searching the records. Prest. J told me he had lately had a new item of law revealed to him in relation to myself. He said the Lord had revealed to him that a man could only take 2 of a family except by express revelation, and as I had said I intended to take Lydia, he made this known for my benefit. To have more than 2 in a family was apt to cause wrangles and trouble. He finally asked if I would not give L to him. I said I would, so far as I had anything to do in it. He requested me to talk to her. September 17th, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 17. At home all day with M. I had some talk with Lydia. She seems to receive it kindly, but says she has promised her mother not to marry while her mother lives and she thinks she won't. September 18th, 1843, Monday, Nauvoo 2, Monday 18 a.m. at Prest. J's. J and I rode out to borrow money, drink wine as Cis Lions. p.m. I got $50 of Cis Lions and paid it to D.D. Yearsley, September 19th, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 19th. J and E Road to Woolies and C. September 21st, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 21. A. M at the temple office. P. M at the boat and J settling with the hands. He says I must go on the boat a month to regulate the books. This AM he came to talk with Lydia, but she won't yet consent. She wants to tarry with her sisters. September 23rd, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 23rd. I went to Sis Booth's, but SA did not come. September 24th, 1843, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, September 24th. He leaves Nauvoo for Quincy. September 1843. Allen 2, page 105. When he went to St. Louis in September 1843, he even attended the circus. October 1st, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 1st. Had some meditation about home, M, and C on the summit of the hill above Peru. Never did M and my little family appear more lovely and endearing than while my anxious thoughts were pondering over their probable situation. At 12 we started out for St. Louis. October 6th, 1843, Friday. Temple History, page 106. Clayton was not in Nauvoo on this date. On the 6th day of October, 1843, the special conference was held in the temple. This was the first time a conference was held in the building. At this conference, charges were again preferred against the temple committee, and a public investigation was entered into, and it was again voted that the members of the committee should be retained in their standing. On this occasion, the president proposed to the people to place under bonds all agents who were sent out to collect funds for the temple and Nauvoo House. He showed that some of the elders, when they were away, received contributions to the temple, but as they sometimes devoted a portion of the money in other channels, they did not make proper returns at Nauvoo, and the accounts did not, therefore, accurately balance. He stated that the temple apostles were not about to go east to raise means for the temple and also for the Nauvoo house. He suggested that they give bonds to the amount of $2,000 each, and that this rule be enforced upon all the elders from this time forward. N. Action was taken by the conference, and it was decided by unanimous vote to carry this proposition into effect. The 12 gave bonds in the required amount previous to their going east, which bonds were filed in the office of the trustee and trust. Thus the 12 were the first agents who were ever placed under bonds when sent to collect funds for the church. The wisdom of this order was soon manifest, for, although it was well understood and universally believed that the 12 would invariably make correct returns, there were others who might not be so careful or scrupulous. And, inasmuch as members of this first quorum were required to give bonds, no other man could justly complain if he were brought under the same rule. At this conference the saints again voted to renew their exertions and double their diligence in order that the temple might be speedily finished. During this conference, also, Elder Sidney Rigdon was tried for his fellowship, charged with a long course of conduct which rendered him unworthy of a place in the church. President Joseph told the saints that he had carried Elder Rigdon long enough and that he should do so no more. But notwithstanding this, the Patriarch Hiram pleaded for mercy in Sidney's behalf, and the conference voted to sustain Elder Rigdon in his position as counselor to the First Presidency. October 7th, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 7th. At 7 we started in the stage and arrived at Montrose. Soon after 9 got over the river at 10 and arrived at home at 1/4 before 11. All my family were gone to conference but we had a joyful meeting, and she gave me a warm evidence of her love, and never did my affections glow more warmly than during our meeting embrace and during the time we had the privilege to be alone, which was until 3 o'clock, when the rest of my dear family returned home. My bosom heaved with joy to find them all well. PM went to Morrison's, Sis Booth's, Burbank's, and C. SA had been at home 2 weeks ago and had gone back. I felt very much disappointed. October 9th, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, words, page 255. PM at the conference pressed. J. preached Judge Adams' funeral sermon. The people were well edified and a very good feeling prevailed throughout. October 10th, 1843, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 86. Clayton stopped his Manchester friend, Arthur Smith, from cutting timber on Joseph's Prairie property. October 11th, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 11th, a.m. at home sick. p.m. at Press J's. He is gone to Benbow's to dine and see. Evening B.F. Johnson came to meet J. and Hiram. At about 8 William Walker came to say J. and H. could not come until morning. October 14th, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 14th, a.m. at Prest J's. He was conversing with some strangers, one of whom I believe is Dr. Turner the phrenologist and another a mesmerist. They had a pretty warm debate. J. said they could not prove that the mind of man was seated in one part of the brain more than another, and C. Evening I went to Sis. Booth's and saw S.A. but could not have a chance to converse any. October 16th, 1843, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 16th. p.m. at the Temple office and Sis. Booth's. S.A. is to be married to J.N.O. Needham tomorrow. October 18th, 1843, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 18 p.m. went to J's. Did not see him, spent 2 hours with lovely M. October 19th, 1843, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 19 a.m. at the Temple office comparing books and recording deeds. At 11 W. Walker came and said Prest J. wanted me to go to Macedonia. I went immediately to see him and he requested me to go with him. I went home and got dinner and got ready. He soon came up and we started out. After we had got on the road, he began to tell me that E. was turned quite friendly and kind. She had been anointed and he also had been A.K. He said that it was her advice that I should keep M at home, and it was also his counsel. Says he just keep her at home and brook it, and if they raise trouble about it and bring you before me, I will give you an awful scourging and probably cut you off from the church, and then I will baptize you and set you ahead as good as ever. October 20th, 1843, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 20th. At B.F. Johnson's writing deed. Evening J. gave us much instruction, showing the advantages of the E.C. He said there was 2 seals in the priesthood. The first was that which was placed upon a man and woman when they made the covenant, and the other was the seal, which allotted to them their particular mansion after his discourse. B.F. Johnson and his wife were united in an everlasting covenant. October 23rd, 1843, Monday. Temple History, page 10635. Patriarch Hiram Smith was appointed by the trustee and trust, with the consent of the Temple Committee, and on the morning of the 23rd day of October, 1843, he entered upon the duties of his office, amidst the greetings and good feelings of the workers universally. October 24th, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 24 a.m. at Prest J's. Receiving Temple property from Sister Emma. November 21st, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo. Tuesday 21 a.m. at the Temple office. p.m. went to J's to ask him to come to my house and marry Margd Butterfield to her first husband. He could not come but sent Hiram. I learned from H. that E. had power to prevent my being admitted to J's lodge for the present, for which I feel somewhat sorry, but yet believe that innocence will finally triumph. I stood as proxy for a dead Lawrence. Evening I attended the Masonic Lodge. Several entries showed he was attending the Masonic Lodge recently rejuvenated. November 23rd, 1843, Thursday. Allen 2, page 86. Same as entry for October 10th, 1843. November 28th, 1843, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 28th. Evening at home. My feelings have been harrowed up while reflecting on the disappointment A. must have felt when he returned home and found he had lost M. I would gladly recompense him, if it were in my power. I pray that the Lord may bless him and give him a companion worthy of him. December 2nd, 1843, Saturday. Nauvoo 2 a.m. at the Temple office. Bro Cutler called me aside and gave me to understand that Cahoon was fully bent on having revenge on my head. It appears he is trying to excite the stone cutters against me, and I know no cause except it be because I have opposed his dishonesty and told him of it. I now realize my situation more sensibly than I ever did in my life. I might have the privilege of being received into the quorum of anointing, but Cahoon has got there, and through private pique he is resolved to deprive me of that privilege that added to MS. Determination to be revenged sink my mind and fills me with agony. But I yet believe that innocence will finally triumph and I shall be prospered as to any accusation which may be brought against me by the stonecutters. My conscience is at peace. I am at the defiance of all, or any man, and am willing to be proved. I wrote a long letter to J. on the subject. Allen 2, page 11236. By the end of the year, however, Cahoon was angry again and even attempted, Clayton believed, to turn the stonecutters against him. Such tension among brothers dismayed Clayton deeply, though he probably saw it also as another test of his discipleship. December 3, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 3rd. J. was reading my letter. December 5th, 1843, Tuesday, Nauvoo 2. Evening pressed. J sent for me. He returned my letter and said I had no need to be troubled. The only reason why I was not admitted into the quorum was because there is not convenience, and none were admitted, only for a particular purpose by revelation. He said he had asked Cahoon about me a few days ago, and Cahoon said I was true blue. We walked together to Turley's and after met the 12 in council on the subject of equals Emma on an extensive scale. The 12 agreed to take hold and assist in earnest. I called at Lodge. December 6th, 1843, Wednesday, Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 6th, a.m. at Prest. J's. Went to see the Q4 equals Emma, and was well pleased with it. December 7th, 1843, Thursday, Nauvoo 2, Thursday 7th a.m. at Prest. J.S. went to see after at the meeting at the temple, which was got up to petition the government not to issue a writ to satisfy the demand lately made in MOPM at the temple office, making 2 deeds. After evening lodge. December 8th, 1843, Friday, Nauvoo 2, Friday 8th. At the temple office and J's p.m. with J. evening. Attended lodge. December 17th, 1843, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 17. At home all day. Mother-in-law in trouble, which causes M. also to weep. Evening. My feelings were insulted while hearing M and her mother in conversation. December 20th, 1843, Wednesday, Nauvoo Neighbor 37. To emigrants and Latter-day Saints generally, I feel it my duty to say that there is in the hands of the trustee in trust a large quantity of lands, both in the city and adjoining townships in this county, which is for sale, some of which belongs to the church and is designed for the benefit of the poor, and also to liquidate debts owing to the church, for which the trustee in trust is responsible. Some, also, is land which has been consecrated for the building of the temple and the Nauvoo house. If the brethren who move in here and want an inheritance will buy their lands of the trustee in trust, they will thereby benefit the poor, the temple, and the Nauvoo house, and even then only will be doing that which is their duty, and which I know, by considerable experience, will be vastly for their benefit and satisfaction in days to come. Let all the brethren, therefore, way they move into Nauvoo, consult President Joseph Smith, the trustee in trust, and purchase their lands of him, and I am bold to say that God will bless them. We hold ourselves ready at any time to wait upon the brethren and show them the lands, and can be found any day, either at President Joseph Smith's barroom or the Temple Recorder's office at the Temple. Nauvoo, December 16th, 1843. December 25th, 1843. Monday 38. Temple History, page 106. Sometime in the winter or spring of the year 1844, the Patriarch Hiram made a proclamation to the women of the church, asking them to subscribe in money 1 cent each per week for the purpose of buying the glass and nails for the temple. He represented to them that by this means he would be able to meet all the requirements in this regard. He also gave a promise that all the sisters who would comply with this call should have the first privilege of seats in the temple when it was finished. He opened a record of these contributions, which he kept, with the aid of Sister Mercy R. Thompson, until his death. 1844. January 2nd, 1844, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 86. Clayton sold Willard Richards 2 lots for $500. For some reason, recorded but unexplained, this displeased the prophet and Clayton received a scolding. Allen 1, page 44. Sometimes, however, he did not please the church leader, such as on 2 January 1844 when he sold Willard Richards's 2 lots for $500. For some reason, recorded Clayton, this did not please the press. And he scolded. January 9th, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 9th. At pressed. J. settling with E. Robinson and Lawrence. And C. PM got Lawrence's account from Yersley. J. sent for me to make out Maria Lawrence account. January 10th, 1844, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 10th. At press J's all-day finished settlement with E. Robinson and passed receipts in full. After posted books and prepared accounts for settlement on Lawrence estate. January 15th, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 15th. At press JS all day. P. M. settled with the Lawrence estate. January 17th, 1844, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 17. At press J's all day, settled with John Lytle. Gave him a deed of L3B123 and took his due bill for 28.93 evening attended. Lodge. January 22nd, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 2. A. M. at press J's. Commenced taking inventory of goods, groceries and C. for J. and settling with E. Robinson, who has this day rented the mansion house for $1,000. Per annum and some other matters. PM Bro. Cahoon came to my house to say that a vote had been taken on my being admitted into the quorum and I was accepted. This filled my heart with joy and gratitude, for truly the mercy of the Lord and the kindness of my brethren have been great to me. January 23rd, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 23rd. At pressed. JS all day taking inventory and trying to conclude the transfer to E. Robinson. J. sent for me to assist in settling with Bro Taylor about the Lawrence estate. January 25th, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 25. PM Sistifi came to make my robe and garment. I was at pressed. JS. January 29th, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 29. At pressed. J is in council with the 12 on the subject of running J for president of USJ. Said he would have to send me out on a mission. PM at his house evening attended and after had some conversation with Desdemona C. Fulmer. She has treated my family unfeelingly and unkindly in various ways, and I requested her to look out for another home. She said she would not until she had counsel from J. January 30th, 1844, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 114. When a certain man from Quincy, for example, began to tantalize the prophet in January 1844, Clayton was delighted to hear the church leader tell the offender, in the name of the Lord, that not many years would pass away before he was in the hands of the devil himself. February 3rd, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2. PM was permitted to the ordinance of washing and anointing, and was received into the quorum of priesthood. This is one of the greatest favors ever conferred on me, and for which I feel grateful. May the God of Joseph preserve me and mine house to walk in the paths of righteousness all the days of my life, and oh, that I may never sin against him or displease him, for thou, O God, knowest my desire to do right, that I may have eternal life. February 4th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 4th, at home all day. Evening attended quorum. February 10th, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 10th. At press all day recording deeds. Evening attended quorum. February 11th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 11th. At home all day. Evening I attended quorum, but we did not organize. February 17th, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 17. At pressed. JS all day. Evening with Cahoon at J's. Emma talked a good deal about B. Young and others. February 18th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 18th. About 12 a.m. M began to be sick and continued to grow, worse until 5 o'clock when she was delivered of a son. She did remarkably well, for which I thank my Heavenly Father. Mother attended her. I was at home all day. M seems to do very well. February 25th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 25th. A.M. at the temple heard Press J preach. P.M. met singers, and C. evening attended quorum. Press J gave some important instructions. We had an interesting session. March 3rd, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 3rd. Evening attended Q. March 9th, 1844, Saturday. Allen 2, page 114. Clayton saw the prophet in every mood and seemingly loved him the more for each one. On occasion he found him weeping. March 10th, 1844, Sunday. Council of 50, page 266. Sunday, March 10th. Evening attended council with the First Presidency and the 12 on important business, arising from a letter from the Pine Country. Bro. W. Richards was appointed chairman and myself was appointed clerk. Allen 1, page 45. The philosophical roots for the organization of the Council of 50 reached back many years and were directly related to the millennial expectations of the Church. The immediate impetus, however, came from 2 letters signed by Lyman White and 4 other brethren who were working in the Church's lumber camps in Black River Falls, Wisconsin territory. These were read at a special meeting of the 12, Bishop George Miller, and the Nauvoo Temple Committee on the evening of 10 March 1844. The letters proposed a grandiose plan for Mormon colonization in the Southwest and led to an important discussion where, according to Clayton, many great and glorious ideas were advanced. March 11th, 1844, Monday 39. Council of 50, page 266. Monday, March 11th. In council again all day. As last night many great and glorious ideas were advanced, we had a very profitable time. We organized into a council and I was admitted a member. I will here name whose names were put on the list of members of this important organization: Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, Brigham Young, W. Richards, P.P. Pratt, O. Pratt, J. Taylor, H.C. Kimball, G.A. Smith, W.W. Phelps, L. Woodworth, G. Miller, A. Badlam, P. Hawes, Erastus Snow, R. Cahoon, Amos Fielding, A. Cutler, Levi Richards, N.K. Whitney, J.M. Burnhizzle, L.D. Wason, myself. March 13th, 1844, Wednesday. Council of 50, page 266. Wednesday, March 13th. At 11 the council was called together. P.M. in council again, also in the evening. O. Hyde, W. Woodruff, and James Emmett were admitted members. The president appointed W. Richards, recorder, and me the clerk of the kingdom. March 14th, 1844, Thursday. Council of 50, page 267. Thursday, March 14th. In council all day again. March 19th, 1844, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 267. Tuesday, March 19th. At the council meeting, S. Bent, Uriah Brown, Samuel, James, John D. Parker, O. P. Rockwell, Sidney Rigdon, W. M. Marks, and O. Spencer were admitted members. March 21st, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 2. At the council all day. March 22nd, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 2. Friday 22nd. P.M. met the 12 in prayer at B. Young's. March 23rd, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2. Saturday 23rd. A.M. rode with President J. and Bro Nibiru to Dr. Foster's. He was gone to Apanos and his wife was at Mr. Gilman's. We went down there and saw her. Pressed. J. asked Sister Foster if she ever in her life knew him guilty of an immoral or indecent act. She answered, no. He then explained his reasons for asking and then asked if ever he had used any indecent or insulting language to her. She answered, never. He further asked if he ever preached anything like the spiritual wife doctrine to her, only what he had preached in public. She said no. He asked her if he ever proposed to have illicit intercourse with her, and especially when he took dinner during the doctor's absence. She said no. After some further conversation on the subject, we left. Mrs. Gilman was present all the time. March 24th, 1844, Sunday Nauvoo 2, Sunday 24th. A.M. Went to the temple, heard President J. speak a little, also O. Spencer and S. Rigdon. March 26th, 1844, Tuesday, Nauvoo 2, in council through the day. March 29th, 1844, Friday, Nauvoo 2, Friday 29th, night clothed and offered up prayer for W. Heber/his child was sick with the measles like the rest of them, only worse. April 4th, 1844, Thursday, Council of 50, page 267. Thursday, April 4th. In Council of the Kingdom. 11 Lamanite appeared and wanted counsel. We had a very pleasant and impressive interview. April 7th, 1844, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 7. At the conference all day a.m. Ere Rigdon preached. p.m. Prest Hiram talked on spiritual wives, and after Joseph discoursed on the dead 40 words, page 362. Joseph discoursed on the dead. April 8th, 1844, Monday, Nauvoo 2, Monday 8 Ere G. J. Adams preached p.m. attended Ayres conference. April 11th, 1844, Thursday, Council of 50, page 267. Thursday, April 11th. Afterwards in the council, we had a glorious interview. President J. was voted R.P., P, and K, with loud hosannas. April 13th, 1844, Saturday, Nauvoo 2, Saturday 13. A.M. at Prest J.S. recording deeds. He prophesied the entire overthrow of this nation in a few years. April 18th, 1844, Thursday, Council of 50, page 267. Thursday, April 18th. At 9 met in council. This day President J. introduced J. W. Coolidge and D. S. Hollister and added L. White's name, and then declared the council full. The names as they now stand, of those who have called upon to form the Grand K of G, by revelation, are as follows. 1. Prest J. Smith, Standing Chairman. 2. Samuel Bent, 65, 27. P.B. Lewis, 40. 3. John Smith, 62, 28. Elias Smith, 39. 4. Alpheus Cutler, 60, 29. O. Hyde, 39. 5. Uriah Brown, 59, 30. Samuel James, 38. 6. Reynolds Cahoon, 54, 31. W. Woodruff, 37. 7. Ezra Thayer, 53, 32. P.P. Pratt, 36. 8. W.M.W. Phelps, 52, 33. Idud Bonney, 36. 9. Amos Fielding, 51, 34. D. Dearsley, 36. 10. W.M. Marks, 51, 35. D.S. Hollister, 35. 11. Sidney Rigdon, 51, 36. John Taylor, 35. 12. John P. Green, 51, 37. Alex Badlam, 35. 13. Geo Miller, 50, 38. C.C. Rich, 34. 14. N.K. Whitney, 49, 39. G.J. Adams, 33. 15. Peter Hawes, 48, 40. Orson Pratt, 33. 16. Joss Fielding, 46, 41. M.G. Eaton, 32. 17. C.P. Lott, 45, 42. A. Babbitt, 31. 18. Levi Richards, 44, 43. A. Lyman, 30, 19. J.M. Bernhizel, 44, 44. J.W. Coolidge, 30, 20. J.D. Parker, 44, 45. O.P. Rockwell, 29, 21. H. Smith, 44, 46. G.A. Smith, 26, 22. L. Woodworth, 44, 47. E. Snow, 25, 23. B. Young, 42, 48. L. D. Wason, 24, 24. H. C. Kimball, 42, 49. B. F. Johnson, 24, 25. O. Spencer, 42, 50. W. Clayton Clerk, 26. J. Emmett. 41. 51. W. Richards Recorder. 52. L. White. During the day much precious instructions were given, and it seems like heaven began on earth and the power of God is with us. April 18, 1844. Nauvoo 2. Sarah Cook has been at my house today, and before she left again she shewed her enmity to Joseph and others in full. She has got a wicked spirit in her and will be cursed if she do not repent. 41. I also attended in council with the 12 and High Council on the case of the Laws and R.D. Foster, when W.M. Law and his wife Jane Law, Wilson, Law and R.D. Foster were cut off from the church by unanimous vote. April 25, 1844. Thursday, Nauvoo 2. Council of 50, page 268. Thursday, April 25th, in council all day. Adjourned, signed I. April 28th, 1844. Sunday, Nauvoo 2. Sunday 28th. Sister Mary Wood came evening, attended quorum. We united for Prest. J. The Church, the Presidency contests the lawsuits, the apostates, the sick and C. We had a good time. Prest J. was not there. May 1st, 1844, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 87, page 107N. 15. Clayton was preparing the papers for the transfer of the Maid of Iowa to the trustee and trust. May 2nd, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 2. Thursday 2nd. A.M. preparing to go to Dixon. When oppressed J's and he desired me to go to Mr. Law's to find out why they refused to pay their note. I went with Moon/Moore/ and asked why son what he meant by saying he had got accounts to balance the note. He seemed to tremble with anger and replied that he had demands for his services when he was ordered to call out the Legion to go and meet Smith besides money, which he expended at that time. I told him that was a new idea and that G&L Smith had had no intimation of any such thing. W.M. Law came in and mentioned $400, which was borrowed of Bailey, $300 of which I am satisfied was paid, and the $100 W.M. Law said he would pay and give it to help defray the expense of the persecution, but marginal note, 1843 Dixon. Arrest he now demands the $100 and some more of the $300. On the whole, this is to me a certain evidence of the meanness of the men and a proof that they also are disposed to oppress and persecute those who have invariably befriended them and saved them from the public indignation. I returned and told J. what had passed, and he ordered Dr. Richards to sue the notes and also gave Moore his own note for $200. Payable 6 Mo after date. Allen 2. Page 97. On Thursday, May 2nd, Clayton spent the morning preparing to board the Maid of Iowa, but he was interrupted by the need to take care of several business items for the Prophet. He had to rush to be at the dock by 12 minutes to 10 when the little river boat departed upstream. Joseph and Emma were there to say goodbye. May 3rd, 1844, Friday. Allen 2, page 97. By Friday night, the Maid was steaming up the Rock River. May 4th, 1844, Saturday. Allen 2, page 97. But on Saturday night, it was stopped by rapids about 12 miles below Dixon. May 5th, 1844, Sunday. Allen 2, page 97. The next morning, Clayton and Markham decided to finish the trip on foot, the wisdom of which was confirmed by their discovery that another steamer was stuck in the rapids a little ways above them. They arrived in Dixon about mid-morning and, to their surprise, found that the people of Dixon were not as friendly as expected. The reason, Clayton speculated, was that the Mormons were supporting Joseph Smith rather than Martin Van Buren for the presidency of the United States. May 6, 1844, Monday. Allen 2, page 97. A second purpose of the trip to Dixon was to buy corn, and on Monday, after determining that the court would not bring up Joseph Smith's case that day, Clayton bought nearly 300 bushels and helped load it on a flatboat they had rented for $2. May 8, 1844, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 97. Clayton spent the next 2 days waiting impatiently in the Dixon courtroom. I want to be away from this place, he wrote on May 8th, for I do not like their spirit, and I feel very uneasy about my family. May 9th, 1844, Thursday. Allen 2, page 97. When the case was finally called up and a jury impaneled on May 9th, Clayton expressed dismay, for he believed that about half the prospective jurors had to be dismissed because of their prejudices. Even some that did sit acknowledged that they were much prejudiced, he wrote. What a disgrace to a town to think that men will let their prejudice run so high against a man from rumor and report that they cannot do him justice. Clearly William's own prejudices tinted his view of the Dixonites, and one can imagine the fervor with which he defended both Joseph and the faith in a discussion that took place that evening. We had a very interesting debate with two gentlemen on our religion, he said, wherein truth appeared doubly beautiful and error equally ridiculous. Witnesses were examined all afternoon, and by 6 p.m. the trial was over and the jury given its charge. May 10th, 1844, Friday. Allen 2, page 98. The next morning the verdict came, and, much to Clayton's delight, the jury had decided in favor of Joseph Smith. The prophet was awarded $40 damages, and court costs were assessed against Reynolds and Wilson. But Clayton was still unimpressed with the people of Dixon. We were credibly informed, he recorded, that the jury quarreled very hard, almost to a fight, and did not agree on their verdict until after sunrise this morning. We were glad to see truth and virtue again triumph over tyranny and oppression, and equally disgusted to witness the effects of prejudice in the jury box. We filed our bills of costs, hired a team to take us to the boat, and at 10 we left Dixon and felt truly glad to be released from such superstitious prejudice and corrupt hypocrisy. About 18 miles downstream, they boarded the Maid of Iowa. May 11th, 1844, Sunday. Allen 2, page 98. The next day, Sunday, they took on 280 sacks of wheat. About mid-afternoon, the boat became hung up on the rapids. Sunday morning, they were still stuck and sent for a flatboat onto which they began to unload their cargo. Finally, about 3 p.m., the steamer floated, but only at the cost of a near tragedy. 3 men in a small skiff were attempting to help them weigh anchor, and as the boat began to float, the skiff capsized. Fortunately, the rocks prevented it from sinking completely, and 2 of the men were eventually able to row it to shore. The other clung to the anchor cable and got himself aboard the steamer. They finally got the anchor up and floated downriver to a place where they could reload the cargo and continued on their way. May 13th, 1844, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 98. The rest of the trip was uneventful, and at 5:30 in the afternoon of May 13th, Clayton arrived in Nauvoo and reported his success to the president of the church. May 21st, 1844, Wednesday. Allen 1, page 57. Allen 2, page 150n, 77. On May 21st, 1844, Clayton reported that when Joseph had ridden outside of Nauvoo to keep away from an officer with a subpoena, he sent Clayton to find out how Emma felt about Joseph returning home. I found her crying with rage and fury because he had gone away, he said. She wanted him to go home. I came and told him, and he returned home at 9 o'clock. What Clayton did not report was that Emma was very ill at the time and Joseph was evidently worried about her. C. Smith, History of the Church, 6:398-99. May 25th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 25 a.m. at Press J's, also p.m. in council with the quorum. June 7th, 1844, Friday. Temple History, page 122. In order to effect their purposes the more speedily, the apostates obtained a printing press, and on Friday, June 7th, the first number of a paper called the Nauvoo Expositor was issued. The paper was full of the most libelous and slanderous matter against the president imaginable, and was designed as an engine to bring destruction upon the city. Allen 2, page 138-42. The final events were precipitated on June 7th, when a group of bitter seceders from the church and other non-Mormons published the first and only number of the Nauvoo Expositor. All the charges were there, including so-called political dictatorship and polygamy, and William Clayton was incensed. He knew the prophet well enough to know he was no dictator and that his personal morality was of the highest order. Truly, he wrote of the expositor in what was almost an understatement. It seems to be a source of falsehood and bitter misrepresentation. June 10th, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 10. The city council passed a resolution declaring the printing press on the hill a nuisance and ordered it destroyed if not moved in 3 hours' notice. About sundown, the police gathered at the temple about sundown and after organizing proceeded to the office and demolished the press and scattered the type. Temple History, page 122. On the 10th, the city council passed a resolution ordering the press to be abated as a nuisance, which was done the same evening. June 11th, 1844, Tuesday. Temple History, page 122. The following day there was great excitement concerning the destruction of the press, and Foster and Higby's threatened vengeance. Some of them said that in a few weeks there should not be left one stone of the temple standing upon another. June 12th, 1844, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 12th. A.M. went to temple office then to Prest. J.S. walked with him, Opier and J. Grant to my house and then to temple p.m. at Prest. J.S. recording Saunders died at 1:30 o'clock. David Bettesworth, a constable from Carthage, came with a writ for Joseph, Hiram, Phelps, J.N.O. Taylor, S. or L. Bennett and a number of others for riot in breaking the press of the Nauvoo expositor. After the officer got through reading the writ, Joseph referred him to this clause in the writ before me or some other justice of the peace of said county, saying we are ready to go to trial before Esker Johnson, for that was their privilege allowed by the statute. The man said he should take them before Morrison, the man who issued the writ, and seemed very wrathy. Joseph asked him if he intended to break the law, for he knew the privilege of the prisoners and they should have it. Joseph called upon all present to witness that he then offered himself, Hiram did the same, to go forthwith before the nearest justice of the peace, and also called upon them to witness whether the officer broke the law. Joseph /indecip / a right of habeas corpus which was taken out and served on Bettesworth. While this was going on and the marshal summoning the municipal court, Hiram related the whole history of the difficulty with W.M. Law to the constable and a man with him, showing them what we believed on sealing of the covenant. That Law wanted to be sealed, and J. told him he was forbid, which begun the hard feelings. He talked about 2 hours, then J. came in and told about Jackson. About 5, the court assembled in the 70s hall. Much testimony was brought to the point and the court discharged J. from the writ and assessed the costs to F.M. Higby the complainant. Temple History, page 122. On the 12th, a number of writs, or rather one writ for a number of the brethren, was brought in and served by a constable by the name of Bettesworth. Among the number were Joseph and Hiram. Joseph immediately procured a writ of habeas corpus from the municipal court, and after a lengthy examination was discharged. This constable returned and stated that he had been resisted. The mob took advantage of the circumstance to fan the flame of excitement and threatened terrible vengeance. They also went to the Morley settlement and branches around, demanded the arms of the brethren and ordered them to leave their homes within a few days. June 14th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 2 a.m. conversing with a number of gentlemen in the bar room concerning the proceedings of our enemies. He prophesied in the name of the Lord that if they did mob us it would be a precedent to come down upon their own heads with fury and vengeance. June 15th, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 15th, a.m. conversing with Dr. Wakefield and others in the bar room, telling a dream concerning his father killing a man who attempted to stab him. He also spoke concerning keywords. The G/Rand keyword was the first word Adam spoke and is a word of supplication. He found the word by the Urim and Thummim. It is that keyword to which the heavens is opened. Nauvoo 3, Saturday 15th, a.m. at Press J's. 2 brethren came up from the Morley settlement saying that old Colonel Williams' company had been to demand their arms and they wanted to know if they must yield them. J. told them not to do it while they lived. Various reports have come stating that the Warsawites have ordered the saints to leave forthwith and threatening pretty bad. P.M. at the temple office. June 16th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 3, words, page 383, preached at the stand. Nauvoo 3. P.M. at the Masonic Hall laying the proceedings of the City Council before a number of gentlemen from Fort Madison. Nauvoo 3. Words. Page 383. For a clock at the stand stated the design of the meeting and ordered the Major General to have the Legion in readiness to suppress all illegal violence in the city. June 17, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 3. Monday 17th. A.M. at Prest. Jays wrote a letter for Hiram to the 12, requesting them to come home without delay. June 18, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 3. Tuesday noon. Front of Mansion House. This a.m. the Legion is ordered to parade. At 11 he rode to the parade ground and after staying a short season the whole Legion marched down to the mansion. Judge Phelps there read the preamble and resolutions of the mob in which they threaten extermination to the whole church in Nauvoo. Nauvoo 3. Words. Page 383. After Phelps got through G.N.L. J. Smith addressed the multitude. He briefly explained the object of the mob and showed that they waged a war of extermination upon us because of our religion. He called upon all the volunteers who felt to support the Constitution from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic Ocean to come with their arms, ammunition, and provisions to defend us from the mob 43 and defend the Constitution. He called upon them as the Lieutenant General of the NL and Illinois militia in the name of the Constitution of the U.S. the people of the state of Ill and the citizens of Nauvoo. He called upon the citizens to defend the lives of their wives and children, for their fathers, and mothers, brothers and sisters from being murdered by the mob. He urged them in strong terms not to shed innocent blood, not to act in the least on the offensive, but invariable in the defensive, and if we die like men of God and secure a glorious resurrection. He concluded by invoking the great God to bless the people. In the above address, he advised all to arm themselves, those who had no rifles, get swords, scythe, and make weapons of some kind. He informed them that he had 5,000 elders minute men who would come with volunteers as soon as he would inform them. He said there were many from Iowa waiting to come when requested. June 20th, 1844, Thursday. Temple History, page 123. During this excitement, the works on the temple ceased for about 2 weeks, all the hands having to watch and stand on guard night and day. The works were suspended about the 20th of June. June 21st, 1844, Friday. Temple History, page 122. The excitement continued to increase and the enemy circulated all manner of inflammatory reports and also sent messages to the governor, which had the effect of bringing him to Carthage, where he arrived about the 21st. The governor immediately sent a messenger with a letter requesting those named in the writ to go to Carthage for trial. An answer was sent explaining the reasons why they had not gone. June 22nd, 1844, Saturday. Council of 50, page 268. Saturday, June 22nd. Joseph whispered and told me either to put the R.of.K. into the hands of some faithful man and send them away, or burn them, or bury them. I concluded to bury them, which I did immediately, on my return home. Temple History, page 122. On the following evening, the governor sent in a posse of about 30 men, bearing a letter in which he made use of severe threats and said that if the prisoners did not appear at Carthage on the morrow, he should take it as a resistance to the law and should immediately call in force sufficient to take them, even if it required all the militia of the state. On receiving this information, the president and 1 or 2 others concluded to leave the city and go over to Iowa in the night. Allen 2. Page 139. On the evening of June 22nd, William Clayton called on Joseph Smith to discuss the best measures to be taken in case of mob attack. He then went home, but suddenly at 1 a.m. he was roused with the message that Joseph wanted him. June 23rd, 1844, Sunday. Temple History, page 122. During the day following, some of the brethren, with Sister Emma Smith, dispatched messengers to request the president and those with him to come and give themselves up, fearing that the city would be destroyed and the people massacred if they did not do it. About 5 o'clock p.m., the little party returned and concluded to surrender, although it was contrary to the president's feelings to do so. Nauvoo 344, Sunday 23rd. At 5 a.m. Rockwood and Scott came to ask advice what to do. With the canon and I went to Joseph and got all the public and private records together and buried them. Allen 2, page 139. Fully aware of the plot afoot to take their lives, Joseph and Hiram had decided that the best thing for them as well as for the church was to flee across the Mississippi and perhaps find refuge in the Rocky Mountains. Joseph, Hiram, and Willard Richards were preparing to leave, and Joseph told William W. L. Phelps, another close friend and scribe, to inform their wives and get their feelings on the subject. When Clayton arrived at the river, Joseph whispered his assignment to him. He was to give the records of the kingdom of God, i.e., the Council of 50, to a faithful man who would take them away to safety, or he should burn or bury them. Clayton certainly could not bear to part with or destroy the sacred and important records he had so faithfully kept, so he hurried home and early that Sunday morning gathered up not only the private records, but also the public records, and buried them. That afternoon, Joseph and Hiram changed their minds, partly because Emma Smith sent a message to her husband urging them to return. They finally decided to submit themselves to arrest, go to Carthage, and try again to be released through the legal process. Late that afternoon, as Joseph arrived back in Nauvoo, Clayton was there to greet him. June 24, 1844, Monday. Temple History, page 122. On Monday the 24th, the prisoners started for Carthage, but within about 4 miles of the place they were met by a messenger from the governor with an order for the state arms. The company immediately returned to collect the arms, which took some time. About 6 o'clock the company started again and went through to Carthage. While there a great many threats were offered and they suffered considerable abuse from the mob, they, however, succeeded in obtaining a pledge from the governor in the name of the state for their safety before they went out. About 2 days after they arrived in Carthage, they were thrust in jail without lawful process. Allen 2, page 140. The next morning, Joseph, Hiram, and several others whose names appeared on a writ started for Carthage. On the way, they encountered a Captain Dunn with a contingent of militia who had orders from the governor that the state arms in possession of the citizens of Nauvoo, i.e., the Nauvoo Legion, should be turned over to him. Joseph returned to Nauvoo, countersigned the order, and instructed his followers to obey it. But Clayton caught the true feelings of the citizens of Nauvoo when he wrote, "Many of the brethren looked upon this as another preparation for a Missouri massacre. Nevertheless, as Joseph requested, they very unwillingly gave up the arms." Later in the day, Joseph left Nauvoo the second time, and Clayton sadly observed, pressed Joss rode down home to bid his family farewell. He appeared to feel some, and though full, and from expressions made to several individuals, he expects nothing but to be massacred. This he expressed before he returned from over the river, but there appearing an alternative, but he must either give himself up or the city be massacred by a lawless mob under the sanction of the governor. June 25, 1844, Tuesday. Allen 2, page 140. By the next day, Clayton and others were fully persuaded that mobsters were ready to attack the city. One piece of convincing evidence appeared when Joseph Smith's colorful and impetuous bodyguard, Orrin Porter Rockwell, got into a fight with one of the dissenters, Francis M. Higbee. A letter fell out of Higbee's hat, and whoever recovered it read that 70 mobsters were gathered on the Iowa side of the river, planning to descend upon Nauvoo that night. As Clayton described the fight, O.P. Rockwell has been whipping F.M. Higbee, 45, June 26, 1844, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 140. On Wednesday, June 26, Clayton had his last chance to perform a service for Joseph Smith. In Carthage jail, about noon, the prophet wrote a letter to Jesse B. Thomas, presiding judge of the circuit court. Thomas was friendly to the Mormons, and Joseph thought of him as a great man and a gentleman. 10 days earlier, Thomas had advised Joseph with regard to the expositor affair, telling him that he should go before some justice in the county and have an examination of the charges specified in the writ against him. Joseph had followed that advice and was dismissed from custody in a habeas corpus hearing in Nauvoo. In his letter, Joseph briefly explained his circumstances and asked the judge to go to Nauvoo, make himself comfortable at the Smith home, and be ready to hear another habeas corpus case. Joseph, who expected to go to Nauvoo with the governor the next day, sent the letter to William Clayton with instructions that he should get a messenger to take it to Judge Thomas. Clayton received the message that afternoon, did as he was instructed, then sat down and wrote his final letter to Joseph Smith. It contained several short messages. One was that a Mr. Marsh, with whom Joseph had done business, was ready to put up bail for him in any amount. He also reported that he had sent the message to Judge Thomas and ended his letter with these words, "All is peace in Nauvoo. Many threats keep coming that the mob are determined to attack the city in your absence, but we have no fears. With fervency and true friendship, I remain yours eternally, William Clayton." The letter arrived at Carthage jail at 6:15. June 27, 1844. Thursday. Temple History, page 122. On the afternoon of the 27th, the governor disbanded his troops except his bodyguard, and, leaving the brethren in jail under the charge of the Carthage Greys, some of their bitterest enemies, he came out to Nauvoo and made a harsh address to the people. When he left Carthage, a body of men collected from Nauvoo and started for Carthage, and when within a few miles they stopped to black their faces. They proceeded through the woods to the north side of Carthage. Then, leaving the woods, they went to the jail, and the doors being open, they rushed upstairs with their rifles and muskets and commenced firing into the room. The brethren defended themselves as well as they could, but, having no arms, they were soon overpowered. Hiram was shot through the head and fell backwards dead. John Taylor had 4 balls shot into him. Joseph jumped through the window and was immediately surrounded by the mob. They raised him up and set him against the well curb, but as yet it appears he had not been hit with a ball. However, 4 of the mob immediately drew their guns and shot him dead. This was all the work of about 2 minutes. The mob then fled as fast as possible. A messenger was dispatched to bring the news to Nauvoo, but was met by the governor and taken back for fear the whole city would rush out and desolate the country. Allen 2, page 141. Clayton saw the governor arrive in Nauvoo, listened to him talk, and was outraged at what he thought was an unfair and intemperate speech. Little did he realize that late that afternoon his prophet was murdered by a mob. Clayton went to bed on that evening, oblivious of the tragic affair taking place in Carthage. June 28, 1844, Friday. Temple History, page 123. The painful news reached the city the following morning, which filled the hearts of the saints with the most intense gloom and sorrow. On the 28th, at 2:30 p.m., the bodies were brought to the city in 2 wagons and were taken to the mansion to be prepared for burial. Nauvoo 2/Clayton describes the martyrdom the best he can from the information received/46. And all this brought upon us by those who have shared of the kind sympathies and generosity of Generals Joseph and Hiram Smith and have received good at their hands. The names of these men are William Law, who was one of Joseph's council and a member of the quorum; Wilson Law, Robert D. Foster, Charles A. Foster, Francis M. Higbee, Chancey L. Higbee. Their associates in crime were Austin Cowles, Joseph H. Jackson, a murderer, John M. Finch, W.M.A. Rollison, W.M.A.J. Man/Mar, / Sylvester Emmons, Alexander Simpson, S.M. Mar/Man/John Eagle, Henry O. Norton, and Augustine Spencer. These had been aided and abetted by Charles Ivins and family, P.T. Rolfe, N.J. Higbee, W.M. Cook, and Sarah, his wife, formerly Sarah Crooks of Manchester, England, James Blakesley, and, finally, a band of mobocrats scattered through the county among whom are Alexander Simpson, the C. Sharp, Colonel Williams, Walter Bagby, and O.C. Skinner. Some of the aforesaid parties were storekeepers here and have drawn a vast of money from the place. David Bryant also joined in the clamor but did not take any public measures. After the bodies were laid out, I went to see them. Joseph looks very natural, except being pale through loss of blood. Hiram does not look so natural. Their aged mother is distracted with grief, and it will be almost more than she can bear. Alan 2, page 141. Early the next morning, Orrin P. Rockwell woke him up with the stunning news that Joseph and Hiram AHD been shot to death. His diary entry for that day is one of the longest he ever wrote, and it contains within it all the sorrow, solemnity, and dismay that any disciple could feel. I went out and met Brother Cutler and several others, he wrote, and the news soon became general. Sorrow and gloom was pictured in every countenance, and one universal scene of lamentation pervaded the city. The agony of the widows and orphan children, i.e., the wives and children of Joseph and Hiram, was inexpressible and utterly beyond description. He went on with a lengthy description of what had happened at Carthage as he understood it, which turned out to be a fairly accurate account, emphasizing what he considered to be the culpability of the governor for not providing better protection for the prophet. He then wrote a prayer that, though vengeful in its tone, is a perfect reflection of the anger and frustration felt by many at the sudden tragedy. And now, O God, wilt thou not come out of thy hiding place and avenge the blood of thy servants, that blood which thou hast so long watched over with a fatherly care, that blood so noble, so generous, so dignified, so heavenly. You, O Lord, will thou not avenge it speedily, and bring down vengeance upon the murderers of thy servants, that they may be rid from off the earth, and that the earth may be cleansed from these scenes. Even so, O Lord, thy will be done. We look to thee for justice. Hear thy people, O God of Jacob, even so, amen. Clayton saw the bodies of Joseph and Hiram arrive in Nauvoo about 2 p.m. and was part of the large procession of mourners that collected on the hill and followed them to the mansion house. There they heard exhortations to be peaceful and calm and not to utter threats. He concluded his diary entry for the day. Few expressions were heard save the mourns for the loss of our friends. All seemed to hang on the march of God and wait further events. Some few can scarce refrain from expressing aloud their indignation at the governor, and a few words would raise the city in arms and massacre the cities of Carthage and Warsaw and lay them in ashes, but it is wisdom to be quiet. After the bodies were laid out, I went to see them. Joseph looks very natural except being pale through loss of blood. Hiram does not look so natural. Their aged mother is distracted with grief, and it will be almost more than she can bear. Alan 1, page 57. Alan 2, page 142. The blood of those men, he wrote in that long entry of June 28th, and the prayers of the widows and orphans and a suffering community will rise up to the Lord of Sabaoth for vengeance upon those murderers. June 29th, 1844. Saturday. Temple History, page 123. On the following day the saints were permitted to go and see them, and at night they were secretly buried near the mansion. The foregoing is but a mere sketch of the massacre, designed to show the date of the martyrdom and also the means by which it was brought about. June 30th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 30. A few of the quorum assembled and agreed to send G.J. Adams to bear the news to the 12. Woodworth is bitter against Adams and said many hard things against him. July 2nd, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 2nd a.m. Went to see Emma. She is in trouble because Mother Smith is making disturbance about the property in Joseph's hands. Mother Smith wants Samuel to move into Nauvoo and take the patriarch's office and says the church ought to support him. Nauvoo 2, Alan 1, page 57n. 57. Alan 2, page 159. There is considerable danger if the family begin to dispute about the property that Jay's creditors will come forward and use up all the property there is. If they will keep still, there is property enough to pay the debts and plenty left for other uses. Nauvoo 2. I had much talk with Emma on the subject. July 3rd, 1844, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2, Wednesday 3rd. A.M. At the temple office, Emma sent for me and Cutler and Cahoon. We had conversation with Esker Wood on the situation of Joseph's affairs. Emma has counseled Esker Wood on the subject. P.M. at the temple office, and after went to dig up the records. Water had got into the place where they were and they were damaged. Clayton does not say that these are the records of the kingdom or the records referred to. On June 23rd, 1844, the previous day he went home and buried the records of the kingdom, and on Sunday 23 r. At 5 a.m. Rockwood and Scott came to ask advice what to do with the canon, and see, I went to Joseph and got all the public and private records together and buried them. This was another set of records / 47. July 4th, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 4th. I went to Emmaus and assisted Eskerwood to examine Joseph's affairs. The situation looks gloomy. The property is chiefly in the name of the trustee in trust, while the obligations are considered personal. Woods advised Emma to have all the deeds recorded at Carthage, for he says our recorder's office is not legal. This will cause trouble and much dissatisfaction. PM in council with brothers Marks Cutler and Cahoon at Mark's house. It seemed manifest to us that Brother Mark's place is to be appointed president and trustee in trust, and this accords with Emma's feelings. Brother Taylor is at Brother Mark's. I saw some of his wounds, which are bad, but he is recovering. Allen 2, page 152. Liberty is fled, he moaned, and the flag stained with innocent blood, for the nation had rejected the gospel and the prophets. There was no public celebration in Nauvoo. Instead of celebrating with splendor, with joy we celebrate her, the nation's downfall, with grief, and mourn for the loss of our prophet and patriarch, and pray to God to avenge their blood speedily. July 5th, 1844, Friday. Temple History, page 141. On Friday, the 5th of July, a large raft of pine lumber, containing 87,732 feet, was landed at the city for the temple. The brethren turned out liberally with their teams to haul it to the temple, where it was secured in a few days. In a few days afterwards, another raft of 67,952 feet was received and hauled to the temple. This gladdened the hearts of the saints. July 6th, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 6th. Yesterday a raft of pine lumber arrived for the trustee in trust. Woodworth laid claim to it, but the brethren say it is my duty as agent for the trustee to take charge of it. I have accordingly done so and ordered Rockwood to guard it till we can get it to the temple. Nauvoo 2, Allen 1, page 58, Allen 2, page 142. The greatest danger that threatens us is dissensions and strifes amongst the church. There are already 4 or 5 men pointed out as successors to the trustee and president, and there is danger of feelings being manifest. All the brethren who stand at the head seem to feel the delicacy of the business. Nauvoo 2. Phelps and Dr. Richards have taken a private course and are carrying out many measures on their own responsibility without counsel. July 7th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, see Allen 2, page 153, Sunday 7th. At home writing this history, which I now conclude again at 1:00 p.m. 5 o'clock, went to council with the quorum on the subject of appointing a trustee and trust. I was told on the way that R.D. Foster is in Nauvoo having a permit from the governor to come and settle business. O.P. Rockwell, M.G. Eaton, and Theodore Turley are raging and threaten his life is he tarry here. Consequently, the city council have seen to guard to take care of him. I reasoned with Rockwell and tried to show him the folly of his conduct, inasmuch as the governor had said that if one of those men were assassinated, the whole city would be held responsible, and that President Joseph gave himself up into the hands of his murderers for the express purpose of saving the city from being massacred. But no reasoning seemed to touch him. He swore bitterly he would have revenge, and the Foster should not tarry here. I feel grieved at this conduct, for there is now a little prospect that the public sympathy will turn in our favor if we keep still. I was late at the council. The brethren had agreed not to appoint a trustee until the 12 came home, and that I should act in the place of trustee to receive property and see until one was appointed. Temple History, page 123. On the second Sabbath after the murder, the subject of the temple was brought into consideration, and the church voted to commence work again and finish it as speedily as possible. July 8th, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Allen 2, page 160. Monday 8th at the temple all day. Emma came up. She also objected to the conclusion of the council last evening and says here must be a trustee appointed this week on account of the situation of business. Temple History, page 123. On the 8th of July, the laborers resumed their work, although the committee had not so much as a bushel of meal, nor a pound of flour, nor a pound of meat to feed the hands with, but all seemed determined to go to work and trust in God for the means. July 10th, 1844, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 153. The day was saved by a self-appointed committee of 9 women, including Mary Fielding Smith, wife of the martyred Hiram Smith, and Leonora Taylor, wife of the wounded John Taylor. On the 10th they paid an unexpected visit to Foster, told him they would bear his insults no longer, and threatened that if he did not leave the city, forthwith he would be visited by a stronger force the next day. The doctor was much frightened, recorded Clayton in a somewhat roguish tone, and looked every way for fear someone would be upon him. He is gone away, and there are hopes that he will never return. July 11th, 1844, Thursday. Allen 2, page 153. The next day the same sisters were ready to wait upon still more apostates and persuade them to leave in the same manner. July 12th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 12th. A.M. at the temple measuring lumber. Pressed. Marks came up to inquire which was best to do about appointing a trustee. We concluded to call a meeting of the several presidents of quorums and their council this p.m. at 2 o'clock. As I returned to dinner, Bro Whitney came down with me and stated his feelings about Marks being appointed trustee. He referred me to the fact of Marks being with Law and Emma in opposition to Joseph and the quorum. And if Marks is appointed trustee, our spiritual blessings will be destroyed, inasmuch as he is not favorable to the most important matters. The trustee must, of necessity, be the first president of the church, and Joseph has said that if he and Hiram were taken away, Samuel H. Smith would be his successor. After dinner, I talked with Cutler and Cahoon on the subject, and they both agreed in the same mind with Bro Whitney and myself. At 3 we went to meeting. Emma was present and urged the necessity of appointing a trustee immediately. But on investigation it was considered we could not lawfully do it. Another meeting was appointed for Sunday Eve. Dr. Richards and Phelps seem to take all the matters into their own hands and won't tell us anything what they intend or have thought to do. July 13th, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 13. This A.M. Forgins paid over $700 from L. White and $1,000 from Bro Kimball in paper money. He, however, requested payment of an execution against Tufts amounting to $254.95, which Prest J. agreed to do. I consulted Cutler and Cahoon, and they said I had better pay it, which I did. Emma sent for me to inquire about the title to Snyder's lot. She talked much about trustees being appointed and says if he is not a man, she approves if she will do the church all the injury she can by keeping the lots which are in her name. July 14th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 14. At 6 went to the council. Phelps and Richards and P.P. Pratt stated that they had concluded to appoint 4 trustees when a majority of the 12 returned. These 3 brethren seem to keep matters very close to themselves, and I and several others feel grieved at it. After meeting, I informed Emma of the proceedings. She thinks they don't use her right. July 15th, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 15. Emma sent for me. I went and conversed considerable with her. She feels dissatisfied with the conduct of Richards and Phelps and says if they undertake to trample upon her, shell will look to herself. I conversed with Richards and Phelps and told them our feelings, and they seemed to feel more free. They told me the names of those they had thought of nominating for trustees. Myself and A. Cutler are 2 of them. I told Emma of this, and she seems better satisfied. July 15th, 1844. Temple History, page 141. About the middle of July, the sisters of the branches of La Harpe and Macedonia sent word to the Temple Committee and stated their anxiety to see this building progress still more rapidly. They proposed if the committee would build another crane, they would furnish the means to build it with, and seemed wishful to go ahead with it immediately. The committed and recorder counseled on the subject, and it was decided to comply with the wishes of the sisters. Sister Clark, wife of Raymond Clark, was authorized to collect the contributions. She immediately started and returned on the 29th with money and other property, amounting in the whole to $194, which was more than sufficient to build a new crane. July 30th, 1844, Tuesday, Nauvoo 2. Tuesday 30th, Emma sent for me early concerning the Lawrence business. She concluded that she and I had better go to Quincy to settle the business. I went home and got ready, and we started on the Osprey. We arrived at Quincy about 6:30 p.m., went to the City Hotel. After supper, I went to see Mr. Lawrence concerning a tax title which he holds on some property in Lima belonging to Bro Marks. He wants $100 for it. I had much conversation with him. Emma stayed at Burr Riggs and I went to the City Hotel. Temple History, page 141. Soon after this period, the saints were again made to sorrow on account of the death of Brother Samuel H. Smith, which took place on Tuesday evening, the 30th of July, after a very short illness, this being the third death in the family within 5 weeks. There is now only one brother left of the family, viz., William. He was in the East during the progress of these afflicting events. July 31st, 1844, Wednesday, Nauvoo 2. Wednesday 31st, went to see Judge Miller and found that the Lawrence business could not be settled until another guardian was appointed. At 12 at night a boat came and we left for home on the Waverly. Amasa Lyman and G.P. Dykes was on the boat. We arrived at Nauvoo at 11. August 1st, 1844, Thursday, Nauvoo 2. Thursday, August 1st, 1844. At 11 we arrived in Nauvoo, where we heard that Samuel H. Smith died on Tuesday evening. August 3rd, 1844, Friday. Temple History, page 141. The committee immediately set the carpenters to work, and on the 3rd of August the crane was put in operation under the management of Joshua Armstrong, the setter, and Horace Owens to back up, and W. Dreyer, William Austin, and Archibald Hill to attend to the crane. They commenced work on the north side and very soon satisfied the saints of the utility of the movement. The works now progressed rapidly. August 4th, 1844, Sunday, Nauvoo 2. Sunday 4th, A.M. attended meeting. Ere Rigdon spoke on the words, "My ways are not as your ways, N.C." He related a vision which the Lord had shown him concerning the situation of the church and said there must be a guardian appointed to build the church up to Joseph as he has begun it. P.M. at home. Bro Whitney came. Evening. Charles C. Rich came to my house to inquire about some revelations. He said Brother Marks had notified the public that next Thursday there would be a meeting to choose a guardian, inasmuch as Ere Rigdon was in a hurry to go home again. I do not feel satisfied with this move because it is universally understood that the 12 have been sent for and are expected here every day, and it seems a plot laid for the saints to take advantage of their situation. Temple History, page 141. On the 4th of August, Elder Rigdon returned from Pittsburgh and laid a plan to draw away the minds of the saints by proposing or instructing the saints that they must now choose a guardian, intimating that he himself was the proper person. August 5th, 1844, Monday, Nauvoo 2. Monday 5th. This last night I dreamed that Joseph and Emma came to me and appeared very much dissatisfied and displeased because I had kept back the money sent by Brother Kimball. I thought I explained the reason and told them I had been consiled to do so. August 6th, 1844, Tuesday, Nauvoo 2. Tuesday 6th. Phelps told me that they had a council and called upon Ere Rigdon to say why he was so much disposed to hurry matters and see. He said they should wait until the 12 returned. Temple History, page 141. Fortunately, on Tuesday, the 6th of August, 5 of the 12 returned home, viz., Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, Lyman White, Orson Pratt, and Wilford Woodruff. This event appeared very providential. They were just in time to frustrate Elder Rigdon's plans. This they did effectively. August 7th, 1844, Wednesday, Nauvoo 2. Wednesday 7th. This morning the committee and myself went out to lots to take the invoice of Joseph property. Brother Cutler said that in the council yesterday he drew out from Marks that Sidney Rigdon was to be president and Marks patriarch. 5 of the 12 go home last night, viz. B. Young, H. C. Kimball, L. White, O. Pratt, and W. Woodruff. This seems very providential and has given great satisfaction to the people. At 4 p.m. the 12 and the High Council assembled in the 70s hall when Elder Rigdon stated the object of his mission. He said he had a vision presented to his mind, not an open vision, but rather a continuation of the one mentioned in the Book of Covenants. It was shown to him that this church must be built up to Joseph and that all the blessings we receive must come through Joseph. He had been ordained spokesman to Joseph, and he must come to Nauvoo and see that the church was governed in a proper manner. The people could please themselves whether they accepted him or not. He said he had a conversation with Judge Pope on his way to Pittsburgh, and that Pope told him that the U.S. government were determined to deal with our municipal court for the proceedings in relation to Jeremiah Smith, and that Butterfield and Pope were very determined to prosecute and see. After Rigdon got through B. Young said a few sentences. He said he did not care who lead the church if God said so, even if it was old and Lee, but he must know that God said so. He said he the keys and means of knowing the mind of God on the subject. He knew there were those in our midst who would seek the lives of the 12 as they had sought that of Brother Joseph. He should ordain some man and give him the keys so that if he was killed the church might still have the priesthood. He said the 12 would not be permitted to tarry here long. They would organize the church and then go away, and they would baptize Mormons a great deal faster than the mob would be able to kill them. Lyman White followed in the same strain and said he knew there were those in our midst who were seeking his life. The meeting closed by appointing a conference for next Tuesday at 10 o'clock. August 8, 1844, Thursday, Nauvoo 2, Thursday 8th, a.m. I went to council with the 12. Brother Kimball concluded to pay the $1,000 to Emma. I went home to get it, and while there B. Young came and said they were going to have their conference this afternoon and wanted I should notify the brother. I then went with brothers Kimball and Richards to see Emma. K. paid her the $1,000 and bore testimony to her of the good feelings of the 12 towards her. She seemed humble and more kind. P.M. attended conference. The church universally voted to sustain the 12 in their calling as next in presidency and to sustain Rigdon and Lyman as counselors to the 12 as they had been to the first presidency. The church also voted to leave the regulation of all the church matters in the hands of the 12. There was a very good feeling prevailed except amongst a few who were disappointed. Temple History, page 141. On Thursday, the 8th, the church voted to sustain the 12 as the proper authority to govern the church. The result was the open apostasy of Elder Rigdon and some others, who immediately left for Pittsburgh. After this event, the saints seemed more and more united, and a better feeling prevailed. August 9th, 1844, Friday. Temple History, page 142. After the death of President Joseph and Patriarch Hiram, Joseph having been sole trustee in trust, when the 12 returned home, they held a council and appointed Newell K. Whitney and George Miller, the 2 presiding bishops, trustees in trust. This was on the 9th of August, and a few days afterwards, the trustees entered upon the duties of their office. August 11th, 1844, Sunday, Nauvoo 2, Sunday 11th. A.M. had conversation with Diane the Far on various subjects. She seems to be true and faithful. Margaret is miserable and unhappy. P.M. attended meeting for prayer with heirs B. Young, G. Miller, H.C. Kimball, A. Lyman, W. Richards, L. Richards, J.P. Green, L. Woodworth, N.K. Whitney, and G.A. Smith and W. Woodruff. August 12th, 1844, Monday, Nauvoo 2, Monday 12th. At the temple office, and Emma's settling and preparing papers for her settlement as administratrix. August 15th, 1844, Thursday, Nauvoo 2, Thursday 15th. I went to see Sister Emma, as she had sent for me, early this a.m. I found her very cross. Esker would told me what he wanted done with regard to settling up the estate. He wanted a list of all titles in the name of the trustee in trust, and not conveyed away, whether dead or bonded, and by whom conveyed to the trustee. Also a list of all lands conveyed to him as trustee and by him conveyed away, and to whom conveyed. Also a list of lands in his individual name. Also a full list of such personal property as was in his name as trustee at the time of his death. Also a list of all notes and accounts, and given their value and whether good or bad. Also a list of all property, both real or personal, belonging to the heirs. Besides this, he wanted me to produce the papers pertinent to the transfers of the Maid of Iowa and recommended Emma to have the boat included in the schedule. While he was talking, I felt as though he was laying a deep plan to find out the situation of the private and public matters of the church and to lay a trap for our ruin. I did not feel free to give him the papers of the boat until I could get counsel. Emma seemed very much dissatisfied because I did not go in the morning and because I yielded to do anything else until she had her business settled. After dinner, I went to see Herr B. Young and have his counsel. I laid the matter before him and he advised me not to give in Wood any accounts pertaining to the business of the trustee and trust. We both went over to Bro Whitney's and stayed the matter to him. He was also opposed to Wood's interfering with the business of the trustee and trust. I then went to see Emma. I found her alone and began to talk to her and tell her what I thought Woods intended to do. She grew warm 48 and said that all the business of the trustee must be presented. We had no secrets that we must keep back from the public, for she was determined to have everything settled now. I replied to her that there were many things which I was unwilling the world should know anything about and should not lend my hand to ruin the church. She then grew more angry and said I had neglected her and the business, and there was nothing that had pressed Smith's name to that should not be investigated. She said she had no secrets nor anything she was unwilling the whole world should know. I told her that there was some things which they would be unwilling the public should know. She denied it. I said I knew things that she did not want the world to know. She said if I harbored any idea that she had ever done wrong, it was false. I answered it I have seen with my eyes and heard with my ears I could believe. He said if I said she had ever committed a crime I was a liar and I knew it. I replied, Sister Emma, I know I don't lie and you know better what I know, and although I never have told it to any soul on earth nor never intend to, yet it is still the truth and I shall not deny it. She then several times called me a liar and said she knew I was her enemy and she never had been so abused in all her life. I told her I was not her enemy nor never had been. She said I neglected her and spent my time in the secret council of the 12, and it was secret things which had cost Joseph and Hiram their life, and says she prophesied that it will cost you and the 12 your lives as it has done them. He repeated this 2 or 3 times in a threatening manner, and said it in a manner that I understood that she intended to make it cost us our lives as she had done by Prest Smith. Nauvoo 2, Allen 1, page 58, Allen 2, page 162. I told her that I would rather die than do anything to ruin the church. Nauvoo 2. She raged very hard and used many severe threats and told me that she had now proved that I was an enemy to her and she did not want such persons about her to do business. I coolly replied that I was her friend and she would prove it so, and I had done nothing but what I felt perfectly willing to meet her and Joseph together and answer for it. I also tried to show her that she had misinterpreted my words, for I did not mean what she said I did. I told her I had run at her call, night or day whenever I could get a chance, and have suffered abuses, which I never would have borne from any other woman in the world. She would not listen to anything I could say and I left her. I still feel to befriend her all I can, but she will now try to destroy my character and influence, no doubt, but I have no enmity towards her and am determined I will not give in way to it. She is blind as to her best interest, and those who are her best friends she is the most bitter against. She is cherishing and putting her life into the hands of traitors and murderers, and they will use her up, for she will not listen to the advice of her friends nor be at peace with those who wish to do her good. I feel to pray that God will soften her heart and shew her the danger she is exposing herself to, and to bind her up that she may not have power to destroy thy servants, O God. I went and told Prest Young the whole circumstances, and he told me to fear not, but rejoice. August 17th, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2/17th tells WC that Emma says somebody stole some of her money. Clayton sees this as a plot by Emma to discredit him. August 18th, 1844, Sunday. Council of 50, page 268. Sunday, August 18th. At the office copying the record of the kingdom, Nauvoo 2/18 THBY tells WC that Emma told Cahoon that WC stole $200 gold. WC says the money is not hers, but belongs to Peter Hawes / she don't want to give up the money, and I suppose if she can ruin my character and hold on to the money, she will accomplish a twofold object. God knows that I am innocent of the charge as the angels in heaven, and it is grossly wicked in her to give out this report. Ere Young recommended me to watch carefully, and in the morning go and get the secretary. I feel sorry to think that after I have served that family like a slave, having run at her call night and day, and never wronged them out of the first cent, that she should thus abuse me, for I must say I never met with oppression and tyranny so cruel from any person in all my life as I have borne from that woman, but yet I will not be her enemy nor do her any harm, except I should be in the defense of my own life and character. Next Emma would give them the secretary to WC and Cutler, who went together. 49. August 19th, 1844, Monday. Allen 1, page 58. On August 19th, Clayton, was further upset when Emma refused to turn over to the church a secretary, writing desk, which he considered church property. Allen 2, page 162. On August 19th, he was further disturbed when Emma refused to turn over to the church a writing desk that he considered church property. August 27th, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 27. During last night D Adele bar / grew much worse. The canker in his mouth grew worse and turned quite black. About 7 this a.m. he was seized with a kind of fit which weakened him a good deal. He sank gradually, until 2 p.m. he breathed his last. Thus has ended the earthly career of an innocent sufferer who has known no comfort in this life but has suffered since his birth to his death. The tongue of slander has swung freely against him in many which his death /sick/ He is gone to rest with the just, and will come forth again to inherit thrones, kingdoms, dominions, principalities, and powers in the mansions of his father. Same day, Cahoon went to get the secretary, but she returned it empty of its important papers / she did this by means of a false key which will unlock it. Her treachery seems unbounded. Rigdon, Marks, Emma, and some others are trying to draw off a party. They say there is no church. August 29th, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, Thursday 29th. At the Temple a.m. at 10 met the 12 at Prest Young's. Ere Marks and Rigdon had been notified to attend, for whom the council was designed. Ere Rigdon said he was sick and should not attend. Ere Marks was present. Prest Young stated to Ere Marks that in consequence of rumors and reports of the proceedings of him and Ere Rigdon, he had called them together that the thing might be talked over and, if possible, an union effected. Ere Young stated what he had heard, and Ere Marks denied the charges in toto and said he had been abused by the tongue of slander. He acknowledged that the course the 12 had pursued was contrary to what he had expected, but he did not intend to say anything. The meeting was beneficial to me, and I, though I would never listen to reports again. Evening. Ere Kimball called to CSI, had a long conversation with him. He advised me to take L for time. August 30th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 30th. At the temple all day talked with L, but she don't seem disposed to do what is counseled. August 31st, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 2, Saturday 31st. At the temple office all day. PM went to CA Hardman, who is getting better. She will do right and wants her sister, Elizabeth, to go with her. September 2nd, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 2, Monday 2nd. At the temple office had much talk with father about the gospel and C. September 3rd, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2, Tuesday 3rd. At the temple all day. Bro Whitney handed me the following: John Smith and wife 2, Joss Smith and W2, Hiram Smith and Do 2, William Marks and W2, Mercy R. Thompson 1, Joss Fielding and W2, W. Woodruff and wife 2, CP Lott and W2, G. A. Smith and W2, L. Richards 1, N. K. Whitney and Do 2, W. W. Phelps and W. 2. R. Cahoon and Do 2. S. H. Smith 1. A. Cutler and Do 2. Isaac Morley and W. 2. Jano Taylor and Do 2. Agnes Smith 1. O. Hayden Do 2. Joss Young and W. 2. James Adams and Do 2. W. Clayton. H. C. Kimball and Do 2. J. P. Green 1. B. Young and Do 2. S. Rigdon 1. O. Spencer and Do 2. William Smith 1. O. Pratt 1. Almond Babbitt 1. P. P. Pratt 1. Lyman White 1. W. Richards and wife 2. J. M. Burnhizzle 1. L. Woodworth and wife 2. W. Law and wife 2. Sis Durfee 1. Mother Smith 1. Geo Miller and W. 2. September 4th, 1844, Wednesday. Nauvoo 2. Wednesday 4th last evening the 12 and some others met together with Herr Rigdon to investigate his course. He came out full against the 12 and said he would not be controlled by them. They asked him for his license, and he said he would give that if he must expose all the works of the secret chambers and all the iniquities of the church. The 12 withdrew fellowship from him, and James Emmett and _________. There is considerable feeling prevailing. Edward Hunter, Leonard Sobey, William Cottier, B. Coles are amongst those who have joined Herr Rigdon. Samuel James is one of his main supports. Every one of his followers, as far as I can learn, are ordained prophets and immediately receive the same spirit Herr Rigdon is of. In the evening the 12 and a few others of us met at Herr Young's and offered up prayers for our preservation and the preservation of the church, and that the Lord would bind up the dissenters that they may not have power to injure the honest in heart. We had a good time, and we believe the Lord will answer our prayers. September 5th, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 2. Thursday 5th. Evening I heard Herr Hyde in the Masonic Hall. He proved very plain that Herr Rigdon's course since he came here has been a continued course of deception and falsehood, and that his object is to scatter the people and break up the foundation laid by our beloved Prophet Joseph Smith. The people seem to feel indignant at Herr Rigdon, for it is now reduced to a certainty that he is conspiring with the apostates to bring a mob upon us. Allen 1, page 52 n. 45. Clayton became convinced that Sarah Crooks was even laying a snare for him. September 6th, 1844, Friday. Council of 50, page 268. Friday. September 6th at the temple, all day copying records of the kingdom. Nauvoo 2. Friday 6th. A.M. Herr HCK came up to say that I might take H.I. Went to the temple office and also to see H.P. M. attended the High Council as clerk. Leonard Sobey was disfellowshipped by the council for following Herr Rigdon. He spouted hard. September 8th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2. Sunday 8. At the meeting all day and acted as clerk. Herr Rigdon Samuel Bennett, Leonard Sobey, George Morey, Joseph H. Newton and John A. Forgens were cut off from the church, and Samuel James and Jared Carter disfellowshipped. There was a good feeling among the people and a bad feeling among the Rigdonites. 9-10, September 12th, 1844, Monday. Tuesday, Thursday. Nauvoo 2, 9th, 10th, 12th, p.m. at Phelps' office comparing minutes. September 13th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 13/WC worked on minutes of the excommunication trial of Sup. 8th/ At 3 went to see Alice Hardman, who is sick and was united in the EC. Allen 1, page 53. On September 13th, 1844, the two, William Clayton and Alice Hardman, were married by Heber C. Kimball. September 15th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 2, Sunday 15 a.m. Hear P. P. Pratt preach on the priesthood. September 20th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 2, Friday 20. Also wrote a letter for H. C. Kimball after he and I went to see A.H. and E.B. The latter will obey his instructions. He again earnestly told me that all the 12 were my very warmest friends, and he will help me to accomplish all my desires inasmuch as they are right. He says I shall yet have Sc. September 23rd, Monday. Temple history, page 141. The works of the temple moved on with astonishing rapidity, and on the 23rd of September, the first capital was put up. The stone weighed about 2 tons, and when the stone was at its height, and the men were attempting to draw it to the wall, the crane gave way at the foot of the wing or angle, which circumstance caused considerable danger. By great care the stone was safely landed and set, without any further accident. September 24th, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 2/WC visited D.D. Yersley to collect $50. Yersley has wronged me, and it is an evidence to me that he is about to deny the faith. I feel that he has wronged me a second time. He refused to take a $5 bill a few days ago and said it was a counterfeit when it is well known that it is good. See other book number 2. Thus ends the 1843 to 1844 diary 50. Allen 2, page 175. Clayton borrowed a gun from Brigham Young with which to protect his family. September 25th, 1844. Wednesday Temple history, page 142. On Wednesday, the 25th, as the brethren were beginning to raise one of the capitals, having neglected to fasten the guys, the crane fell over with a tremendous crash, breaking it considerably. As soon as it was perceived that the crane was falling, the hands fled to get out of the way. One of the brethren, Thomas Yap, running directly in the course of the falling crane, barely escaped being killed. The crane struck the ground and was within a foot of striking his head. This circumstance hindered the workmen some, but in a few days the crane was mended, reared, and the brethren again went to work on it. About this time, Ira T. Miles came down from Lyman White's company, who were then in the north, having left the city, as was supposed, through cowardice, as they expected we should be routed and the city destroyed. About the same time, Jacob Morris came down from the same company and stated that Miles had come with the intention of setting fire to the lumber, that the building might be hindered, as Lyman White had said. The temple never would be built. Whether this was the intention of Brother Miles or not we could not learn satisfactorily. However, enough was known to induce the authorities of the church to advise the committee to have some of the old police guard the lumber and the temple night and day. The police have continued to guard it to this time. There has since been many threats thrown out from the Rigdonites and other sources that the temple never should be built, and no doubt an attempt would have been made to set fire to it if it had not been well guarded all the time. September 26th, 1844, Thursday. Allen 2, page 175. For watchmen were placed at the temple every night and commented, Clayton, it seems that all hell is let loose at once, but we feel calm for we know that God is with us. October 1st, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 1, Tuesday 1st. Evening met the 12 at Bro Kimball's and offered up prayer for the governor and Emma and sundry other things. We had a very interesting season of conversation. A man has a right to be baptized for his acquaintances who are not relatives and sealed to them only by the consent and authority of him who holds the keys. October 11th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 1, Friday 11th. Evening at HCKS in company with Prest Young, HCK, and GS of the 12, the 2 trustees and sisters Kimball and Whitney. We offered up prayer for the sick and sister Emma and C, and also that the enemies may have no more power over us. We had much conversation respecting the temple committee. October 16th, 1844, Wednesday. Nauvoo 1, Wednesday 16th. At 12 married Lucius N. Scoville to Lucy Snow also, Alice Harris to LNS. October 18th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 1, Friday 18. I was at the office all day recording. P.M. Bishop Whitney read much in the book of the law of the Lord. October 19th, 1844, Saturday. Nauvoo 1, Saturday 19th. Last night I dreamed I was in a nice building in a very pleasant place. I thought I was married to Brother Cutler's youngest daughter, and she seemed as happy as an angel, and I felt full of joy and peace. I thought I had received Miss Cutler in addition to those I had already got. When I awoke I felt disappointed and felt to pray in my heart, O God, if it be Thou will give me that woman for a companion, and my soul shall praise Thee, but they will be done and not mine. Sister Booth tells me that Sarah and is very unhappy and wants to see me. She says Jane Charnock is perfectly unhappy, and if there is any way she can be loosed, she wants me to take her. Mary Aspen is ready to unite to me as her savior, and Sister Booth says she shall not risk her salvation in Robert's hands and wants me to interfere. We had considerable conversation on many subjects and felt pretty well. October 21st, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 1. Monday 21th, 6 p.m. I went to see Aspen. She has made up her mind to go with me. I also went to see A.H. She is better. October 27th, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 1. Sunday 27 a.m. Went to fetch books from the office. Called at Brother Cutler's. Then went to George Miller's, in council with N.K. Whitney, Orson Pratt, George A. Smith, Gurge Miller, Amasa Lyman, Lucian Woodworth, and John D. Parker. Brother Parker has been prying into the secret designs of the mob. He has professed to be an apostate and by that means got into their secret councils. He was told by the mob that all their plans to overthrow the church has completely failed, but they had one plan in view which they felt satisfied would accomplish the purpose, and that plan was to obtain our sacred records and destroy them, and also obtain testimony from them to our overthrow. They gave him to understand that this was to be accomplished by the means of a man in our midst who had free access to the records and who had agreed to put them in possession of them. They finally told Brother Parker that the man who was to do this was W. Phelps, and Parker was told by several that Phelps was the man on whom they depended to get the records. I went over to Dr. Richards and found that all the records were safe in his hands. There was also considerable fears entertained that Bro Cahoon is not true to us. A. Babbitt is suspected from good evidence of being treacherous and of conspiring with the mob to overthrow us. November 8th, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 1. Friday 8th p.m. Went to see Jane Hardman. Nauvoo 1. Allen 1. Page 53. She prefers me for a savior to anyone else, so she says. November 10th, 1844, Sunday. Allen 2, page 152. While in St. Louis, Clayton walked down Front Street and stopped to watch a man working on a stone marker. He was astonished to find the words High Water June 27th, 1844 foot already inscribed. This was the day when this generation rejected the prophets of God, he was reminded. It was also the day floodwaters had overflowed the Mississippi and covered Front Street. In Clayton's mind, the high water marker was a sign of the providence of God. I suppose they never considered that this monument pointed directly to the day when they murdered the men of God, he mused. But I thought of it and could not help but wonder at the circumstances. I feel to hope that the monument will stand to put future generations in remembrance of the circumstances and time of the murder. November 19th, 1844, Tuesday. Nauvoo 1, Tuesday 19th. At night, I retired and prayed for him/his son W.M. Heber, who was very sick/ according to the order of the priesthood. November 20th, 1844, Wednesday. Nauvoo 1, Wednesday 20th p.m. Went with Prest Young to see Sister Jane Hardman. Nauvoo 1, Allen 1, page 53. Prest Young blessed her with the blessings of the everlasting covenant, and she was sealed up to eternal life and to W. Eliam C. Layton, for time and for all eternity. November 21st, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 1. Thursday 21st/ Weeks Player and Cahoon had bitter feelings last 2 days/ We moved into the new office in P. Pratt's store today. Evening I went to Brother H.C. Kimball's a while, and then to see J.H. and prospered. November 22nd, 1844, Friday. Nauvoo 1, Friday 22nd. Evening Brother Kimball sent for me to write 2 letters for him. We had considerable talk on the priesthood. Margaret, don't seem happy, which makes my head ache. December 2nd, 1844, Monday. Nauvoo 1, Monday 2nd. The brethren had a council at Dr. Richards', but I was not permitted to be there. Probably they did not think worthwhile to tell me. I feel sorry and grieved at heart, but don't intend they shall know it. December 5th, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 1, Thursday 5th. I was at the office all day. At noon we had some conversation concerning recorders for the baptism of our dead and c. We feel very anxious on the matter, but have little prospect of anything being done very speedily. I feel very anxious on the subject myself, inasmuch as the records of our baptisms for our dead have not been kept in order for near 2 years back. The minutes have been kept on loose slips of paper and are liable to be lost, and they have not been kept according to the order of God. There is so much treachery in man that it is hard to find a man what can be trusted with those records, for they cannot be public property, inasmuch as they will have to contain histories pertaining to the transactions of individuals which never must be public. Dr. Richards remains very sick, and I fear if he do not change his mode of living he will die. Brother Kimball asked, pressed, young concerning D. Far. He gave full consent and ordered Bro. K. to attend to it. I feel humbly grateful for this grant. And feel too. Ask the Father in the name of Jesus to give me favor in her eyes and the eyes of her parents, that I may receive the gift in full. December 6th, 1844, Wednesday. Temple History, page 142. The workmen continued raising the capitals until December, when, on the 6th of that month, the last one was safely deposited in its place, which was a source of great joy to the saints. Many fears had been entertained that Brother Player would not be able to finish them before winter set in, but it seemed as though the Lord held up the weather until this important piece of work was accomplished. About 2 hours after the capital was set, it commenced snowing very briskly, and at night the ground was covered about 4 inches, and it froze very keenly. There were then 12 of the capitals without the trumpet stones, and they remained in the state until the following spring. The cost of each of the capitals was about $300. The first and last of the capitals were cut by Charles Lambert and Harvey Stanley. I will further say that when the hands were raising the last capital, and had got it about halfway up, one of the block shives in the takaloo broke and rendered it impossible in the situation to either raise or lower the stone. This circumstance presented a great difficulty, but after some consultation the hands fastened the rope below the tackle so that it could not slip, and left the stone suspended while they took down the blocks, put in a new shive, and fixed the blocks again. The stone was then raised without further difficulty and was set precisely at 20 minutes before 1 o'clock. This was the heaviest stone among the whole number. December 16th, 1844, Monday. Temple History, page 142. In the early part of December the trustees and 12 held a council to talk on the propriety of employing a suitable number of carpenters this winter to prepare the timber works for the temple, so as to have it all ready when the stone work is finished. It was decided to employ 15 persons as steady carpenters, and the architect was authorized to select such men as he may have confidence in, men who are well qualified to do the work that is wanted. It was also concluded to fix up a shop in the temple for the carpenters to work in. Accordingly, the south side of the lower story of the temple was weatherboarded around. A very good shop was made by this means, which was completed on the following Saturday, and on Monday the 16th, the men selected went to work in their new shop. Their names are as follows: Truman O. Angel, William Felshaw, William F. Cahoon, Joseph T. Schofield, Samuel Rolfe, Zimri H. Baxter, Addison Everett, John Stiles, Hugh Writing, Miles Romney, Jabez Durfee, Stephen Longstrow, Benjamin Rolfe, Nicholas T. Silcock, and William Carmichael. Hiram Mace, Wandle, Mace, and Gideon Gibbs were appointed to attend the sawmill, and Daniel Avery to turn grindstone for the carpenters, keep the shop clean, and take care of strangers who might visit the building. December 19th, 1844, Thursday. Nauvoo 1, Thursday 19th. Read 2 letters from Eyre Woodruff to Prest Young concerning W.M. Smith and G.J. Adams, showing that they are in opposition to the 12 and have collected money in the East for the temple and have used it. There are warrants out for them in N. York and Boston, and all seems confusion and sorrow wherever they go. December 22nd, 1844, Sunday. Nauvoo 1. Met with the brethren of the first quorum to pray and counsel. My wife, and O. Pratt's wife, P.P. Pratt's wife, and A. Lyman's wife was voted in. We have to use the greatest care and caution, and dare not let it be known that we meet. December 24th, 1844, Tuesday Nauvoo 1, Tuesday 24th. Evening I went to converse with Brother Farr concerning D. He and Sister Farr feels well towards me and are quite willing to give me what I ask. He wishes to converse with Brother Kimball and D before he decides. Thus has my prayer been answered to the full, and my heart is full of joy and gratitude to God for his mercies to me and my house. If my heart was as pure as I desire it should be, no sin nor evil would ever be found there, but I am subject to vanity. December 25th, 1844, Wednesday, Nauvoo 1, Wednesday 25th. Afterwards I went with the band to colleges. We had a very pleasant interview. Prest Young, H.C. Kimball, G.A. Smith, A. Lyman, and John Taylor and their ladies were all there. After we got through playing, Prest Young read some remarks expressive of his good feelings and love for the brethren. His remarks were very profitable. He said the Lord would never suffer us to overcome our enemies while we cherish feelings of revenge. When we prevail over our enemies, it must be from a sense of duty and not of revenge. December 27th, 1844, Friday, Nauvoo 1, Friday 27th. After meeting I asked Brother Farr if he had come to a conclusion, and he gave assent to my request and seemed to feel well. 1845, January 1st, 1845, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 153. The year 1844 has passed away with all its sorrow, joys, and extraordinary scenes. He began, and then described some of those scenes in colorful language that literally oozed bitterness and disgust. Not only was the world corrupt and full of hellish traditions, but it was sustained by a sectarian priesthood whose officers are the legitimate sons and daughters of the great whore of all the earth. This ungodly generation was slumbering in the arms of Satan, under whose caresses they feel perfectly safe and at ease. The saints were thus engaged in holy war, for, said Clayton, these characters with mobocratic governments at their right hand, and Satan at their head, run this little world, and their united efforts are to destroy the few who seek to serve God according to his ordinances. God, however, was with the saints, their rear guard and their leader, and the important events of that year seemed to prove it. One such event had been the organization of the Kingdom of God, or the Council of 50. Another was the period of heavy floods, while a third was the martyrdom itself. Tragic as it was, Clayton saw the murder as at least fulfilling some purpose, for it would permanently stain wicked Illinois with the innocent blood of the two best men who ever lived on the earth, and it would indelibly write in the hearts of the saints the memory of that awful day. In this, at least, Clayton was prophetic, for, next only to the first vision and the Book of Mormon, the martyrdom has become a sacred story of Mormon piety. But Clayton's year-end reflections were not all negative. He had received 2 new companions, i.e. wives, Margaret Moon and Alice Hardman, and had a good prospect of adding another crown to my family, i.e. Diantha Farr, which is a source of great consolation to me. The saints were united in sustaining the 12, and on the whole the year closed with the blessing of the Almighty God in the midst of his saints, and there never seemed to be a better feeling than at the present. Like a clear mountain pool, Clayton's cogitations of that day both reflected and enhanced his deepest feelings. The mere act of writing undoubtedly sharpened and clarified them. He ended his introspection with a long prayer of thanksgiving, supplication, and commitment. He appealed for blessings on his family, his future wife Diantha, and his mother-in-law. But he also prayed for himself, and in words that reflected the kind of discipleship that did not seek power but, at least, craved both the recognition and the confidence of his leaders. It was this that helped bring meaning to his discipleship. Thou hast bestowed many blessings upon me. Thou hast preserved my life. Thou hast given me favor in the eyes of thy servants. Thou hast preserved me from following in the tracks of apostates, and thou hast done more for me than I have deserved. And now, O God, I ask thee in the name of Jesus Christ thy Son to take charge of me this year also. Will thou, O Lord, continue to give me favor in their eyes. May my conduct continually be such as to secure their good feelings and entire confidence. May I grow in wisdom, humility, virtue, patience, and gratitude to thee, yet, O Lord, and may my heart be purified so that it will be fit for the principles of eternal truth to abide there forever. Council of 50, page 268. Reflections. January 1st, 1845. The organization of the Kingdom of God on March 11th last is one important event. Council of 50, page 268. Allen 1, page 46n. 21. This organization was called the Council of 50 or Kingdom of God, and was titled by revelation as follows: Verily thus saith the Lord, this is the name by which you shall be called, the Kingdom of God, and his laws, with the keys and power thereof, and judgment in the hands of his servants, Amen Christ. In this council was the plan arranged for supporting President Joe Smith as a candidate for the presidency of the U.S. Press. Joseph was the standing chairman of the council and myself the clerk. In this council was also devised the plan of establishing an emigration to Texas and plans laid for the exaltation of a standard and ensign of truth for the nations of the earth. In this council was the plan devised to restore the ancients to the knowledge of the truth and the restoration of union and peace amongst ourselves. In this council was pressed Joseph, chosen our prophet, priest, and king by hosannas. In this council was the principles of eternal truth rolled forth to the hearers 51 without reserve, and the hearts of the servants of God made to rejoice exceedingly. Nauvoo 1, Wednesday 1st. Reflections. I was admitted a member of the first quorum and a member of the Council of 50. I have received 2 companions, received 2 children, and buried 1. Allen 1, page 54. I have a good prospect of adding another crown to my family, he could say as he looked forward to 1845. Allen 2, page 110. Thou hast done more for me than I have deserved, he prayed in gratitude at the end of Nauvoo's most distressing year, 1844, and then continued, And now, O God, I will praise thee. I will speak good of thy name for all thy mercies, and I here record my gratitude to thee, and my confidence in thy work, and my determination to endure to the end. January 9th, 1845, Thursday. Nauvoo 1, Thursday 9th. He/Heber C. Kimball about 7½ came at that time, and we went over to Brother Farr's to spend a little season together. Winslow Farr was married to Olive H. Freeman for time and all eternity. After which the seal of the covenant was put upon Diantha. The question was asked of each one present, did they freely give her up, and they all signified their willingness by saying they had no objections. There was present Winslow Farr, her father, and his wife. Also Loren Farr and Nancy, his wife, and William Walker and Olive, his wife. The blessings pronounced upon her head were great, and one promise was that her seed should become numerous as the sands on the seashore. HCK gave her some very good advice afterward, and she seems to feel well. 52. Nauvoo 1, Allen 1, page 54. May she never violate her covenant, but may she with her companion realize to the full all the blessings promised. And may there never be the first jar or unkind feeling towards each other exists to all eternity. 53 is thy prayer of thy servant William, O Lord, and may it be ever so. Amen. We had a very pleasant interview and parted about 8:30 o'clock. January 12th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 1, Sunday 12th. At the council hall, Ere H.C. Kimball preached. He used many figures to illustrate his ideas, amongst the rest when speaking of the unwillingness of the saints to obey the laws of exaltation. He said that the church was like a swarm of bees who, when they want to increase, the king and queen go and seek a new location, and when they have found it, they come back to the hive and persuade the young folks out. But as soon as they begin to fly, the old women and young women run with their old tin kettles and pans and cowbells, tickling to drown the voice of the king and throw them into a confusion and prevent their enlargement. Just so with the saints, when any seem disposed to enlarge their kingdom and Godhead, the old women and young women run with their old kettles and pans and cowbells to drown the sound of the leaders and throw the saints into confusion and keep them shut up in their old traditions. After he got through, Pratt added an idea on the extent and magnitude of the planetary system and the beautiful adaptation to the enlargement of the saints. It was a very interesting meeting. P.M. Attended the HP quorum with Aaron Farr. I conversed with him some concerning D. in Margaret's hearing, and she felt bad pressed. Young, Kimball and others attended the quorum and selected 50 of the members to go on a mission till about April 1st. Evening met with the first quorum at Parley's. Joseph Young and his wife were anointed with the second ordinance. D. was at my house when I got home and tarried with us all night. January 13th, 1845, Monday. Nauvoo 1, Monday 13th. This a.m. I had some talk with D in bed. All things seemed to go right. January 14th, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 1, Tuesday 14th. Evening rode out with Latte, Fars. Talked with Aaron considerable also with D, and was with her until 12:30 and accomplished the desire of my heart by gaining victory over her feelings. May the Lord bless her until her cup shall run over and her heart be as pure as gold. January 22nd, 1845, Wednesday. Nauvoo 1, Wednesday 22nd. Bought 2 rings and gave one to S.A. Whitney for painting aprons. January 25th, 1845, Saturday. Nauvoo 1. Aaron Farr seems to be working to get marked away from me. We had a long talk together on the subject. January 26th, 1845, Sunday. Temple History, page 142. During the early part of January 1845, the high priest quorum entered into an investigation of the propriety of building a hall for their accommodation. On the 26th, President Young and some others of the Quorum of the 12 attended the meeting of the quorum when the subject was again discussed. President Young made some remarks on the subject and concluded by advising them, instead of building a hall, to go to work and finish the upper room of the temple, and by this means, they would soon have a room to attend to the ordinances and save much expense. A vote was taken on accepting President Young's proposition, which was carried without a dissenting voice. The brethren immediately commenced bringing in their donations to the bishops for that purpose. This matter served as a new stimulus among the saints to use every exertion to finish the temple as speedily as possible. Nauvoo 1, Sunday 26th. Spent the day very pleasantly with D.F., for I felt so bad about Margd. I did not like to go to meeting. Evening met with the quorum. John E. Page and J. C. Kingsbury were received, also Sarah N. Whitney, Helen M. Kimball, Eliza R. Snow, __________________ Page, _____________ Olive, G. Frost, Lucy Seeley, Louisa Beeman. Aaron Farr has been talking again to M. and has succeeded in alienating her feelings much. Jesse, John Taylor, Journal 54. Evening met with the quorum. John E. Page and J. C. Kingsbury were received, also Sarah N. Whitney, Helen M. Kimball, Eliza R. Snow, Page, Pratt, Olive G. Frost, Lucy Seeley, Louisa Beeman. January 27th, 1845, Monday. Nauvoo 1, 27 p.m. Talked with S.A. and Brother Whitney, who reminded me of some items of law which proves that M. cannot get away unless I break the covenant. I talked with M. again and told her these things, and she seems more satisfied. January 28th, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 1, Tuesday 28th. At the office all day. Talked with Brother Kimball, who confirmed Brother Whitney's remarks and is of the same mind. He said he will converse with A and show him that he is handling edge tools, for it cannot go down inasmuch as I hold more authority than he does. At 11 o'clock, President Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, N.K. Whitney, G.O. Miller, Elias Smith, R. Cahoon, and myself, who are members of the Council of 50, also John E. Page, not a member, went up into the council room. At noon I told M. what Brother Kimball said, and she seems to feel much better. February 4th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 268. Tuesday, February 4, 1845, met at the 70s Hall with the Council of the Kingdom. There were only 25 members present, viz. B. Young, S. Bent, John Smith, Alpheus Cutler, R. Cahoon, W. W. Phelps, G. Miller, P. Hawes, Josh Fielding, Levi Richards, J. D. Parker, L. Woodworth, H. C. Kimball, O. Spencer, P.B. Lewis, D.D. Yersley, C.C. Rich, O. Pratt, A. Lyman, J.W. Coolidge, O.P. Rockwell, G.A. Smith, E. Snow, and W.D. Richards, and myself. This is the first time we met since the massacre of President Joseph and Hyrum Smith. The council was reorganized and President B. Young appointed standing chairman as successor to Prest Joseph Smith by unanimous vote. The vote was then taken in ancient order on each one present, and all were received by unanimous vote. The vote passed for absent members according to their ages and stations and resulted as follows, viz. Ezra Thayer, Amos Fielding, N.K. Whitney, C.P. Lott, J.M. Bernhizel, Elias Smith, O. Hyde, W. Woodruff, P.P. Pratt, D.S. Hollister, John Taylor, W.M. Smith, A.W. Babbitt, J.M. Grant, and B.F. Johnson were unanimously sustained and received into the new organization. The following were rejected and dropped from the council: Uriah Brown, W.M. Marks, Sidney Rigdon, Lyman, White, James Emmett, Samuel James, Edward Bonney, Alexander Badlam, G.O.J. Adams, Marinus G. Eaton, and Lorenzo D. Wasson. President Joseph and Hyrum, two of the members martyred for the truth, and John P. Green is dead, so that there is only 40 members left in the council. It was voted to fill up the council at some future time. The weather is extremely cold, and the council adjourned at 2:30. February 6, 1845, Thursday. Council of 50, page 269. Thursday, February 6, 1845. At the office all day recording minutes of council. And C. Nauvoo 1, Thursday 6th. Evening clothed to offer prayers for William H. and Violet R., who are both very sick. February 11th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 269. Tuesday, February 11th, 1845. At the office all day copying records of the kingdom. February 12th, 1845, Wednesday. Council of 50, page 269. Wednesday, February 12th, 1845. At the office all day copying records of the kingdom. February 14th, 1845, Friday. Nauvoo 1, Friday 14th. In the evening the following brethren met together to pray and ask God to thwart the plan of the mob and deliver the brethren out of their hands, viz. B. Young, H.C. Kimball, O. Pratt, G.A. Smith, W.D. Richards, N.K. Whitney, G.O. Miller, A. Cutler, R. Cahoon, Isaac Morley, O. Spencer, Joseph Young, and myself. We have a very good time, and the Lord blesses us, and I believe He will have the desires of our hearts. After prayers it was voted that Father Morley move into Nauvoo as soon as possible, and that Solomon Hancock be appointed to preside over the Lima branch in H.S. stead. It was also voted that Dr. Bernhizel be appointed a traveling bishop to visit the Chucks. We had also some conversation on the subject of sending 6 brethren with Brother Lewis Dan A. to the west, and especially to Texas. February 26th, 1845, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 174. While returning from a visit to some outlying Mormon settlements, the new church leader, Brigham Young, preached about the problems of the saints. The nation has severed us from them in every respect, he told his listeners, and made us a distinct nation just as much as the Lamanite, and it is my prayer that we may soon find a place where we can have a home and live in peace according to the law of God. February 28th, 1845, Friday. Allen 2, page 173. The state of Illinois has severed from us every tie that could possibly bind us to them as a government, he protested in his journal on February 28th, and as a last mark of their vengeance they have taken away our charter and left us open to the enemy without the least shield of law to protect us. The Masonic Lodge, too, had taken away its charter from Nauvoo, thus breaking another bond with the people of the state, so that every tie is gone, and we can now rely on the arm of Jehovah alone for protection and safety from our enemies. His next statement was an even more extreme assessment of their relationship with the world around them, but it nevertheless reflected the feelings of many Mormons that they were no longer able to support a government that had seemingly allowed so much wrong to come upon them. We are an independent people claiming no alliance with any of the kingdoms of the earth. We are hunted and oppressed. Something like the Lamanite were on the first settlement of the United States by the whites. The mobs are continually getting out, writs for the best of our men, and seem determined to blot us out from the face of the earth. His hope, however, lay in the belief that the kingdom is the Lord's, and he will do as seemeth him good though all the world boil over. Clayton at least reflected the unity of the saints as he wrote of their determination to let no more men be dragged out of our midst, to be massacred. But if we cannot have protection from the laws of the land, we will seek it from the great God and his people. March 1st, 1845, Saturday. Council of 50, page 269. Saturday, March 1st, 1845, at 10 a.m. met at the 70s Hall in the Council of 50. The following brethren were taken in to fill up the quorum, viz. Joseph Young, John E. Page, David Fulmer, Theodore Turley, Albert P. Rockwood, Jonathan Dunham, and Lucian R. Foster. They subscribed to the laws of the council and covenanted before God with uplifted hands to maintain all things inviolate agreeable to the order of the council. Brothers Daniel Spencer, Isaac Morley, and Shadrach Roundy were selected to make up the number of 50, but they were absent and sick. Brother John Pack was admitted to sit in the place of Wilford Woodruff, John D. Lee in the place of Ezra Thayer, and Louis Dana in place of Amos Fielding, they being absent and on business. Louis Dana is a Lamanite of the Oneida Nation and the first Lamanite who has been admitted a member of any quorum of the church. The object of the council was to decide whether we shall send out a company of men with Bro Dana to fill Joseph's measures originally adopted in this council by going west to seek out a location and a home where the saints can dwell in peace and health, and where they can erect the ensign and standard of liberty for the nations and live by the laws of God without being oppressed and mobbed under a tyrannical government without protection from the laws. Many able speeches were made on the subject, and the council finally agreed to send out a company with Brother Dana to accomplish this important object. The following brethren were selected and appointed by unanimous vote of the council for this mission, viz. Samuel Bent to be the first man and president of the mission, Jonathan Dunham next, Cyrus Daniels, Daniel Spencer, John S. Fulmer, Charles Shumway, Albert Carrington, and John W. Farnham. These brethren are expected to start immediately after conference and proceed from tribe to tribe to unite the Lamanite and find a home from the saints. The council adjourned in the midst of the best kind of feelings. March 4th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 269. Tuesday, 4 MCH 1845. At 9 o'clock met with the Council of the Kingdom. We had a very interesting meeting, the subject being the Oregon Mission. March 6th, 1845, Thursday. Council of 50, page 269. Thursday, March 6, 1845. At the office, all day copying records of the Kingdom. March 7th, 1845, Friday. Council of 50, page 269. Friday, March 7th, 1845 as above. March 10th, 1845. Monday, Council of 50, page 269. March 10th, 1845. While writing and copying the records of the Kingdom, I was writing these words dropped by Air H.C. Kimball in the Council on the 4th INST, viz. If a man step beyond his bounds, he will lose his kingdom as Lucifer did, and it will be given to others who are more worthy. This idea came to my mind. It has been a doctrine taught by this church that we were in the Grand Council amongst the gods when the organization of this world was contemplated, and that the laws of government were all made and sanctioned by all present, and all the ordinances and ceremonies decreed upon. Now is it not the case that the Council of the Kingdom of God now organized upon this earth are Council of 50, page 269, Allen 1, page 47, making laws and sanctioning principles which will in part govern the saints after the resurrection. Council of 50, page 269. And after death will not these laws be made known by messengers and agents as the gospel was made known to us? And Council of 50, page 269, Allen 1, page 47. Is there not a similarity between this Grand Council and the Council which sat previous to the organization of this 55 world? March 11th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 270. Tuesday, March 11th, 1845. In the Council of 50 all day, Cyrus Daniels was admitted a member. The subject of writing letters to the governors and a number of other subjects was discussed. The subject of the movements of the mob was talked over, and it was considered best for those who are hunted with writs to go on missions so that we may if possible evade the blow until we can finish the temple and the Nauvoo house. It was also decided that the workmen on the walls of the temple commence tomorrow. March 12th, 1845, Wednesday. Council of 50, page 270. Wednesday, March 12th. At the office, all day copying records of the kingdom. Temple history, page 142. On Wednesday, the 12th of March, Brother William W. Player commenced work again on the walls. He got one stone up just as the bell rung for dinner. March 14th, 1845, Friday. Council of 50, page 270. Friday, March 14th. At the office, all day chiefly recording records of the kingdom. Nauvoo 1. Friday, 14th. Brother Whitney tells me today that he has notified Margaret to go and receive her washings and anointing at the same time. Ruth does. This makes my heart rejoice. I had heard of it on Wednesday, but not officially. Truly God is kind to me. Temple history, page 142. On Friday the 14th, there was a man killed on the stone quarry by a stone falling on his head while the brethren were blasting rocks. This is the only accident of any moment that has ever happened on the temple or any of the works connected with it. March 15th, 1845, Saturday. Council of 50, page 270. Saturday, March 15th. A.M. at the office copying records of the kingdom. Nauvoo 1. Saturday 15th. P.M. at the High Council taking minutes. G.J. Adams had his trial. Pierre S.D.S. Young and H.C. Kimball were witnesses against him. Many hard things were proven against him which he confessed and begged for mercy. It was decided that he write a confession of his wickedness and agree to be one with the told and do right hereafter, which he agreed to. The property in his hands, belonging to the temple, he promised to bring and have a settlement. It was a good and interesting season and will do Adams much good. March 17th, 1845, Monday. Council of 50, page 270. Monday, March 17th. At the office, all day chiefly copying records of the kingdom. March 18th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 270. Tuesday, March 18th, 1845. In the Council of 50 all day. D. Spencer was admitted a member. The subject of the Western Mission was most on hand, and all seem interested fully in it. March 19th, 1845, Wednesday. Council of 50, page 270. Wednesday, March 19th, 1845. P.M. copying records of the kingdom. March 20th, 1845, Thursday. Council of 50, page 270. Thursday, March 20th, 1845, at the office all day. A.M. recording, tithings, afterwards copying records of the kingdom. March 22nd, 1845, Saturday. Council of 50, page 270. Saturday, March 22nd, 1845. At the Council of the Kingdom all day. The Western Mission occupied near all day. The subject of the Nauvoo house, printing office, church history, and organization of the city were talked over. March 24th, 1845, Monday. Council of 50, page 270. Monday, March 24th, 1845. Chiefly recording the minutes of the Council of 50. March 26th, 1845, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 167. I am a perfect slave to them all the while. I have as much work to receive the tithings for the temple as an ordinary penman could keep up with, but more than this I spend about 3 and 4 days a week in council and recording records of the kingdom. I have also spent day after day writing Brother Kimball's journal for the press, besides writing letters and attending to a multitude of contingent business. I have $2 a day for 6 days in the week and spend near every Sabbath for no compensation. Other men who don't do half the work have a great deal more money and good property for their comfort than I have, and they seem to be extolled to the skies. The church has given me a poor lot for an inheritance, but they have also given other men better lots who work no harder than I do and have more money to sport in. March 27th, 1845, Thursday. Council of 50, page 270. Thursday, March 27, 1845. At the office, all day copying records of the kingdom. Temple history, page 142. On Thursday, the 27th of March, 1845, Brother Player put up the last trumpet stone at about 3 o'clock p.m. He also laid the first stringer for the large upper Venetian window in the east side. March 28, 1845, Friday. Nauvoo 1, Friday 28th. Sister Whitney went to attend to anointing my wife and Margaret but was again prevented through Sarah and not being there in season. Allen 2, page 170. On March 28, 1845, for example, he played with the band at a party at the Mansion House and he was accompanied by 3 wives. Margaret, Moon and Diantha Farr were not publicly known to be his wives, but since they were all friends anyway, this did not look peculiar and it was Clayton's way of making sure all his wives had as good a social life as possible. He loved such times and as a member of the band was frequently part of the entertainment. March 31st, 1845, Monday. Nauvoo 1, Monday 31. On Saturday, Ruth and Margaret received their anointing, for which I feel thankful. Margaret had some good instructions and she feels satisfied and reconciled. She says she will never leave me on any consideration. Journal entry of this date ends the journal with this last line / I still feel determined to do all I can and be as faithful as I know how, for that is the desire of my heart. But my greatest desire is to so live that I may secure for myself and mine the highest degree of exaltation and glory which is possible for me to obtain, and to be with my friend Joseph Smith in the eternal world. Allen 2, page 166. The month of March was particularly difficult, and at the end he seemed resigned that the vast press of business weighing on his mind probably would not grow any better. I have labored diligently and faithfully, but seem to get worse behind. He sighed through his pen. My health seems to be impairing and sinking, and it seems impossible to get rest enough to recruit my strength. But most important, it all had a spiritual meaning for him, whether he got credit for this work or not, as Joseph Smith still dominated his thoughts and ambitions. I still feel determined to do all I can and be as faithful as I know how, he wrote. But my greatest desire is to so live that I may secure for myself and mine the highest degree of exaltation and glory which is possible for me to obtain, and to be with my friend Joseph in the eternal world. April 1st, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 270. Tuesday, April 1st, 1845. At the office all day, quite unwell, recording minutes of the kingdom. April 3rd, 1845. Thursday. Nauvoo 4, Thursday 3rd. Evening met with a few of the high quorum at Dr. Richard's house for prayer. There were present B. Young, H. C. Kimball, W. Richards, John Taylor, O. Pratt, G. A. Smith, J. Page, G. Miller, Joseph Young, and myself. Our prayers were that the plans of the mob might be frustrated, that they might have no influence nor power to disturb nor trouble us. That the leaders of the mob, especially Sharp, may be visited with judgments, and that we may be preserved in peace, to finish the houses and see the elders endowed and fulfill all that the Lord commanded us in this place. Also that Brother Whitney, A. Lyman, and Uncle John Smith may be healed of their sicknesses, and that our families may be blessed, and see we had a good time. April 5th, 1845, Saturday. Council of 50, page 270. Saturday, April 5th. 1845, at 9 at the 70s Hall with the Council of 50, but on account of a multitude of business waiting the council adjourned until without doing business to next Friday at 8:45. April 6th, 1845, Sunday. Mormon Hierarchy, page 7656. Bishop Newell K. Whitney the president over the lesser or Aaronic priesthood has only one counselor, viz. W. M. Felshaw. Bishop George Miller has no counsel or as a bishop. April 9th, 1845, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 166. I feel quite sick, he wrote in April 1845, and feel that my severe confinement to the books and business is hurting my health and constitution. April 11th, 1845, Friday. Council of 50, page 271. Friday, April 11th. 1845, with the Council of 50 all day taking minutes. President Young appointed J. Dunham, C. Shumway Lorenzo Young to go with Brother Dana on the Western Mission. It was decided to move the printing office into the 3 lower stories of the Masonic Hall and commence the business on a larger scale. The council all voting to do their utmost to sustain it. April 15th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 271. Tuesday, April 15th, 1845. Dined at 12 o'clock with Brother Miller and afterwards rode with him to meet with the Kingdom of God in the upper room of the 70s Hall. Phineas Young was received into the council and decided to go with Brothers Dana, Dunham, and Shumway to the Indian Council at Council Bluffs, and thence, if they think best, to the Pacific Ocean. It was also decided that Bro. Solomon Zandal, should go with them to his tribe, the Delawares. A letter from Gov. Ford was read giving his advice relative to our policy in organizing the city. He advises to organize the city into corporations of a mile square so as to include the whole surface. He also recommends us to go and establish an independent government in California. Allen 2, page 169. When one man called on him in April seeking forgiveness for the hard feelings and speeches he had used against him while Joseph was alive, Clayton quickly forgave him. I am glad for his sake he has taken the course he has to make the matter right and shall cherish no unkind feeling against him, he wrote in his journal. April 16th, 1845, Wednesday. Council of 50, page 271. Wednesday, April 16th. 45 p.m. at the office, mostly copying records of the kingdom. April 17th, 1845, Thursday. Council of 50, page 271. Thursday, April 17th. 45. Part of the day I was copying records of the kingdom. The following verses were composed by Air John Taylor, the Apostle, and revised by him at the Council of the Kingdom on Friday 11th inst. The Upper California. Oh, that's the land for me. And C. Nauvoo 4. Evening tarried at the office till 8 o'clock, afterwards met at Dr. Richards to pray in company with B. Young, H. C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, O. Pratt of the 12, A.K. Whitney, and George Miller, the 2 church bishops, John Smith, Patriarch, and Joseph Young. The particular subjects asked for was Father Bent's mission to L. White's company and the deliverance of the church from their enemies. At my suggestion, the hands who labor on the temple were remembered to be preserved from accidents, inasmuch as they are in danger all the while. We had a very good time. April 21st, 1845, Monday. Council of 50, page 271. Monday, April 21st, 1845. Recording minutes of the kingdom. Temple History, page 157. On Monday, April 21st, Brother Player put up the first star in the architrave. At 2:30 p.m. he notified me that they were about to begin to raise it. I immediately went to the east end of the temple. On my way, I met Elder Heber C. Kimball, one of the 12, and we went and sat down together on Brother Cutler's fence, opposite where the stone stood. We entered into conversation together on various matters, chiefly pertaining to our spiritual interests. We watched the slow upward progress of the star with great pleasure. At precisely 3 o'clock, it was properly set in its place, and the instant it was set, Brothers Edward Miller and Elisha Everett sprung for the top, but Brother Miller, being a little the smartest, he was on first and stood erect, viewing with pride the surrounding scenery. After he got down, Brother Everett also mounted the stone and stood on it for some time. The top of the star is 55 feet above the ground. The first star was put up on Joseph's Corner, being the first one, north of the southeast corner. Allen 2, page 170. Monday, April 21st, seemed to be a landmark. Clayton spent the morning at his office, but he knew that across the street William Player, chief stonecutter, was preparing to put in place the first of 30 star stones that would grace the temple some 55 feet above the ground. At 2:30, Player was ready, and as Clayton headed out to observe, he met his old friend, Heber Kimball. The two sat on Alpheus, Cutler's fence, talked about religious matters, and watched a huge crane lift the stone into place. At exactly 3 o'clock it was set when, suddenly 2 workers sprang for the top of the star in a contest to see who could be the first to stand on it. Edward Miller being a little the smartest one. Clayton watched the little scuffle with amusement, but there were weightier things on his mind. This was one of those events that provided renewed hope that the temple actually would be finished. He thought of that, but also thought of the economic problems of the saints, especially those whose only livelihood came from the goods they received for working theirs. More men were seeking employment than Clayton and the temple committee could possibly take care of, and more, in fact, than were needed for the work at hand. That day the committee gave the steady hands, those who had worked regularly, with large families a full barrel of flour each, and those who had small families a half barrel. To others they dealt out flour in small quantities. "The Lord blesses the labors of his servants," Clayton wrote that night, "and the higher the temple rises, the more means we have to build it with." April 22nd, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 271. Tuesday, April 22nd, 1845. A.M. at the office recording the minutes of the kingdom. P.M. attended the council of the kingdom. There was not much business done. The brethren are not yet gone west and will probably not start for a day or two. April 24th, 1845, Thursday. Council of 50, page 271. Thursday, April 24th, 1845. At the office all day recording minutes of the kingdom. April 27th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 27. Evening met at Dr. Richards with the Dr. Press Young H.C. Kimball, A. Lyman, G. A. Smith, O. Hyde, J. Young and John Smith. Our object was to offer up prayers for a number of subjects. The meeting broke up about 10:30 with perfect peace and union. April 28th, 1845, Monday. Council of 50, page 271. Monday, April 28th, 1845. A.M. recording minutes of the kingdom. Allen 2, page 166. Even when he was involved in important council meetings, Clayton's name was often left out of the official histories that chronicled those meetings. Brigham Young's history for April 28, 1845, for example, tells of a council attended by himself, Heber C. Kimball, John Taylor, and Newell K. Whitney, where we read letters from Parley P. Pratt pertaining to his activities in the East. But Clayton was also at that meeting, and it was he who actually read Pratt's letters to the council. April 29th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 271. Tuesday, April 29th, 1845 at 6:30 met the Council of 50 at the 70s Hall. Temple History, page 157. On the morning of Tuesday, the 29th of April, the first upper circular window was finished setting by Brother Player. May 1st, 1845, Thursday. Nauvoo 4, Thursday 1st. Pressed. Young told me that he had learned that the Rigdonites are intending to have me taken up and prosecuted for polygamy, especially George W. Robinson and Samuel James. Evening. Met for prayer at Dr. Richards. There were present B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, A. Lyman, O. Hyde, O. Pratt, G.A. Smith, John Smith, I. Morley, and Joseph Young, and myself. May 3rd, 1845, Saturday. Nauvoo 4, Saturday 3rd. P.M. Charles Ivins was in the office and says that in a conversation with Cowles he learned that Rigdon's party is very much divided both in doctrine and sentiment. Law and Rigdon differed in 15 points of doctrine, Rigdon wanting to deny the Book of Mormon, which Law could not do. McClellan and Rigdon also differ in sentiment. May 6th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 271. Tuesday, May 6th, 1845. Evening met with the Council of 50 in the 70s Hall. The principal topic of conversation was the movements of the mob. It appears their determination is to get up an excitement at the court, and they are already trying it by reporting that the saints are going en masse to Carthage at the court, and if the court does not execute the law on the murderers that we intend to destroy, the court and citizens of the county. From reports which the brethren have brought which have been at Carthage, the mob are laying deep plans to bring us into collision with the state, so as to bring about our expulsion or extermination forthwith. It was agreed that none of the brethren leave the city at the court, only those who are required to be there on business, so that we may prevent the mob from coming into the city and committing depredations in the absence of the brethren. An article was written by O. Hyde and W. Richards to publish in tomorrow's paper notifying the public of the designs of the mob band, also the course we intend to pursue. The council did not break up till 10:15. Oakes, Carthage Conspiracy, page 7257. William Clayton noted in his journal that the anti-Mormons were affirming that, if the court did not convict the murderers, the Mormons intended to destroy the courthouse and the citizens of the county. Such tactics, Clayton wrote, were intended to bring us into collision with the state, so as to bring about our expulsion or extermination forthwith. May 7th, 1845, Wednesday. Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 7th. Evening met with the following brethren at Dr. Richards for prayer, being clothed, and C. Viz. B. Young, J. Taylor, W. Richards, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, and K. Whitney, L. Richards, brother. Kimball came in at the close of the meeting. We had a very pleasant time. The chief subjects were to pray that the Lord would hedge up the way of the mob so that they may have no power over us during court. Also that the Lord would hedge up the way of John Greenough, that he may not have power or influence to go to England and publish the Book of Doctrine and Covenants. Petitions were also offered for Brother Miller and others who are sick. It was also agreed to send a letter to Eyre Woodruff in England and warn him to forestall Greenough and get out a copyright for the Doctrine and Covenants before him. Allen 2, page 171. The works of the temple progress very rapidly, and there is a better feeling amongst the brethren than I ever saw, he wrote on May 7, 1845. Everything moves beautifully and harmoniously, and the prayers of the saints ascend up daily that we may be sustained until the temple and Nauvoo house are finished and the saints receive their endowment. May 8, 1845, Thursday. Nauvoo 4, Thursday 8th. Evening met at Dr. Richards for prayer in company with Prest, B. Young, H. C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, O. Pratt, J. E. Page, N. K. Whitney, L. Richards, Joseph Young. We had a very interesting time. Allen 2, page 171. Clayton was delighted to report the visit of some people from Kentucky who were astonished at the industry of the Mormons and the beauty of the temple. May 10, 1845, Saturday. Council of 50, page 272. Saturday, May 10, 1845. P.M. met with the Council of 50 and adjourned, signed I. The adjournment was about in consequence of the conduct of D.D. Yersley, of whom there is strong suspicions of treachery. May 11th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 11th. At the office all day comparing account books with Brother Whitehead. Evening met at Dr. Richards for prayer with B. Young, W. Richards, J. Taylor, O. Pratt, G. A. Smith, J. Page, and K. Whitney, and Levi Richards. Prest. Young advised me to keep closed up for a week or two, inasmuch as the apostates, especially S. James and G. W. Robinson, have entered into measures to take me with a writ to Carthage. The mob also want to get Prest Young, H. C. Kimball, J. Taylor, W. Richards, O. Hyde, and W. W. Phelps, and it is said they have taken our writs for them. They want 12 men out of Nauvoo, but we are unable to learn who the others are. May 14th, 1845, Wednesday. Allen 2, page 158. On the 14th he learned that he was the object of both a writ of arrest and a subpoena. May 15th, 1845, Thursday. Nauvoo 4, Thursday 15. Evening met at Dr. Richards for prayer, in company with Prest, Young, H. C. Kimball, G. A. Smith, O. Pratt, and K. Whitney, and L. Richards. May 16th, 1845, Friday. Temple History, page 157. On Friday, May 16th, a little after 2 p.m. having been notified, I went on the temple and sat down on the top of the southwest corner stairway on the highest part of the stonework. I then watched brother player set the last star, being on the west end, and the second one from the southwest corner. It was set at exactly 3 p.m. At this time, the carpenters were very busy raising the timbers for the upper floor of the temple, having them all framed, and quite a large amount was already upon the walls and body of the building. May 18th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 18th. I went to meet with the brethren at Dr. Richard's, but felt too unwell to remain. May 19th, 1845, Monday. Temple History, page 157. On Monday, the 19th of May, while I was sitting on the temple, Brother Stephen H. Goddard met with an accident which was very near proving fatal. He was standing on the wall on the north side of the temple, assisting some others to take down one of the scaffolding poles. By some accident, the foot of the pole slipped and struck him on the left side of the head. He fell head foremost, being stunned by the blow. Fortunately, they had just got 2 joists in the floor and he fell across them, which prevented him from going down into the cellar, a distance of about 62 feet. And in all probability, if he had fallen down, he would have been killed. The brethren raised him up and, on examination, found that he had received a cut on the upper corner of his left eye. His face was also much bruised. He bled profusely. I laid hands on him with 2 other brethren and he went home. He suffered considerable pain until evening, when it ceased, and in 2 days afterwards he was at work again, as usual. May 23rd, 1845, Friday. Nauvoo 4, Friday 23rd. William Smith is coming out in opposition to the 12 and in favor of Adams. The latter has organized a church at Augusta, Iowa Territory, with young Joseph Smith for president, William Smith for patriarch, Jared Carter for president of the stake, and himself for spokesman to Joseph. William says he has sealed some women to men, and he considers he is not accountable to Brigham nor the 12 nor anyone else. There is more danger from William than from any other source, and I fear his course will bring us much trouble. Evening went with Brother Whitney to see the Tulev at Air Taylor's on Main Street. We tarried till near 10 o'clock. There were present B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, W. Richards, G. A. Smith, J. Page, and N.K. Whitney. I presented to them a proposition to write a short history of the building of the temple from its commencement, together with other matters, and depot cite the history in the cornerstone, about to be laid tomorrow. They acquiesced with the plan. The case of William Smith was also talked over. It appears he is determined to rule the church and monopolize the whole to himself. Samuel Brannan came in while we're talking. I had an introduction to him. J.C. Wright and L.A. Smith also came in and stated that the court had got a jury impaneled and was to proceed to try the murderers at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They say there no manner of doubt but the murderers will be acquitted. Temple History, page 157. On Friday, the 23rd, all the stone on the outside of the wall was laid, except the southeast cornerstone. This progress was a great rejoicing to the saints. The Rigdonites have prophesied that the walls would never be built, but through the blessing of God we have lived to see the predecision come to naught. Allen 2, page 163. William Smith is coming out in opposition to the 12 and in favor of Adams, he lamented on May 23rd. It angered Clayton to think that William Smith claimed to have sealed some women to men, i.e., performed the ordinance of eternal marriage, which Clayton believed he was not authorized to do, and that he considers he is not accountable to Brigham nor the 12 nor anyone else. If he feared any claimant to church leadership, it was, ironically, the prophet's own brother, for, he wrote, there is more danger from William than from any other source, and I fear his course will bring us much trouble. That evening the quorum of the 12 discussed at length the improper course of William Smith. It appears he is determined to rule the church and monopolize the whole to himself, grumbled the anxious scribe as he wrote that night in his diary. 58. May 24th, 1845, Saturday. Temple History, page 157. On Saturday the 24th, at 6:15 a.m., was the time appointed for the laying of the capstone of the temple. Quite a number of the saints had assembled to witness the interesting ceremony. There were present, of the quorum of the 12, President Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, John Taylor, Willard Richards, Amasa Lyman, George A. Smith, John E. Page, Orson Hyde, and Orson Pratt. Also Newell K. Whitney and George Miller, trustees in trust, Alpheus Cutler and Raymond Cahoon, Building Committee, William Clayton, Temple, Recorder, John Smith, Partyarch and President of the Stake, and Charles C. Rich, his counselor. Of the High Council, William Huntington, Sr., Aaron Johnson, George W. Harris, James Allred, David Fulmer, William Weeks, architect, and William W. Phelps. A few minutes before 6, the band came up and arranged themselves on the platform in a circle a little back from the corner. The names of the band who were present are as follows: William Pitt, leader; Stephen Hales, William F. Cahoon, Robert T. Burton, John K. James Smithies, Daniel F. Cahoon, Andrew Cahoon, Charles H. Hales, Martin H. Peck, J. T. Hutchinson, James Standing, William D. Huntington, Charles Smith, and Charles C. Robbins, also William H. Kimball, color bearer. At 6 o'clock the band played The Nightingale, and afterwards, while the people were collecting, they played another tune. At 8 minutes after 6, Brother William W. Player commenced spreading his mortar, perfect silence prevailing. President Young stood on the wall immediately north of the corner stone, with Elder Heber C. Kimball at his right hand. When the mortar was spread, the stone was lifted to its place by President Brigham Young, William W. Player, Tarleton Lewis, Elisha Everett, John Hill, Edward Miller, Charles W. Patton, Samuel Hodge, Hans C. Hansen, and Thomas Yap. President Young then stepped on the stone and, taking a large pedal, began beating it to its place. He finished laying the stone with the assistance and direction of Brother Player precisely at 22 minutes after 6 o'clock. The band then struck up the capstone march, composed and arranged by William Pitt, the leader, for the occasion. President Young then spoke to the congregation, instructing them with regard to shouting the Hosanna. He then said, "The last stone is laid upon the temple, and I pray the Almighty in the name of Jesus to defend us in this place and sustain us until the temple is finished and have all got our endowments." The whole congregation then, following the motion of President Young, shouted as loud as possible, "Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna, to God and the Lamb. Amen, amen, and amen." This was repeated a second and third time. The president concluded by saying, "So let it be, thou Lord Almighty." He continued and said, "This is the 7th day of the week, or the Jewish Sabbath. It is the day on which the Almighty finished his work and rested from his labors. We have now finished the walls of the temple, and we may rest today from our labors." He said he would take it upon him to dismiss the workmen for the day, and requested the people hallow the day and spend it giving thanks to God. He then dismissed the congregation, and in company with the brethren of the 12 retired to the place of their retreat, where they can be safe from arrest by constables and other officers who are prowling around the city from Carthage. The people began to move away, but the band continued playing. John K. also went on the cornerstone and sang a song composed by Elder William W. Phelps, called the Capstone Song. The morning was very cold and chilly. The saints seemed highly interested and pleased with the morning's performance. According to the request of President Young, all works were suspended and the day was kept as a holiday. A few minutes after the 12 left the temple, a constable came up with a summons for several of the brethren, but he could not find them. He had also a summons for Daniel Avery, and we had notified Avery of it, and he was counseled to keep out of the way, but contrary to counsel he unwisely went and made himself known to the officer, who immediately served the process upon him. For this piece of conduct, and others as bad, a council of the 12 and trustees dismissed him from the work and took Jesse P. Harmon, one of the old police in his stead. May 25th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 25th. At a little after 8, Brother Kimball called and I went with him to Dr. Richards to meet with the quorum for prayer. Present, Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, G.A. Smith, Amasa Lyman, John E. Page, and O. Pratt of the 12. N.K. Whitney and G. Miller, trustees, and Levi Richards, Patriarch John Smith, Joseph Young, and myself. We had a good time and felt that our prayers would be answered. We broke up about 11:30. May 28th, 1845, Wednesday. Temple History, page 158. On Wednesday, the 28th of May, the first bent of the attic story of the temple was raised by the carpenters, and up to this time they continued to raise the timber works with pleasing rapidity. Thus the work of this temple has progressed from the beginning to the present time without any serious accident except in the incident which happened at the stone quarry. The blessing of God has attended the whole progress of the work, and it has advanced beyond our most sanguine expectations. Our enemies have threatened all the time, and for the last 2 years we have had very little cessation from writs and other efforts of the enemy to prevent our finishing it. Many prophecies have been uttered against it, but the saints have invariably pursued a steady course of perseverance. As the building has progressed, the saints have increased their donations and tithings, and this spring has exceeded all past times for liberality and donations from the brethren. May 29th, 1845, Thursday. Nauvoo 4, Thursday 29. Evening met at Dr. Richards for prayer in company with President B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, John Taylor, Amasa Lyman, G.A. Smith, O. Pratt, and O. Hyde of the 12, N.K. Whitney, and George Miller, trustees, Joseph Young and Levi Richards. The subjects prayed for were many, especially that the Lord would overrule the movements of William Smith, who is endeavoring to ride the 12 down, and also that the Lord would overrule the mob so that we may dwell in peace until the temple is finished. The council broke up about 12:30. Allen 2, page 165. On the evening of May 29th, 8 apostles, along with a few other church leaders and William Clayton, met in Willard Richards's home to seek the help of heaven. They prayed for many things, wrote Clayton, but especially that the Lord would overrule the movements of William Smith, who is endeavoring to ride the 12 down. May 31st, 1845, Saturday. Temple History, p. 158. This being Saturday, the 31st of May, 1845, I will now say the circuit court of this county, Hancock, has been in session the past 2 weeks. Nearly the whole of the time has been occupied in that trial of Jacob C. Davis, senator for this county, Thomas C. Sharp, editor of the Warsaw Signal, Levi Williams, a colonel of the militia, Mark Aldrich, and a Mr. Grover, before Richard M. Young, for the murder of General Joseph and Hiram Smith on the 27th of June, 1844. The verdict was brought in yesterday and returned not guilty. Thus the whole state of Illinois has made itself guilty of shedding the blood of the prophets by acquitting those who did take committed the horrid deed, and it is now left to God 59 to take vengeance in his own way and in his own time. Allen 2, page 158. From the testimony of Brother what it appears the Judge Young is favorable to the mobocrats and manifests a disposition to acquit the murderers rather than bring them to justice. Calvin A. Warren also said if the prisoners were guilty of murder he himself was guilty, alleging that it was the public opinion that the Smiths ought to be killed, and public opinions make laws, and consequently it was not murder to kill the Smiths. Esker Browing also railed hard against the saints. In fact, the whole proceedings of the court is nothing more than a farce, and it is evident there is no disposition on the part of the people to avenge the blood of the servants of God, and it will yet be left for God himself to do it, in his own time and in his own way. 60. June 1st, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 1st. Evening at Dr. Richards with B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, J. Page, O. Pratt, G.A. Smith, A. Lyman, John Smith, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, L. Richards, and Joseph Young. It was decided that Hansen translate the Doctrine and Covenants and Book of Mormon into the Norwegian language and that R.O. Protestant. Also, decided that the trustees give G.D. what a quarter of a lot and build him a house and employ him as a reporter for the church and let his labors go towards paying for his house and lot. I read a part of the record which I prepared for a depot site, but it was not as full as President Young wanted, and the council concluded to depot site all the times and seasons to give a perfect history of the church in Nauvoo. Separated at 12 o'clock. June 5th, 1845, Thursday Nauvoo 4, Thursday 5th. Evening met at Dr. Richards for prayer in company with B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, O. Pratt, A. Lyman, J. Page, G. A. Smith, N. K. Whitney, G. Miller, and Levi Richards. We separated at 12 o'clock. June 8th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 8th, a.m. at the office, afterwards at home all day. At 4 met at Dr. Richards with B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, W. Richards, O. Hyde, O. Pratt, J. Page, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, N. K. Whitney, G. Miller, L. Richards, and J. C. Kingsbury. We had a very interesting time and separated about 9 o'clock. June 12th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 12th. At 4 o'clock met at Dr. Richards with Prest. B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, O. Pratt, N. K. Whitney, G. Miller, and Levi Richards. We had a very interesting time and separated about 8:30 o'clock. June 15th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 15th. At the office till 4 p.m. Afterwards at Dr. Richards with B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, O. Pratt, G. A. Smith, Amasa, Lyman, N. K. Whitney, G. Miller, L. Richards, and J. C. Kingsbury. June 19th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 19th. Afterwards at Dr. Richards with President B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, W. Richards, O. Pratt, G. A. Smith, Amasa, Lyman, O. Hyde, George Miller, and Levi Richards. Prayers were offered up for many things, especially that the curse of God may fall upon Judge Young and the lawyers who have justified the murderers, and that they may not be able to hold court. Evening at home. June 22nd, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 22nd. P. M. met at Dr. Richards with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, W. Richards, O. Pratt, Amasa Lyman, G. A. Smith, N. K. Whitney, George Miller, John Smith, L. Richards, and J. C. Kingsbury. Sister Richards is yet very sick, and it was agreed that 4 of the company should go down with Heir Richards to lay hands on her while the other remained to offer up prayers for her in the room. Heirs J. Taylor, O. Pratt, J. C. Kingsbury, and myself were appointed to go with the Dr. He anointed his wife, and we then laid hands on her. After we returned to the room, prayers were offered up for sundry matters, especially that God would overrule the movements of our enemies. And c. June 24th, 1845, Tuesday, Nauvoo 4, Tuesday 24th. William Smith has given bail for another brother of the Hodges who was in custody for robbing and also beat Brother Tufts shamefully yesterday for a matter of small consequence. W.M. Smith is railing against the movements of the 12 and says he has authority here to do as he has a mind to, and the people shall know it. It appears he is determined to cause us trouble. June 26th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 26th. Afterwards at Heir Richards with Prest. B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, O. Pratt, N. K. Whitney, G. Miller, J. Young, L. Richards, and John Smith. Brother Richards Rhoda and Brother Kimball Brigham Willard and Brother Whitney's Mary Jane were blessed each with great blessings. The afternoon was spent in conversation and prayer till 8 o'clock. June 27th, 1845, Friday, Nauvoo 4, Friday 27th. All things seemed to go right according to our prayers. At 9, met at Drive Richards with Prest. V. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, A. Lyman, O. Pratt, G.A. Smith, J. Page, George Miller, and Joseph Young. Most of the day was spent in conversation on various subjects, and towards evening we clothed and consecrated 9 bottles of oil and offered up prayers for general matters. Afterwards I went to the mansion. June 28th, 1845, Saturday, Nauvoo 4, Saturday 28th. A new revelation has come to light from Mother Smith, corrected and altered by William Smith so as to suit his wishes, by representing him as the legal successor of Joseph in the presidency. June 29th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 29th. At 4, met at Drive Richards in company with Prest. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, O. Pratt, A. Lyman, G.A. Smith, J. Taylor, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, Josh Young, and J.C. Kingsbury. Prayers were offered for a variety of subjects. Sister Richards is recovering. June 30th, 1845, Monday, Nauvoo 4, Monday 30th. At the office till 4 p.m. council with Prest. Young and the trustees about buying the lands lately owned by Prest Smith, which will be sold by the administrator tomorrow. It was agreed that I should bid them off for the trustees. At 4 p.m. went to visit Mother Smith in company with Prest Young, H.C. Kimball, John Taylor, W. Richards, O. Pratt, A. Lyman, G. A. Smith, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, and R. Cahoon. A long conversation was had between her and Prest Young, pertaining to a vision she had last week, in which William Smith is represented as president over the patriarchs to guide and counsel the church. I asked permission to copy it, but she was unwilling. W.M. Smith did not meet with us, but sent a letter. The following is a copy. Correspondence. William Smith to Brigham Young and the Council of the 12. Nauvoo, June 30th, 1845. Elder Young. It has been my purpose from the first to do all I could for peace. I said in a short note to you the other day that I would stand by you till death, but it might be asked upon what principle? I will answer on the principle that I am dealt justly by in the church. The next morning after our meeting I notice an article that appears under the head of Patriarch. It is not so much the doctrine that I care about, it is the spirit of the article, a disposition that appears in the brethren to cut and shave me down to the last cent, every hour and minute in the day. I do not like it. And again, why was not the article shown to me as it was an article touching my office and standing in the church? Nothing was said to me on the subject. This with other like circumstances since my return from the East, and for my hard labor there, have received no favor, nothing but hints of men can be applauded to the skies, and that too for the fruits of other abuse, whilst other carrot men's labors. I am sick and tired of such partiality. Only give me my just dues, that in truth, justice, and honor demands, and all is well. I have often said, and sufficient to satisfy all the saints, that I was willing, it was my wish that you should stand as the president of the church, but I claim to be patriarch over the whole church. This gives me my place and proper standing and what I inherit, and as to works, I am ready to measure arms with any man. Give me what is due. Then you know the understanding and the conversation we had on the subject when we met at Brother Taylor's, that I was patriarch over the whole church. This is what I claim and must have, and now to conclude, as I understand you are to meet at Mother Smith's today, the 12 and C. My proposition is my share of the kingdom, and if you will publish in the Neighbor and Times and Seasons the true state of the case in regard to my office as patriarch over the whole church, this will give me a right to visit all branches of the church and intrude on no man's rights, and further, to attend to all of the ordinances of God, no man being my head, I will reconcile all difficulties, and Elder Young can stand as the president of the church, and by my most hearty wish and consent. This will settle all difficulties and restore peace and good order, and further than this I cannot say, only that I want all men to understand that my father's family are of the royal blood and promised seed, and no man or set of men can take their crown or place in time or in eternity. Bro, Young, the above is my proposition and will settle all difficulties at once, and these are my avid sentiments and no equivocation. William Smith. To the foregoing President Young dictated an answer which I wrote, informing him that there could be no authority given to him to place him in a situation where he would not be amenable to the quorum of the 12, and there are many ordinances which cannot be administered only here in this place, and see, the copy is mislaid. The answer was read to Mother Smith and her daughters, and they acknowledged they were satisfied with it. Mother Smith seemed to feel well and said that although in her vision it was told to her that there was 2 men whose hearts were blacker than the rest, it was not anyone who was then present. See July 4th. The company parted soon after 6, and Brother Whitney and myself returned to the office to prepare an order and get the money ready to send tomorrow to St. Louis for the lead. July 3rd, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 3rd. At 4, met at Drive Richards with Prest. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, A. Lyman, G. A. Smith, O. Pratt, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, L. Richards, and J. Young. We offered up our prayers for variety of subjects. I read a letter which I wrote for Prest Young to Brother Woodruff in England, which was accepted. It was decided to employ Brother Morley to make 100 barrels of wine for sacrament, also to purchase a raft of lumber laying at the wharf of 150,000. July 4th, 1845, Friday, Nauvoo 4, Friday 4th. The following is a copy of the answer to William Smith's letter. Nauvoo, June 30th, 1845. Dr. Bro, William. A majority of the quorum of the 12, Bishops Whitney and Miller and Brother Cahoon, one of the Temple Committee, have met to hold a little conversation with Mother Smith at her house. We expected to have had your company, but were disappointed. We, however, have received a note from you which we feel to answer before we separate, so that it may be sanctioned or rejected by Mother Smith. We have had considerable talk with Mother Smith and find her possessing the best of feelings towards the Church. As to your requests in your letter, we would say that we are perfectly willing and wish to have all things right, but there are some ordinances in the Church that cannot be administered by any person out of this place at present, but must be done here. As to your having the right to administer all ordinances in the world and no one standing at your head, we could not sanction, because the President of the Church stands at the head of all the officers in the Church, and each one of our quorum are amenable to the quorum of which you are a member. But as to your right to officiate in the office of Patriarch, we say you have the right to officiate in all the world, wherever your lot may be cast, and no one to dictate or control you excepting the 12, which body of men must preside over the whole Church in all the world. We hope and trust there will be no feelings. Say nothing about matters and things. If you want peace, so do we, and let us walk together in peace and help to build up the kingdom. If this does not meet with your feelings, Brother William, write me again or come and see me, and we will make all things right, for we surely want peace and the salvation of the people. We remain as ever your brethren and well-wishers. Brigham Young. P.S. We have read this to Mother Smith, Catherine, Lucy, and Arthur, and they express their satisfaction with it as well as those of the council who are present. B.Y. July 6th, 1845, Saturday, Nauvoo 4, Saturday 6. At 4 p.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, O. Pratt, G. A. Smith, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, L. Richards, J. Young, and J.C. Kingsbury. We conversed till about 7 o'clock and then clothed and offered up prayers for general subjects. It was decided that the trustees give to Prest Young a deed for the SW 25 to 7N 8W and SW FR 10 7N 8W free of charge. July 8th, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 4, Tuesday 8th. Pressed. Young and Heir Richards came to the office and brought a bag containing $2,599.75 in gold. Joseph Toronto, an Italian, came to Prest. Young and said he wanted to give in himself and all he had to Prest. Young, he had this gold which was carefully wrapped up in old rags, tin books and which he freely and voluntarily gave up, saying he should henceforth look to Prest. Young for protection and counsel. July 9th, 1845, Wednesday. Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 9th. Sister Richards died this morning at about 10:15. She has suffered much for a long time back. We have held her by faith alone, but she is gone to rest. At 2 p.m. went with the band to the dinner given by the trustees for the Smiths family at the mansion. Near all the connections of brother William either by birth or marriage were present, besides a number of WM's particular friends. The evening was spent cheerfully, although the spirit of William and his associates was very different from the spirit of the 12. The company broke up about 8 o'clock. July 13th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 13th. At home till 4 p.m., then met at Dr. Richards with Prest. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, G.A. Smith, O. Pratt, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, J. Young, L. Richards, and J.C. Kingsbury. Prayers were offered for general matters. July 16th, 1845, Wednesday. Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 16th. Evening I went to see Diantha. We walked out some together. She seemed to feel very bad about something which passed during her visit this afternoon. When we returned to her home, I saw that her mind was affected and she was likely to have another fit of mental derangement. I tried to persuade her to go to bed, but she was unwilling, but I finally got her mother to make her a bed downstairs, and we put her to bed by force. Soon as she got laid down, she began to toss about and rave as if in great pain, which seemed to increase until she was perfectly out of her mind and raging. She tore her hair, and I then held her, which required all the force I had got to hold her hands. She continued about 3/4 of an hour in this distressing situation, and about 10:30 Sister Farr went and called Brother Farr. He came down and laid hands on her and rebuked the evil spirit and commanded it to leave her in the name of the Lord. She immediately calmed down and seemed to fall into a mild sleep. Soon after she commenced talking, or rather answering questions. She seemed to be in the world of spirits on a visit, and about the first she conversed with was Brother Joseph, and the conversation seemed to be on the subject of the massacre. She then appeared to go and visit a number of her dead relatives who invariably inquired about their relatives on the earth. The answers she gave were literally facts as they exist. She then inquired for William Smith's wife Caroline. She was soon taken to her and entered into conversation. Caroline asked about William, how he acted, how he felt towards the 12, what was his course, how her 2 girls were, and whether he had got married. 2. All these interrogatories she answered in the nicest manner, avoiding carefully anything which would wound Caroline's feelings. She then inquired for Sister Richards and soon met with her. It seemed by her answers that Sister Richards asked how the doctor felt when she left him, how his children were, and whether Lucy lived with him, all which she answered correctly. She then visited William Snow's first wife and conversed about William and his daughter and father. She then appeared to go back to Brother Joseph and Hiram Smith and Father Smith. Joseph asked about Emma and the children and how the 12 and Emma felt towards each odor and all which she answered wisely but truly. He also asked about Lydia and gave her some instructions for Lydia. He asked about me and told her I was a good man. When she parted with her friends, she always bid them goodbye, but when she parted with Joseph, she said, "I am not in the habit of kissing men, but I want to kiss you," which she appeared to do, and then said farewell. She then seemed to start back for home. She appeared all the time in a hurry to get back. She said she would like to tarry, but she could not leave father and mother and another, but she would soon return and bring them with her, and then she would tarry with them. She conversed about 2 hours in this manner and seemed overjoyed all the time. A pleasant smile sat on her countenance, which continued after she awoke. It was one of the most interesting and sweet interviews I ever witnessed, and a very good spirit seemed to prevail all the time. I left about 1:00, apparently much composed and comparatively free from pain. July 17th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 17th. I talked with Diantha at noon. She has not the least recollection of anything that passed last night. She seemed quite feeble and worn down with fatigue and exertion. At 4 p.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest. B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, W. Richards, G.A. Smith, O. Pratt, A. Lyman, John Smith, N.K. Whitney, George Miller, J. Young, and L. Richards. It was decided in council that Dr. Richards have a barn built by the trustees, also that the Masonic Hall and arsenal be prepared for storehouses for grain, also that the trustees purchase the New York store if it can be bought reasonable, also that Brother Pack buy a Masonic Hall tavern, and that the trustees rent or lease the mansion for 3 or 5 years. Prayers were offered for the sick and a number of subjects, and about 8 o'clock we separated. July 20th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 20th, at 4, met at Drive Richards with Prest. B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, W. Richards, G.A. Smith, O. Pratt, G. Miller, John Smith, J. Young, L. Richards, and J.C. Kingsbury. It was decided that the trustees furnish Orson Pratt $35 for his expenses east. Prayers were offered for general matters, especially that the Lord would turn away the sickness now prevailing amongst the children in the city. July 24th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 24. 4 p.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest. B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, G.A. Smith, A. Lyman, J. Smith, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, J. Young, L. Richards. Quite a number of sick were prayed for, myself amongst the number. I felt immediate relief. July 26th, 1845, Saturday, Nauvoo 4, Saturday 26th. Evening in council. July 29th, 1845, Tuesday. Allen 1, page 49, Allen 2, page 170. On July 29th, 1845, after a hard day at the office, he went to the home of John K. where, he said, we played till near 1 o'clock, chiefly with the violin. There was a first-rate supper provided with plenty of wine and good things. July 31st, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 31st. At the office recording. At 4 p.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest. B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, A. Lyman, G.A. Smith, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, J. Young, and L. Richards. It was decided in council that the Nauvoo House Committee get tithing teams to haul their wood and grain from the country. Also that they have 2,000 feet of lumber from the trustees, also that they collect all the scaffolding poles and take them to the Nauvoo House. A letter was written to the Temple Committee rebuking them for abusing Brother Reese and teaching them their duty. During the conversation, Brother Miller insulted Brother Whitney very meanly. Brother Whitney felt angry but governed his feelings and merely said he felt above such insinuations. Prayers were offered for a number of the sick and for several other general subjects. August 2nd, 1845, Saturday, Nauvoo 4, Saturday 2nd. p.m. rode in the new church carriage with Prest. Young, H.C. Kimball, N.K. Whitney, and George Miller to look out 2 blocks of Emma's which she has agreed to give the trustees for $5.50. They selected blocks 96 and 97 and then went to Mother Smith's and took her into the carriage to show her the blocks and give her choice which of the 2 she would have to be deeded to herself and her daughters. She selected block 96. She wants a house building of the same pattern with Brother Kimball's. After we got through, she asked for the new carriage, saying that Prest Young and the trustees promised it to her. She also wanted another horse and a 2-horse harness. Neither the trustees nor Prest Young ever promised the carriage to Mother Smith, but they told her that when it was built they would ride her round in it. There is no doubt but Arthur Milliken, Lucy's husband, or else William has prompted her to do this out of ill feelings and jealousy lest Brother Brigham should ride in it. Arthur idles his time away. He will do nothing either for himself or anyone else, but out of respect for Mother Smith the brethren would rather indulge the whole family than to hurt her feelings. She is old and childish, and the brethren strive to do all they can to comfort her. They have lent her the carriage while she lives, but it is church property, and when she dies it falls into the hands of the trustees. August 3rd, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 3rd. At 4, met at Drive Richards with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, G.A. Smith, A. Lyman, and K. Whitney, G. Miller, L. Richards, J. Young, J.C. Kingsbury. I read a letter from Wilford Woodruff giving a very cheering history of the progress of the work in England. Prayers were offered up for a number of sick. August 7th, 1845, Thursday. Nauvoo 4, Thursday 7th. At 4 p.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, G.A. Smith, and K. Whitney, G. Miller, J. Young, L. Richards, and Isaac Morley. It was decided to send John S. Fulmer and H.G. Sherwood with James Emmett to his company to counsel and instruct them. The subject of Brother Miller's abusing him some time ago was talked over. Brother Miller denies having done so, but his language is too fresh in my memory to forget it. It was decided to send out a number of the agents out who went last spring to collect funds for the temple and have them collect all the money and means they can so as to finish the temple as speedily as possible. August 10th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 10th at 9 a.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest B. Young, H. C. Kimball, W. Richards, A. Lyman, G. A. Smith. A letter was read from Pittsburgh from Amos Fielding dated July 25, 1845, giving an account of W.M.E. McClellan abusing him, and c. also that Sidney Rigdon has had a revelation requiring his followers to sell their property and give him the avails of it to purchase land in the East to build up the kingdom. This letter is published in the Neighbor of August 13th. After reading, the letter prayers were offered up. August 12th, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 4, Tuesday 12th. At Dr. Richards in company with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, G.A. Smith, A. Lyman, W. Richards, and K. Whitney, G. Miller, and others. The subject under consideration was to prepare the brethren who are going west and give them instructions for their mission. Their names are Henry G. Sherwood, John S. Fulmer, and James Emmett. A letter of authority was written by Dr. Richards to Brother Emmett's company stating that Sherwood and Fulmer were sent by the authorities of the church here to counsel them according to their circumstances, and when they leave to appoint whomsoever they think best to preside over them and counsel them. It is not the object of the council to send for the company back, but to see how they feel and whether they are willing to abide counsel. Perhaps it will be best for them to tarry where they are until they are joined by others in the spring, and then either locate there or proceed west. August 17th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 17th. p.m. with D. till 5 o'clock, afterwards at Dr. Richards, with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, G.A. Smith, and K. Whitney, G. Miller, O. Spencer, J. Young, J.C. Kingsbury, and L. Woodworth. A.W. Babbitt and B.F. Johnson called in to inquire whether it would be agreeable to the council to let Brother Johnson rent the mansion. It was decided to call a council tomorrow at 2 o'clock to conclude on the matter, inasmuch as Brother Benson has been spoken to either take the mansion or Masonic Hall. After the conversation ended, Babbitt and Johnson withdrew, and we then offered up prayers as usual for general subjects. Last Tuesday, Brother Woodworth was discharged from the work of the Nauvoo House as architect by G.A. Smith, one of the trustees, on account of incompetency and an unwillingness to listen to counsel. He foamed considerable at the time, but feels tolerably well now. At the stand today, William Smith preached to the saints the first chapter of the Gospel according to St. W.M., as he termed it. It was just a full declaration of his belief in the doctrine of a plurality of wives and c. The people appeared disgusted and many left the ground. His object was evidently to raise an influence against the 12, especially Brigham and Heber, for he intimated in strong terms that they were practicing such things in secret, but he was not afraid to do it openly. His course today will evidently hurt him in the estimation of the saints more than anything he has done before. August 18th, 1845, Monday, Nauvoo 4, Monday 18th. I then rode to Prest Young's to council. It was there decided that B.F. Johnson can have the privileges of one of the taverns, but he must pay the rent in cash. And in regard to his interest in the large tavern in Macedonia, we will give him property in Nauvoo for it, but not apply it on the rent. August 21st, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 21st a.m. at the office recording tithings. P.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest V. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, George A. Smith, A. Lyman, K.K. Whitney, G.O. Miller, O. Spencer, Joseph Young, and L. Woodworth, B.F. Johnson, John Pack, and A. Miller were also present. Part of the time, a letter was read from Samuel Waldo of New Hampshire, complaining of oppressive conduct and teaching doctrines calculated to break up the branch, such as it being no harm for a man to sleep with a woman who was not his wife, and c. in Nelson Bates. The council decided that fellowship be withdrawn from Bates, and he be called home forthwith to give an account of his conduct. Heir W. Richards wrote a notice to the above effect for publication in the next Times and Seasons. He also wrote a letter to O. Pratt informing him of the same. A letter was then read from Samuel V. Searles requesting a license. It was voted to send him one, and Heir W. Richards accordingly filled it out. The subject of the mansion and Masonic Hall again came up, and it was decided that B.F. Johnson take the mansion and Pack the hall. These brethren then withdrew, and the remainder, clothed, offered up the signs of the holy priesthood and prayer for the usual subjects, especially for the sick. There are a great many sick in the north part of town, so many that it is grievous to see their sufferings. August 27th, 1845, Wednesday, Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 27 a.m. at the office recording. P.m. in council with Prest V. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, P.P. Pratt, J. Taylor, G.A. Smith, A. Lyman, J. Page, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller. On Sunday last, the council decided to let William Smith go east by the authority of the church to give patriarchal blessings, but on the representation of Brother Parley today of WMS course and the feelings of the people in the east towards him, it was decided that he had better not go, and Heir Richards wrote him a letter to that effect. A notice had been written to publish in the next Times and Seasons informing the saints that WM would go east and see, but Brother Taylor was ordered not to insert the notice. It was also decided to pave the temple floor with pressed brick instead of either stone or tile, to save expense and because they think it will be as good with brick. This morning Brother Parley came into the office to say that his women folks wanted the rooms over the store. This would deprive us of all but the one room for office, store, and council room. I suggested to the bishops to move to the New York store, inasmuch as that property belongs to the church and is much larger, and we are paying $200 a year rent for this. The trustees immediately went over and examined the premises and decided to enlarge the cellar and make the New York store our office. They mentioned the place to Prest Young, and he agreed to it at once. In council the matter was brought up, and Brother Parley proposed to sell his whole establishment. They offered to give him 3 lots and houses for it, viz. the one where Joseph Young lives, Mitchell's house, and Brother Lee's. He wants $3,000, but seems disposed to take the offer if the houses suit. After council I was at the office. August 28th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 28th. PM met at Dr. Richards with Prest. V. Young, H.C. Kimball, P.P. Pratt, W. Richards, J. Taylor, G.A. Smith, A. Lyman, N.K. Whitney, G. Miller, O. Spencer, and J. Young. It was voted to select 3,000 men who are able to bear arms to prepare this winter to start to California next spring with their families. Prayers were offered up for the usual subjects. Allen 2, page 173. As late as August 28, 1845, for example, William Clayton began building a barn. August 31st, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 31st. PM met at Dr. Richards with Prest. V. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, P.P. Pratt, J. Taylor, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, N.K. Whitney, O. Spencer, and J.C. Kingsbury. The subject of the Oregon expedition was again talked over, and the 12 seemed to think it important that they should go with the company to select a location and plant the standard. They would leave their families here and return when they had succeeded in finding a place. Prayers were offered up for quite a number of sick, amongst whom is Hugh Riding, one of our best carpenters, now laying at the point of death. It is truly grievous to see the many sick in our midst, especially in the north part of town. Last night the first load of glass for the temple arrived, and today another load. The last load is expected tomorrow. September 1st, 1845, Monday, Nauvoo 4, Monday 1st. Daniel Spencer has returned from the west. He brings word that Brother Jonathan Dunham died of a fever. September 4th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 4th. At the office all day. Foreman is sick and I had to tarry at the office instead of attending council. September 6th, 1845, Saturday, Nauvoo 4, Council of 50, page 272, Saturday 6th. Rode round with D. and notified the members of the Council of 50 to meet next Tuesday. September 7th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 7th. At 5, met at Drive Richards with Prest. V. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, A. Lyman, G.A. Smith, J. Taylor, P.P. Pratt, G. Miller, L. Richards, I. Morley, and J.C. Kingsbury. Prayers were offered up for the usual subjects. September 9th, 1845, Tuesday, Council of 50, page 272, Tuesday, September 9th, 1845. At 2 p.m. met in the upper room of the 70s Hall with the Council of 50. The subject of sending a company of saints to the west next spring was talked over, and the following motion of by W. W. Phelps moved that the President select such a portion of this council as he may choose to resolve west, and they select and organize the company subject to the final revision of the President. A vote was taken and the motion was carried unanimously. The following motion was also put and carried unanimously, that a committee of 5 be appointed to gather all information relative to immigration and impart the same to this council and those about to emigrate when called upon. Nauvoo 4. Immediately after the above entry, Daniel Spencer has returned a few days ago from the west. He reported, in substance, as follows: their mission was to the Seneca Indians. They proceeded to about 500 miles up the Missouri River. They there met Brother Dene and from him learned that Dunham was dead. They tarried 5 weeks with the Stockbridge tribe. This tribe manifested great kindness towards them and the Mormon people. They have considerable knowledge of the Mormons and of what is going on. Their interest seems to be identified with ours. From Dene they learned what the Cherokees had given permission for any number of our people to settle nearby them and were willing to lend us an assistance they could, or to go west with us to explore the country. George Herring has been with several tribes and says they are all friendly and seem to understand what is going on and are ready to render us any assistance they can. Many of the Stockbridge tribe are joined in with the Baptists but are dissatisfied. Their chief expects to be here about the 6th of October. They preach to them and they seem satisfied with our doctrine. From what Brother Dene said, they concluded it unnecessary to go to the Seneca tribe. They learned that Dene had accomplished what they were sent for. September 11th, 1845, Thursday. Council of 50, page 272. Thursday, September 11th, 1845. AM at the office recording minutes of the Kingdom of God. Nauvoo 4. Thursday, 11th. PM met at Dr. Richards with Prest. V. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, P.P. Pratt, G. A. Smith, J. Taylor, A. Lyman, G. Miller, N.K. Whitney, L. Richards, O. Spencer, and I. Morley. It WAD decided to dispatch a messenger to the Lima branch and advise the brethren to propose to sell their possessions to the mob and bring their families and grain here. It was also decided to send a messenger to Michigan to advise the brethren to sell their farms for stock, wagons, sheep, and sea. Also to send a messenger to Ottawa and advise the brethren to gather all the hay they can. Prayers were offered up for the usual subjects and also that the Lord would give us wisdom to manage affairs with the mob so as to keep them off till we can accomplish what is required. Also to give us wisdom to manage the affairs in regard to the Western emigration. A selection has been made by Prest Young of those of the Council of 50 who shall start west next spring. My name is included on the list. News has come in confirming the report of General Deming's death, which was further confirmed in a letter from J.B. Backenstoes. He died on yesterday at about 10:30 a.m. News has also come that the mob have burned 8 houses belonging to the brethren in Lima. A letter was sent to Solomon Hancock by special messengers advising him to propose to sell out to the mob, and also that we will send teams on Monday to fetch away the women and children and grain. A letter was also sent to J.B. Backenstoes, informing him of the movements of the mob and requesting him to take prompt measures to quell them as sheriff and also to inform the governor immediately of the movement. September 14th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 14th. At the office comparing books with Brother Whitehead. At 5 p.m. met at Dr. Richards with Prest V. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, J. Taylor, P.P. Pratt, A. Lyman, G. A. Smith, N.K. Whitney, G.O. Miller, L. Richards, J. Young, and J. C. Kingsbury. Brother Miller reported that he went to Carthage yesterday to attend to some business. While there he was arrested on a writ got up by the mob for the grave charge of treason. He had a kind of trial and was admitted to parole bail till next Saturday. Colonel William and Sharp were at Carthage with the mob. The writ is against Prest V. Young, H.C. Kimball, O. Hyde, O. Pratt, J. Page, L. White, and several others. The treason is for colleaguing with the Indians, building an arsenal, and making cannon. The Higbees are very active with the mob, and there seems to be a desperate effort to break us up. All the families have got up from Lima, and there are a great number of teams gone to fetch up grain. The last report gives 44 buildings burned and considerable grain, furniture, clothing, and sea belonging to the poor brethren. The Sheriff J.B. Backenstoes has issued his proclamation warning the mob to disperse and calling upon all the law and order citizens to act as posse comitatus to preserve the peace. It was decided in the council to offer some of our best property in the city for sale to respectable merchants in Cincinnati, Philadelphia, and judging it better for the safety of the property to sell out to such men than to leave it to the destruction of the mob. A great many sick were prayed for, and we also prayed that the Lord would preserve us from the mob till the elders can get their endowment. It was also agreed to turn more force of hands to the temple even if it have to hinder the Nauvoo house. September 16th, 1845, Tuesday, Nauvoo 4. Clayton has a long account of Porter Rockwell's shooting of Frank Worrell of the mob who was chasing J.B. Backenstoes. Backenstoes told Porter to shoot. Porter told B. not to be scared, for they had 52 with them, meaning 52 shots. A committee of 5 viz. Peter Hawes, Andrew H. Perkins, Erastus H. Derby, David D. Yersley, and Solomon Hancock were appointed to carry a letter Colonel Levi Williams stating to him that if the mob would cease their destructive operations, it is our calculations to leave the country in the spring, and requesting Williams to return a written answer whether they would desist or not. The letter was signed by Prest Young and others. About 7 o'clock Baconstows with an escort of from 50 to 100 men started for Carthage to fetch B's family and Deming's family to Nauvoo. September 17th, 1845, Wednesday, Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 17th. We learned this morning that the person killed yesterday was Frank Worrell, the person who stood at the jail door when Joseph and Hiram were killed, beckoning the mob and urging them on. September 19th, 1845, Friday, Nauvoo 4, Friday 19th. At 5 evening met with some of the 12 and others at Bishop Miller's house. Before council broke up pressed. Young and the company kneeled down, and he offered up prayers that the Lord would preserve his servants and deliver those who had been active in the mob that killed Joseph and Hiram into our hands, that they might receive their deserts. Allen 2, page 173. Clayton heard Brigham Young declare that they would finish the temple and the Nauvoo house, a boarding house begun by Joseph Smith, if they had to hold the sword in the one hand and the trowel in the other. September 24th, 1845, Thursday. Allen 2, page 158. In late September, he went on trial for treason. The trial, held at Carthage, proved to be little more than a pro forma hearing, and it was only a side trip to the jail that had any important significance for Clayton. On the morning of September 24th, he left Nauvoo with a group of about 50 men. Several, including Clayton, were planning to surrender to the sheriff, expecting their trial to be perfunctory. When they arrived in Carthage, the court was not ready, so the group went to the jail where the murder took place. An examination of the ball holes in the walls convinced Clayton that the Carthage Greys, ostensibly standing guard outside, had actually shot at the prisoners inside the jail. The two survivors of the massacre, John Taylor and Willard Richards, told the story of what happened and pointed to the positions the prisoners took to defend themselves. "It filled me with melancholy feelings," Clayton wrote, and indeed it must have been dramatic for him as he seemed to relive the moments of Joseph's death. After returning to the courthouse, Clayton and 11 others were placed under arrest and went on trial. In a kind of comic opera proceeding, the sole witness against them confessed that his affidavit was sworn out on the basis of rumor. They were quickly discharged and returned home by 6:30 in the evening. Clayton had little to complain of so far as his own confrontation with the law was concerned. September 25th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 25th. p.m. at Dr. Richards with some of the 12 and others. We offered prayers for the sick and see, and especially that the Lord will preserve us in peace to finish the temple and prepare to depart west in peace. September 30th, 1845, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 272. Tuesday, September 30th, 1845, met the Council of 50 at the 70s Hall. Elders Bent Cutler and Cahoon presented their lists of families selected by them to go west. They've each got their companies nearly made up of 100 families each. President Young also appointed S. Roundy, J. Fielding, C. Pete Lott, P. Hawes, and Daniel Spencer to select and organize each a company. Isaac Morley has got his company about full. While in council, a report was brought in that 2 officers had just rode into town and had come to the mansion. President Young sent B. F. Johnson to find out what they were after. He soon returned and stated that they called for liquor but could get none. They then went to Pax but could get none there. They finally got some at Claps and then went off in different directions. Word was brought in that an armed company were outside the city. Pressed Young sent C. Rich to see what they wanted. He soon returned and reported that General Hardin, Judge Douglas, and the troops had arrived on the square near the temple, and that Douglas was at Elder Taylor's wanting to see the 12 or the authorities of the place. The council was immediately adjourned, and the 12 with 1 or 2 others went over to Elder Taylor's. p.m. At the office recording minutes of the Council of 50, October 4th, 1845, Saturday. Council of 50, page 272. Saturday, October 4th, 1845. At 9 o'clock met with the Council of 50 at the 70s Hall and kept minutes of the council. October 5th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Council of 50, page 272. Sunday, October 5th, 1845. At the office all day recording minutes of the Council of 50. Nauvoo 4. Recorded 43 pages of a small record like this. Evening met at Dr. Richards with Prest B. Young, J. Taylor, W. Richards, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, and N.K. Whitney. A letter from Backenstows covering a copy of a dispatch from Hardin to the mobocrats was read, after which prayers were offered as usual. October 6, 1845, Monday. Nauvoo 4. Monday 6th. Went to the General Conference in the Temple and kept minutes all day. William Smith was disfellowshipped from his standing in the Quorum of the 12 and from the office of Patriarch. A vote was taken that this people move to the West en masse, and carried, also, that we all use our efforts to the utmost of our ability with our means and property to take all the poor with us. October 7th, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 4. Tuesday 7th. Evening met at Dr. Richards with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J.N.O. Taylor, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, and N.K. Whitney. We offered up prayers as usual, especially that the Lord in his providence would cause the governor's troops to leave this county and preserve the saints from the ravages of the mob. October 10th, 1845, Friday. Nauvoo 4. Friday 10th p.m. met at Air Taylor's with Prest B. Young, H.C. Kimball, J. Taylor, P.P. Pratt, G. A. Smith, and Joseph Young. We counseled together on the best plan to be resorted to in the present emergency. It appears Hardin has pledged himself to the mob that he will come to Nauvoo with his troops and either have O.P. Rockwell and some others of the brethren, or he will unroof every house in Nauvoo. 300 of our enemies have volunteered to come with him from Quincy, and they expect to be joined by others on the way. There seems to be no disposition abroad but to massacre the whole body of this people, and nothing but the power of God can save us from the cruel ravages of the bloodthirsty mob. We concluded to plead with our Heavenly Father to preserve his people and the lives of his servants, that the saints may finish the temple and receive their endowment, and that the Lord will soften the hearts of the Governor Hardin, Warren, and others like he did the heart of Pharaoh, that we may have peace this winter and depart in peace. October 11th, 1845, Saturday. Nauvoo 4. Saturday 11th at Air Taylor's in council with Prest Young, H.C. Kimball, P.P. Pratt, J. Taylor, G. A. Smith, A. Lyman, and others. We had prayers in the forenoon and asked God to overrule the movements of the enemy and cause the governor to withdraw his troops from this county and preserve us in peace until we can depart in the spring. After prayer we went to prepare a circular for the agents to take abroad with them. P.M. Prest Young did not attend, being completely worn down with fatigue. At 4 we adjourned till 7. I went up to the office and attended to some little items of business. At 7 met again at Air Taylor's with the brethren. We offered up our prayers for the same subjects, believing that the Lord will defeat our enemies and preserve his people. After prayer we finished an extract from the conference minutes for the circular. Also appointed additional captains of hundreds, making captains for 25 companies. October 12th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4. Sunday 12th. At 7 met at Air Taylor's with the brethren. We had prayers again as usual. October 14th, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 4. Tuesday 14. At 8 went to Air Taylor's to write off the conference minutes with Brother Bullock. In the afternoon, we offered up prayers that they might not be permitted to do any injury to any of Thai saints nor to interrupt our peace. They did not stay long, but returned accomplishing nothing, leaving us in peace. October 17th, 1845, Friday. Nauvoo 4. Friday 17th. Evening met at Air Taylor's with the 12 and others for prayer. October 19th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4. Sunday 19th. At the office all day recording tidings. Brother Whitehead and McEwen told me that Bishop Whitney seemed very much dissatisfied because I had balanced up J.C. Kingsbury's account without first asking them about it. I know of no reason why they should be dissatisfied unless it be because they don't like his account to shoe on the book. He has been to work 10 months and has $2 a day, but is still $138 in debt. Besides this, he pays no rent, but this is paid by the temple. Neither does he pay anything for horse feed, although his horse is kept on temple feed and kept well. Besides this, he has money when he asks for it and has the first pick at everything that comes in on tithing. When we have sugar or honey, he generally has more than twice as much as any other man and is treated as much better than any other man about the works as can be imagined. He is paid no tithing out of this year's work, and although he has work enough to keep him busy, he can ride round when he has a mind to, and all is right. He has no family except Sarah and Whitney, but he keeps an hired girl to wait on Sarah and a boy to wait on himself, Julia. Durfee lives with him, which makes the number of his family, and they take more to support them out of the temple property than I have for my family, although we are 10 in number, and I pay my own house rent and horse feed and pray for everything I get. And when I asked for some flannel last week to make some flannel garments to wear this winter, the bishop hesitatingly said he supposed I could have it, but finally said wear cotton garments as I do. I have worked faithfully 7 days in the week all this last season, and frequently nights too. I have the same wages Joseph has, although I have been here near 4 years, and when I recorded my tithing in full for my Sundays services, which is 1/7 instead of 1/10 day, the bishop seemed some dissatisfied about this. Now, on the reflection of all these circumstances, being virtually denied the flannel and found fault with because I balanced Joseph's account, I could not help being grieved and angry, and I make this record that if ever the question should arise in my absence as to the cause of my present feelings here, it is. Besides all this, the bishop has found great fault about the temple committee wasting property, but justice would bear me out in saying that so far as I ever saw, the temple committee were more prudent in this respect than has been practiced for the last year past. The bishop's boys, Whitneys and Miller, have free access to everything in the store, and when there is sugar in the store, they eat it and waste it fluently. Allen too, page 168. They would eat and waste it fluently. They took penknives and pencils from the desk and were unrestrained and meanly impudent. These are the things that have caused me sorrow, he lamented, for even though the bishops generally treated him as well as anyone else, at this point he felt that they treated him more like a servant than a brother. Nauvoo 4. As a general thing, the bishops have treated me as well as any other man, but I confess they treat me more like a servant than a brother. I have endeavored under all circumstances to take as little notice as possible of all these things, but they sometimes force themselves on me and gall my feelings, especially to think that Joseph, who has only been here 10 months, can fare so much better than the rest of us and has a family of only himself and Sarah except their hired hands to wait on them. I respect Bishop Whitney as I do my own father, but this does not make me insensible of feeling to see so much of what I consider to be unjust partiality, and especially when I reflect that there has been so much complaints of others for doing precisely the same things. This morning Hyde preached in the temple. Afterwards William Smith was cut off from the church by unanimous vote. He has published a pamphlet against the 12. Allen 2, page 168. Long paraphrase of journal entry by Allen, interspersed with quotes from the diary. The only additional material is indicated in the entry from Nauvoo 4. October 20th, 1845, Monday. Nauvoo 4, Monday 20th. GNL. James Arlington Bennett from Arlington House, Flatbush, Long Island, arrived here today and met the 12 and others at Air Taylor's in the evening. I was present part of the time. It appears he was opposed to our selling out to gratify the mob and would rather we would fight them and maintain our ground, but when he was informed of our ultimate plans and matters to be accomplished, he seemed to feel very different. I should judge him to be a very ambitious and peering man. After the interview we retired upstairs and had prayers as usual. October 21st, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 4, Tuesday 21. Brother Whitney told me, unasked, that I could go to Davis's and get the flannel I wanted. He seems to feel agreeable, and I presume he don't know that his is the cause of my grief. Evening. Met the brethren at Air Taylor's and had prayers. The council wrote a letter to Judge Ralston inviting him to come here. He says he thinks he can bring 100 Catholic families to buy out some of our properties. October 22nd, 1845, Wednesday. Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 22. Evening had a talk with Bishop Whitney and learned that he had not said the words as were told to me, but the language he had used was altogether different and unexceptionable. He stated that he had had it in his heart for some time to raise my wages $50 a day. We had a long talk and I was satisfied his language had been misrepresented to me. Afterwards went to Air Taylor's to counsel with the 12 and others. Read a letter from R. McBride in Kirtland, stating that the Rigdonites, S.R. Stoddard, Jacob Bump, R.D. Poster, Hiram Kellogg, Leonard Rich, I. Jewel Rainey are the leaders of the rioters. They have broken into the house of the Lord and taken possession of it and are trying to take possession of the church, farm, and sea. We also read a number of good articles from the New York Messenger relating to our troubles. After much conversation we had prayers. October 24th, 1845, Friday, Nauvoo 4, Friday 24th. Evening at Air Taylor's. We then had prayers as usual, and all felt that the Lord will deliver B. Igelo out of their hands. After prayer it was decided that Mary Smith and Emma have all the wood they want off the church land. Also that we establish an agency over the river to receive and take care of tithing grain until spring, so that when we move we can take it as we go. It was recommended that J. Page be appointed for that agency if he will do it. It was decided not to hire Peck's Mill, inasmuch as he wants $300 down for 6 months' rent. Pressed. Young seemed dissatisfied that Air Taylor did not take more interest in our counsels. We had to sit without a fire. October 25th, 1845, Saturday, Nauvoo 4, Saturday 25th. Evening met the brethren at Air Taylor's. Air Babbitt related the circumstance of Father Bigelow shooting Lieutenant Edwards. We talked the matter over, and then offered up the signs and asked the Lord to overrule the matter and take it out of Warren's heart, that he may not declare martial law or otherwise let his hand be heavy upon him with judgment, that he may not be able to bring trouble upon this people. Pressed. Young seems quite unwell. October 26th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 26th. Evening met again at Air Taylor's and had prayers as usual. October 27th, 1845, Monday, Nauvoo 4, Monday 27th. About 4 p.m. Air Babbitt returned and the council were immediately summoned together. The watchful care of our Heavenly Father in directing the matter last Saturday evening was plainly visible. We felt last night to return thanks to God for His kindness and ask Him to overrule this matter also for the safety of His people and His servants. October 28th, 1845, Tuesday, Nauvoo 4, Tuesday 28th. At 10 o'clock went to Air Taylor's and met to pray with John Smith, and K. Whitney, W. Phelps, Joss Young, 0. Spencer, J.C. Kingsbury and L. Woodworth. Afterwards at the office till 5:30 and then met again at Air Taylor's. After we got through with our prayers, pressed. Young came in and Ayres Hyde Babbitt. It appears that the Lord has softened his, Warren's, heart in answer to our prayers for which we felt thankful. October 29th, 1845, Wednesday, Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 29. At 10 went to Air Taylor's. Soon after we arrived, pressed. Young sent for Bishop Whitney and myself to go and see him as the 12 are still out of sight. We went to where he was at A.P. Rockwood's and found him in company with A.G. Sherwood and Markham, also George A. Smith and Amasa Lyman. Air Sherwood and Fulmer returned from the West a few days ago. Air S. reported their mission, which was very satisfactory. He also gave us some very interesting information concerning our best route to the West, which will be of service to us when we move. There is a rumor that William Smith and others are trying to get up an influence with the President of the United States to prevent our going west, and has already wrote to him on the subject, revealing the acts of the Council of 50 and C and representing the council guilty of treason and C. October 30th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, evening at Air Taylor's with the 12 and others. We had prayers as usual. October 31st, 1845, Friday, Nauvoo 4, Friday 31st. Evening met the 12 and others at Air Taylor's for prayer. the subject of the United States endeavoring to prevent our removal west by taking out U.S. writs for the Council of 50 was talked over and plans devised to defeat them in case they undertake to do it. November 3rd, 1845, Monday. Nauvoo 4, Monday 3rd. Evening met at Air Taylor's with the 12 and others. I was sick and did not stay long. November 6th, 1845, Thursday. Nauvoo 4, Thursday 6th. Evening attended council at Air Richards. November 9th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 9th. Evening met at Dr. Richards with the 12. November 11th, 1845, Tuesday. Nauvoo 4, Tuesday 11th. At 4 p.m. met at Dr. Richards with the 12. November 14th, 1845, Friday. Nauvoo 4, Friday 14th. Evening met with the 12 at Dr. Richards. November 17th, 1845, Monday. Nauvoo 4, Monday 17th. My heart is grieved to see the difference of spirit, feeling, and courses of Bishops Whitney and Miller. They appear to be at antipodes with each other in nearly all their operations. They have placed me as a mark for both to shoot at, and it has placed me in a very unpleasant situation. Miller seems angry with me because I appear to give preference to Whitney, and which I consider I ought to do, inasmuch as he is the senior bishop and is far more careful in his management than Brother Miller is. The latter is perfectly wasteful and wild in his business transactions, and if he had the management of the temple business alone, he would soon wind it up and scatter it to ruin. At 5 met the 12 at Dr. Richards. November 21st, 1845, Friday. Nauvoo 4, Friday 21st. Evening met the 12 at Dr. Richards and had prayers. Backenstows came in and stated that Warren has sworn he will have the men who murdered Durfee brought to justice. November 22nd, 1845, Saturday. Nauvoo 4, Saturday 22nd. At the office all day. Made a deed from Marks to the trustees for the Kirtland property. November 23rd, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 23rd. Afterwards I went to council. Received a letter from Uriah Brown saying that he sent the encyclopedia to my house previous to his removal. November 24th, 1845, Monday. Allen 2, page 169. Bishop Newell K. Whitney complained that he was unable to get into the office on a Saturday night, for Clayton had the key, and he asked that the clerks begin working nights. Clayton's temper flared again, and that time he told the bishop outright that he considered this oppressive, since they were already working every day, including Sundays, and had done so for 12 months. We had some pretty cutting reports back and forth and talked about 2 hours, he reported, and finally concluded to part without feelings. November 29th, 1845, Saturday. Nauvoo 4, Saturday 29th. Evening at Prest. Young's with the band. Prest. Young, H.C. Kimball, Joseph Young, and Levi W. Hancock danced a French for together. The two former are the only two of the first 12 apostles who have never wavered since their appointment, and the two latter are the only two of the first presidents of 70s who have never faltered. During the day the 12 bishops Whitney and Miller and some others met in the temple and laid the carpet on the main floor of the attic story and also on several of the small rooms, ready for the first quorum to meet in. November 30th, 1845, Sunday. Nauvoo 4, Sunday 30th. At 10 a.m. met in the attic story of the temple with Prest, B. Young, H.C. Kimball, W. Richards, P.P. Pratt, John Taylor, Orson Hyde, George A. Smith, and Amasa Lyman of the Quorum of the 12. Also N.K. Whitney and George Miller presiding bishops, John Smith Patriarch and President of the Stake, Joseph Young President of the 70s, Alpheus Cutler and R. Cahoon Temple Committee, Cornelius P. Lott, Levi Richards, Joss C. Kingsbury, Orson Spencer, William W. Phelps, Isaac Morley, L. Woodworth. Composed some verses to the tune, "Here's a Health to All Good Lasses," before the brethren assembled. At about 12 o'clock we clothed and sung "Come All Ye Sons of Zion," and C. We then offered up the signs of the holy priesthood and repeated them to get them more perfect. I was requested to keep minutes. president offered up prayers and dedicated the attic story, the mail room, and ourselves to God, and prayed that God would sustain and deliver from the hands of our enemies, his servants, until they have accomplished his will in this house. Ere Taylor then sang a poor, wayfaring man of grief and sea, after which we again offered up the signs. And ere Kimball prayed that the Lord would hear and answer the prayers of his servant Brigham, break off the yoke of our enemies, and inasmuch as they lay traps for the feet of his servants, that they may fall into them themselves and be destroyed, that God would bless his servant Joseph Young, heal his wife, and bless his family, that God would bless and heal Kimball's family and put the same blessings on all our families which he had asked for Joseph Young and himself. Hans C. Hansen, the doorkeeper, reported that there were 2 officers waiting at the foot of the stairs for Prest. Young, the Prest, concluded that he could bear to tarry up in the warm as long as they could stay in the cold waiting for him. Ere Amasa Lyman requested hands to be laid on him that he may be healed. 5 of the brethren laid hands on him. We again offered up the signs, and Joseph Young prayed that our enemies may have no power over our leaders. He prayed for our brethren in England, on the islands, brothers Babbitt, Turley, and Reddens, also, that the trustees may have means to liquidate all the debts. At 3 o'clock we undressed. The side rooms are occupied as follows. The first on the south side by President B. Young. The second by A.C. Kimball. Third and fourth others of the 12. Fifth Joseph Young and Presidency of 70s. 6 is a preparation room. On the north side, first bishops and lesser priesthood. Second Prest of the Stake and High Council, 3 and 4 high priests, quorum. 5 elders, quorum. 6 preparation room. Hans C. and Peter 0. Hansen are appointed to see to the fires, keep watch and guard the doors, and see. December 4th, 1845. Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 4th. Went up into the temple. The brethren are very busy, preparing the room for work. Evening met with the first quorum in the attic story of the temple for prayer. December 6th, 1845, Saturday, Nauvoo 4, Saturday 6th. 5 p.m. met the brethren in the temple for prayers. December 7th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 7th. In the temple all day. All the first quorum with 1 or 2 exceptions were present, both male and female. About 1 o'clock we clothed. The meeting was opened by prayer by Joseph Fielding, after which Ayres Taylor, Hyde, Phelps Pratt, and John Smith each expressed their feelings in regard to our present privilege of meeting in the temple in spite of the combined opposition of men and devils. During the speaking, the bishops having provided bread and wine, the bread was broke by Kimball and then blessed by him and handed around by Bishop Whitney. Joseph Young then blessed the wine, which was also passed round by B. Whitney. Prest. Young then addressed the company. He said the time would come when the celestial law would be put in force, and that law forbids any man taking the name of God in vain. But we have men in our midst who do not scruple to say, by God, by Jesus Christ, God damn you, and see, and the time will come when the law will be put in force on all such. He gave much good instruction, and the Spirit of God rested upon him. He stated, Nauvoo 4, Allen 1, page 48 n. 29, that a few of the quorum had met twice a week ever since Joseph and Hiram were killed, and during the last excitement, every day, and in the hottest 61 part of it, twice a day, to offer up the signs and pray to our Heavenly Father to deliver his people, and this is the cord which has bound this people together. If this quorum and those who shall be admitted into it will be as diligent 62 in prayer as a few has been, I promise you in the name of Israel's God that we shall accomplish the will of God and go out in due time from the Gentiles with power and plenty, and no power shall stay us. Nauvoo 2. After the exhortation we offered up the signs and had prayers for the usual subjects, Joseph Young being mouth. We were then dismissed until next Sunday at 11 o'clock. December 8th. 1845, Monday, Nauvoo 4, Monday 8th. At 5 went to the temple and met the brethren for prayer, Geo Miller being mouth. December 10th, 1845, Wednesday, Allen 1, page 48. On December 10th, 1845, the day the first official washings and anointings were to be performed in the temple, an ironic chain of events occurred. At 11:15 a.m., a Catholic priest and his associate were admitted to the temple for the purpose of negotiating the purchase of church property, possibly including the temple itself. On the one hand, the saints were sacrificing to complete the temple so they could offer to everyone the ceremonies already received by the quorum, while on the other hand, they were painfully aware that they soon must leave Nauvoo and were contemplating the possible sale of the temple. After discussion, Brigham Young proposed that the Catholics lease the temple for a period of from 5 to 35 years, and that the profits go toward finishing it and keeping it in repair. The priests agreed to consider the proposal and left about 12:30 p.m. A few hours later, Clayton and others consecrated, i.e., blessed, 16 bottles of oil in preparation for the coming ceremonies, and at 3 p.m. the first washings and anointings to be performed in the temple commenced. Later that evening, the full endowment ceremony was performed for the first time in the temple, and it was completed at 9:30 p.m. Brigham Young then called everyone into a room known as the Celestial Room, and they all knelt while Amasa Lyman offered prayers. Clayton then went home, but others remained until 3:30 the next morning. December 11th, 1845, Thursday, Nauvoo 4, Thursday 11. I spent the forenoon writing the history of these proceedings in Eyre Kimball's journal, also gave a description of the upper room. At 12 pressed. Young said I could go and fetch my wife if I had a mind to. I immediately went down and returned with her at 1 o'clock. I then went into the preparation room and was washed by Eyre H.C. Kimball and George A. Smith, and then anointed a priest and a king unto the Most High God by Prest Young and Amasa Lyman, and pronounced clean from the blood of this generation. December 14th, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 14. Quite a number of the quorum assembled in the temple and clothed at 11 o'clock. After singing and prayer, the sacrament was administered by Isaac Morley and Charles C. Rich. President Young instructed the quorum concerning a number of items and proved that the office of 70s are higher than the office of high priests or high council. At 1:30 we offered up the signs and prayers, Elder Orson Hyde being mouth. At 2 o'clock also, those new members who have been received into the quorum last week met in the Celestial Room, where they were instructed more fully into the order of the priesthood and their duty by W. W. Phelps and Parley P. Pratt. December 17th, 1845, Wednesday, Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 17th. Brother Lucian R. Foster is now appointed to keep the records of the endowment. Margaret came with me to the temple this morning and received her washing and anointing. She was washed by Sister Patty Sessions and anointed by Sister Mary and Pratt, wife of Eyre Parley P. Pratt, one of the 12. I conducted her through the remaining ceremonies and also received her through into the upper or celestial department. I feel grateful for this privilege and for all the blessings I receive from day to day, for the mercies of the Lord to me are great and many of them. I instructed Brother Foster in regard to keeping the record, and in the evening assisted Eyre Young and Kimball to collect a list of brethren to come here on Saturday. The following has been received into the quorum today, and then follows the list of those endowed that day. Allen 1, page 48n, 29. December 17th, his second wife Margaret Moon and several other people, including many husbands and wives, were received into the quorum, apparently by virtue of receiving their endowments. December 21st, 1845, Sunday, Nauvoo 4, Sunday 21. The brethren and sisters were instructed more fully into their duty by Ayres A. Lyman, H.C. Kimball, George A. Smith, and O. Hyde. 1846. January 6th, 1846, Tuesday. Council of 50, page 272. Tuesday, January 6th, 1846. Evening went to notify some of the Council of 50 to meet next Sunday morning. January 11th, 1846. Sunday, Council of 50, page 273. Sunday, January 11th, 1846. A.M. in the temple with the Council of 50, arranging to make an early start west. January 18th, 1846. Sunday, Council of 50, page 273. Sunday, January 18th, 1846. In the temple with the Council of 50 and also captains of companies. January 23rd, 1846. Friday. Nauvoo 4, Friday 23rd. At 1 went to a council in the temple with the 12 bishops and c. Evening with Whitney dividing goods purchased by Snow. R. Miller reports that Strang is making heavy breaches in the church and drawing many after him. In one place 30 families have left the church and gone with him. It is also rumored that many of the saints here are full of strangism and talking had in his favor. Among the rest are John Gaylord and William A. Sanger, who are openly advocating his rights to the presidency. I read a copy of a letter purporting sick to be wrote by Prest Joseph Smith on the June 18, 1844, in which he appoints Strang as his successor. The letter is a base forgery and is well calculated to deceive the simple-minded and unfaithful. It is also rumored that many are dissatisfied because the 12 and some others are going west without taking the whole church. This is a matter of impossibility, and the saints have no cause for complaint. Amongst the rest are many of the temple hands who are complaining much. The arrangements are made by which the whole church can go comfortably, but it is necessary that some men should go beforehand to prepare a place for the rest, and the 12 and some others have to go to save their lives, for there are plans laid for their destruction. My sister-in-law Lydia is in the way of apostasy. She went to Burlington last year, but previous to her going she agreed to be sealed to me for time and eternity. She refused to be sealed to Joseph. While at Burlington, she wrote pledging herself to her contract. When she came home, she faltered, sick, and went out to father's, where she got entangled with my brother James and has resolved to marry him. She has lost her faith in the church, as is on the road to ruin, but so determined that no argument is of any use. The family feel sorry but cannot change her feelings. Her mother frets much about it. January 26, 1846, Monday. Nauvoo 4, Monday 26th. I went to the temple with Ruth, Margaret, and Diantha. We waited till about 8 o'clock before we could be waited on. We then dressed and went into room number 1 and were sealed to each other on the altar by Prest B. Young. Afterwards, in number 2, we received our anointing by H.C. Kimball and a number of others. And afterwards Heber blessed us. I then took Ruth and Diantha home, but Margaret tarried till morning. January 27, 1846, Tuesday. Nauvoo 4, Tuesday 27th. Evening with D. January 28, 1846, Wednesday. Nauvoo 4, Wednesday 28. Evening at home. February 8, 1846, Sunday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Sunday, February 8, 1846. At the office all day packing public goods. Evening at Farr's writing out a letter of instruction to trustees. February 9, 1846, Monday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Monday 9th. At the office packing. At 3:30 the temple was seen on fire. Women carrying water. February 10, 1846, Tuesday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Tuesday 10th. At the temple packing. February 11, 1846, Wednesday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Also Wednesday 11th. February 12, 1846, Thursday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Thursday 12th. At home preparing to move. February 13th, 1846, Friday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Friday 13th. Sent 4 loads of goods over the river. Loading and packing. February 14th, 1846. Saturday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Saturday 14th. Packing and seeking letters. February 15th, 1846. Sunday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Sunday 15th. Riding around to get teams and things together. Sent 2 teams over the river. February 16th, 1846. Monday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Monday 16th. Still loading teams. February 17th. 1846, Tuesday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Also Tuesday 17th. February 18th, 1846, Wednesday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. Got about ready to go over the river. Evening President Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, J. M. Grant and some of the pioneers came to hurry us over. N. K. Whitney also came in. We conversed together some. They state the brethren have made a perfect waste of food and property in the camp. February 19th, 1846, Thursday. Pioneer Journal, page 2. This morning the ground is covered with snow. It is so windy they cannot cross the river. Continued to snow all day. Evening went to Elder Babbitt's to supper with Elder Kimball. President Young was there, Backenstows, J. M. Grant and some others. February 20th, 1846, Friday. Pioneer Journal, page 3. The weather is very cold and windy. Impossible to cross the river. Spent the day running after things to get ready, fixing wagons and chopping firewood. February 27th, 1846, Friday. Pioneer Journal, page 3. We have spent the past week waiting for crossing over the river. It has been hard frost and much snow. This morning I concluded to start over the river and began early to send my teams. About noon I crossed with my family and then rested the teams and soon after went on to the camp where we arrived a little before 4 o'clock. Bishop Whitney concluded to stay at the river until morning because some of his teams could not get over. When we got to the camp we were received with joy and formed in the company of the band. The weather is still very cold, especially during the night. The distance from Nauvoo to this place is called 7.5 miles. Footnotes. 1 Allen, James B., BYU Studies, Volume 35, Number 2, 1995, page 167, in A. Review of George D. Smith, An Intimate Chronicle, The Journals of William Clayton, Salt Lake City, Signature Books, 1995. 2. The misspelling of deceive may be a typographic error in words, rather than a misspelling in the original. 3. Manchester Mormons, note 225 states in part, the asterisk and words see over were above the lines and refer to the entry for April 6th on the next page of the diary. For written on the side of the page and refers to the entry for April 24, which was written on the other side of the page, following the entry for May 9th. 5. Manchester Mormons, page 212n, 240, states, this possibly refers to a record which Clayton knew was being kept of Joseph Smith's activities, perhaps Joseph's own history, but no mention is made of a sermon on the state, which was a Sunday, either in Joseph Smith's published history or in the Times and Seasons. Words, page 93, n. 3 states, the document extracts from William Clayton's private book undoubtedly was prepared and given this title by William Clayton. The original is not known to be in existence. However, L. John Nuttall and Joseph F. Smith made copies of a record by this title. The Joseph F. Smith copy is the more inclusive of the two, but neither contains a discourse on baptism for the dead nor one dated May 9th, 1841. On the other hand, both contain the May 16th, 1841 discourse Clayton copied into his record. Thus, the record may have been the private book from which the extracts from William Clayton's private book was prepared. If true, possibly Clayton did not feel his report of the May 9th, 1841 discourse was significant enough to include in the extracts document. 6 refers to the entry of August 8th, which appears on the other side of the page in the original journal, following the entry of August 17th. 7. Doctrine and Covenants, section 124, verses 28 to 31, concerning a baptismal font. 8. The entry for August 11th, 1841 actually follows this entry in the original. 9. See entries for the 11th and the 13th of December 1841. 10. See entry for June 29th, 1843. 11. James B. Allen, A Letter to England, 1842, William Clayton. Brigham Young University Studies, 12, Autumn 1971, pages 120 to 123. A. Letter to William Hardman, Manchester, England, dated March 30th, 1842. And originally published in the Millennial Star on August 1st, 1842. 12. The Papers of Joseph Smith, Volume 2, page 395, under the state, states, held a long conversation with Francis Higbee. Francis found fault with being exposed, but Joseph told him he spoke of him in self-defense. Francis was or appeared humble and promised to reform. heard the recorder read in the law of the Lord. Paid taxes rode out in the city on business, with Brigham Young, the recorder, being about to start east on a journey, committed the law of the Lord to W.M. Clayton to continue this journal and see in his absence, and the keys and see to the president. And Clayton, W. Richards/1, page 126. Footnote 1. States, 1. Willard Richards' handwriting ends at this point in the MS and William Clayton's begins. William Clayton continued to be the scribe for the law of the Lord, except for a few occasions where two other unknown scribes made some entries until December 20th, 1842, at which point the journal ends. 13. It is not clear whether this information appears in Clayton's diary. History of the Church, v. 52 states, Saturday 2, rode out in the city with my clerk, Mr. Clayton, to look at some lots. Afterwards rode to Hezekiah Peck's accompanied by Emma and others. 14. See note 4 above. History of the Church, v. 58 states, Saturday 9, I rode on the prairie with brothers Clayton and Geen to look at some land. Dined on my farm, hoed potatoes and and in the afternoon returned to the city and transacted a variety of business. 15. The Book of the Law of the Lord, the personal writings of Joseph Smith, page 691, n. 1, under date, states, Ms. in the handwriting of William Clayton, the Book of the Law of the Lord, pp. 135, 164-65, 179-81, LDS Church Archives. Published in Smith, History of the Church 5:106-109, 124-128. 16. This entry from the History of the Church has been included because it was written by William Clayton, but in the Law of the Lord. See entry for September 12, 1842 below. 17. Note the difference in wording between the temple history, i.e., Revelations to be transcribed, and the other sources, i.e., Revelations to write. Allen cites as sources Manchester Mormons p. 214, should have been page 218, and Journal History, October 23, 1842. No mention is made by Allen of the variation in the temple history. 18. Why Clayton used this date in the affidavit is not clear. According to the History of the Church 5:168, on October 7, 1842, Joseph left Nauvoo to go into hiding at Father James Taylor's. 19. The Law of the Lord is scheduled to be included in the papers of Joseph Smith by Dean Jesse. 20. To put a temporary floor in the temple. 21. Allen 2, page 144, n. 5 mistakenly cites the date as November 28, 1841 instead of 1842. 22. For a discussion of the confusion in dating this event, see Allen 2, pages 133-34. 23. Compare the entry for August 11, 1843. 24. Nauvoo 1 states 84 while Words states 85. 25. Note that the other accounts do not include the words of Spirit. 26. Note that in the two Allen references, the word to does not appear before the word tari. Compare Doctrine and Covenants 130:23. 27. This entry in Nauvoo 1 is dated April 7, 1843. Words, page 276, n. 26, states, while this entry from the diary of William Clayton is dated April 7, 1843, the prophet did not speak on the Book of Revelation until April 8, 1843. 28. This line may not, in fact, be crossed out in the original. See BYU Studies, Volume 21, Number 4, Fall 1981, page 531. 29. Spiritualized, in BYU Studies, Volume 21, Number 4, Fall 1981, p. 531. 30. Notice the difference in carefully and cheerfully in the two Allen versions. 31. Joseph F. Smith, Blood Atonement and the Origin of Plural Marriage, a Discussion, Deseret News Press, Salt Lake City, Utah, ND, 1972 reprint, page 55. 32. The me may have been inserted by either Hatt or Allen. It does not appear in the History of Church 5:391, where the entire entry seems to be referring to Clayton. Before retiring, I gave Brother and Sister Johnson some instructions on the priesthood, and putting my hand on the knee of William Clayton, I said, "Remarks of the prophet at Ramus lives that are hid with God in Christ. Importance of the eternity of the marriage covenant. Your life is hid with Christ in God, and so are many others. Nothing but the unpardonable sin can prevent you from inheriting eternal life. For you are sealed by the power of the priesthood unto eternal life, having taken the step necessary for that purpose. Except a man and his wife enter into an everlasting covenant and be married for eternity while in this probation, by the power and authority of the holy priesthood, they will cease to increase when they die. That is, they will not have any children after the resurrection. But those who are married by the power and authority of the priesthood in this life and continue without committing the sin against the Holy Ghost will continue to increase and have children in the celestial glory. The unpardonable sin is to shed innocent blood, or be accessory thereto. All other sins will be visited with judgment in the flesh and the spirit being delivered to the buffetings of Satan until the day of the Lord Jesus. The way I know in whom to confide, God tells me in whom I may place confidence. In the celestial glory there are 3 heavens or degrees, and in order to obtain the highest, a man must enter into this order of the priesthood, meaning the new and everlasting covenant of marriage, and if he does not, he cannot obtain it. He may enter into the other, but that is the end of his kingdom. He cannot have an increase. Asterisk. The last paragraph is found in the Doctrine and Covenants, section 131:1-4. I have a marginal note in my HC that states, see historical record, p. 222. 33 Allen's note 27 on page 108 states, there is an interesting difference in the sources as to the reason Joseph gave for not preaching. In his official history, Joseph says, I kept myself quiet all day, telling my friends that if I started for home I might be kidnapped into Missouri, and thought it best to tarry at Inlet and see the result. Clayton reports, however, that Joseph thought it best not to be seen but to put out the idea that he had received a message from Springfield and had important business to attend to there. Allen incorrectly references Clayton's journal as June 11th instead of June 21st. 34 Brigham Young University Studies, Volume 35, Number 2. Book Review of an Intimate Chronicle, The Journals of William Clayton, by James B. Allen. 35 For a related entry, see June 8, 1843. 36 See entry for April 7, 1843. 37 As quoted in Robert Bruce Flanders, Naovi, Kingdom on the Mississippi, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1965, page 124. 38 Date determined from History of the Church, Volume 5, page 143. 39 See Clayton's Reflections on January 1, 1845 for further information about this date. 48 Note in the typescript of Nauvoo 2 states / these are short entries and may have been written a day or 2 later. Hence the error on the date of Hiram's talk which he recorded / 41A Note in the typescript of Nauvoo 2 states, Allen says the date is April 27, 1844, not April 18, though his text shows the date as mid-April. 42 Allen mistakenly cited the date as April 7, 1844 in footnote 69, page 150. 43 There are 2 versions for this date in the typescript of Nauvoo 3. The version which was printed in words does not contain the phrase and provisions to defend us from the mob. 44 Derived from a compiler's note found after the entry for July 3, 1844. 45 Allen 2, footnote 73 on page 150. 46 Comment appears in the typescript, probably written by Andrew Ahat, or possibly James Allen. 47 The information between the / is apparently a note inserted by Andrew Ahat or James B. Allen in the typescript of Nauvoo 2. 48 The bulk of the material in Allen 2, page 162 for this date is simply Allen's restatement of the entry in his own words. However, he does quote this passage as became warm. The only other direct quote in Allen is listed. 49. This editorial comment was made by the transcriber. It fails to make sense in light of the entry for August 19, 1844. 50. The comments between the slashes / are found in the typescript. 51. The typescript of Nauvoo 1 states heavens. 52. A marginal note in the original, apparently in the handwriting of Clayton, inserts the following at this point. She was born in the town of Charleston, Orleans County, state of Vermont on the 12th of October 1828, making her 16 years old last October. 53. The remainder of the sentence was not quoted in Allen. 54. Dean C. Jesse, The John Taylor Nauvoo Journal, January 1845, September 1845, Brigham Young University Studies, Summer 1983, Volume 23, Number 3, page 35, n. 134. 55. The Allen version has the instead of this. 56. The Mormon Hierarchy, Origins of Power, by D. Michael Quinn. Signature Books, Salt Lake City, Utah 1994. Click here to go back. The footnote 182 to this entry, found on page 320, states, William Clayton 1839-45 Journal, April 6, 1845, LDS Archives. This is different from Clayton's daily diary. This portion does not appear in the version of the 1839-1845 journal published in Smith, an Intimate Chronicle. I am not certain of the document to which Quinn refers. It may be the same as the Nauvoo temple history. If so, there may be entries in the original manuscript that are not included in the published versions. I have a typescript of the original which is supposed to be complete, and it does not contain this entry. Quinn equates the source he calls Clayton's 1839-45 journal with an interesting journal in the last paragraph on page 375 and in note 232 on page 435. As a sidelight, for those trying to follow the footnotes in Quinn's book, the following may be of interest. Note 198 on page 374 does not have a corresponding entry in the body of the text on page 141. That is, because footnote number 110 was skipped on page 125. From that point to page 141, all of the reference numbers in the body of the text are ahead by one number, i.e., if the text refers to footnote 111, you have to look at footnote 110 and so forth. Consequently, the reference to footnote 198 on page 141 actually refers to footnote 197. As a result, footnote 198 on page 375 has no text to which it is a note. The footnotes resume correct numbering with the next chapter. 57. Dolan H. Oakes and Marvin S. Hill, Carthage Conspiracy, the Trial of the Accused Assassins of Joseph Smith, University of Illinois Press, Urbana, 1975. 58. Allen incorrectly lists the date in his footnotes as May 22, 1845. 59. Allen 2, page 156, enlarges the quote from the temple history to state, to God and his saints to take. 60. It is possible that Allen misdated this quote. Compare the entry from the temple history. It is also possible that when Clayton wrote in his journal on May 31st, he did not yet know that there had been an acquittal, but later included that fact in the temple history. 61. Allen's spelling is Otis. 62. Allen's spelling is diligent.